Right, it is 1:37, November 7th. I open this grant commission budget workshop. You don't want to be fiber the link to the 316 address. Our and I'm going to see what with it. I want to recognize the advisory walking that included the block of the new field. The opportunity to the fall. One of the Brian 9 meetings for the past couple months, but I did really well. Really hope that gets to the point I we're at now, getting that everyone gets centered. I'm going to make some decisions and trying to work together to move forward in this process with the budgeting process. Always someone is the most powerful tool that you all have to establish the rest of the society. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And go ahead and start pulling up some materials that were included in the packet. I'll make reference to any significant changes that have been made since the packet materials that appeared on Friday. So within the particular yesterday, that out fully. Start with the 2024 tentative budgets. And I'm calling fund level. What this amounts to is a zoomed out summary across all funds. So it shows all of these categories within each fund. So obviously, within these categories, it gives a variety of expenses that up and figures that are displayed. And this is really a way of displaying the simplest way possible, the bottom line to each fund, what the grand total is. So, there's this line here, the total, and the number of the fund, and the general fund. So, you'll have to excuse me last time I bet not to. So, the first is the general fund, and the GM, I tend to, we still have throughout this process, but fund 10, the general fund, and you can see in the time. The main highlights to point out at this time is that in this tentative budget, the bottom line for the general fund, for this column here, is the 2024 total net from the budget. And that line, as it stands right now, with revenues are displayed in the budget at the negative sign, and because it's the positive side. So this year is displayed at $1,985,360 on the positive side, and instead of showing the deficit. The recommendation of the Budget Advisory Board, we met last week to forwarding the tentative budget to you all. And that recommendation includes the caveat that we may budget with a fund balance draw. So in other words, that pulling out of savings to balance the budget, to present a balanced budget for the following year of no greater than $800,000. And that's been the conventional approach in the last several years in Grand County budgeting, and not just on a separate document that is included in the packet that explains why we do that for good reason. Otherwise, it might, especially to members of the public or to the many who might use this process, I want to see why would we publish it to be $800,000 is right. A lot. And so in other words, with this bottom line figure here, 1.98 million, and if you were to take off 800, the difference between that number and
800,000 would amount to 1.18 million approximately. And so that's through this process of workshops and presentations. We're looking, the direction and goal would be to trim that amount from the budget. It's important to note that's the bottom line at present, with given a number of parameters that are currently set. And I'll go ahead and make reference to some of those key parameters that are currently set within this budget that that will be under your consideration. One thing that deficit does have built into it are 100% of new position requests and reclassifications. That those requests and reclassification. When I say that, I mean that there are certain funds such as the library or that are their own, that is its own taxing entity. There's a fund such as the Sandflats Recreation Area, which is an enterprise fund, and so they any new positions or reclassifications in those funds don't necessarily have the same impact on the general fund, because their revenues within their own department would support those actions. However, we will see in the new position presentation that Personnel Services Director Baker will give that the library's actions as far as expenses and revenues go is still within your purview, so that's why they are included in there. Though the impact overall may be different to the general fund. So yeah, and one thing I should point out, I think it's important for members of the public that might be studying this tentative budget and might be reviewing these documents, that I really have been focused on activity that affects the general fund, and that would explain why when you scroll through this document, you might see some funds that appear incomplete or out of balance. And really, I have reviewed those funds, and I feel that they're all in a good place at this point, or that any adjustments that need to be made will be addressed at future workshops and are surmountable. But I've been really focusing on teeing up the budget for you all at this point to be ready for your input and decision making. And certainly I'll continue to tie up loose ends and make the necessary entries to show a balanced budget for each fund as we would in any budget year. And that sort of picture of completion will definitely be ready to be presented at the November 28th workshop. One other thing to point out about this document is that there is a 2023 current year annual projection column. And to the best of my ability, I've gone through each line, looking at what the year-to-date actuals are, and transferred over a number to represent what could be what is reasonably expected to come in those categories. It is broken down with more detail in the nature of that process. I want to point it out because that this column isn't displayed on the other department level document that's included in the packet. But this is just, it's important to point that out because one of the other tasks that we'll have to cover, that I'll be working on continually through this month, and that we'll have to cover at the November 28th workshop, is what 2023 is looking like, where things are coming in. By that time, we'll have one more month of revenue receipts to come in that will likely serve to adjust revenue projections in one way or another. And by that time, we'll have something that we can look at that workshop, and then for the following hearings in December, will be public hearings on the first meeting in December. That will present the budgets as they are complete. And then the second commission meeting in December, we will look at that budget and it will be considered for your approval. And then another thing about 2023 that I just might add is that we do have a large contribution to capital projects that's included as a budgeted expense in this budget. It's as well as the stormwater mitigation fund as well, and that's encapsulated in this line right here where it shows 6,952,000 in budgeted expenses. So even though with this projected column showing a deficit this year of 566,000, those contributions to the capital projects funds and the stormwater projects funds can easily be amended and reduced to show a balanced budget in 2023. And for that reason, I'm not concerned about us coming in at net zero this year. Before I move on to the next item in the packet, are there any questions about this document in particular? Okay, thank you. Then we'll move into the tentative budget, what I'm calling department level, because this is essentially, one thing I regret is that there's not a total line under each of these categories, because that would display to you that in this column in bold, as we get down, there's this 3,100 category. If you were to create the sum of this column right here under this 50,000, it would line up with the total that's in that 2024 total next year budget request that is displayed in the other document. That's certainly something, if I could have back, I would have added it during this process. This includes a notes and comments column. I don't think it's been sort of customary necessarily to show these notes. These are kind of my internal notes, though obviously it's part of a process that I want to be as transparent as possible. And so pardon me, some of these might, make varying degrees of sense, at least at this point. But I thought it could be more often than not illustrative to describing any individual lines that are displayed in this budget. The mid projection that in quotes, we'll get into what that what that classification means. Cody Dieter, the budget consultant that we've hired for this season, has prepared some revenue projections, and we'll get into what the mid projection means in greater detail here in a moment. So yeah, this let's see. And so all of these comments and all of these entries here are a result of me meeting with all of the department heads at least once in one-on-one individual meetings to prepare for their presentation to the Budget Advisory Board, and to members of the public or anyone here that's interested in seeing those presentations. They are all available on YouTube across all departments, and so especially in what we focus down in Budget Advisory Board meetings are the requests that show a significant increase or just an increase from the previous years, from this year's approved budget. We really that way we can we don't have 5-hour meetings every time discussing budget expenses that have more or less already been approved and deemed satisfactory by you, the legislative body. And one other thing too that I had mentioned to you all in an email is that there are further worksheet breakouts on some of these request lines. Many department heads, and I want to just express my appreciation for all of their hard work and collaboration throughout this process. Many department heads are really good about providing really itemized detail behind each expense request. And those sorts of worksheets kind of pop out within this budgeting software, and to include them in that comment column is a kind of it's an onerous process to say the least, but that's not to say if there's more information requested about any individual expense line, I'll do everything in my power to provide that information if there's not already sort of a worksheet itemized breakdown attached to it. Are there any questions about this document or individual request lines or otherwise at this point that that I might be able to address? And I'll go into some of the significant revisions that were just made yesterday to these packet materials. Okay, seeing none. So I did meet with the Grant County Active Trails and Transportation Director, Maddie Logowitz, and she brought to my attention that there was some missing revenue in Fund 47, which is the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Fund. What she described to me was that there's a new grant cycle starting in 2024 that runs through 2025. And I'm not sure if it had been practiced in the past or if it's just something that it was just an oversight. But we didn't budget to pull in any revenue from that grant source in 2024. It was proposed to be waited until 2025 to pull in that revenue. However, it's actually it only goes through June 2025, and so the better part of that grant revenue is actually slated very specifically on an itemized basis to be pulled in 2024. And so that was one of the, I felt like that was a significant item to come about in the sense that we had budgeted a transfer from the general fund to balance Fund 47 because with their current expense requests for 2024, they were showing a deficit of 190,000 and some change. And so that missing revenue would amount to it was 67,000 in the tentative budget previously, and that was updated all the way to $369,421. And it was presented to me along with an itemized list. So it wasn't just like, oh yeah, we'll pull in some of that money from that grant next year. It was no, these are the things that we are going to spend and get reimbursed, or that we were going to get reimbursed through from this grant in this total. So I felt good about adding it into the budget because it is such a big change to just sort of have not brought up earlier. So that obviously brought in $300,000 in missing revenue to Fund 47. In addition to that, there was the county TRT contribution revenue line in Fund 47. And I might as well actually just scroll down since I'm talking about it. Appropriate for me to refer directly to it. So here's the revenue section of Fund 47, Parks, Trails, and Recreation. And so this line here that currently shows 618,355, that had been displayed. I can't describe it other than more than an entry error. There was a change after I made the initial entry and increase of TRT contribution, and I didn't reflect that change into this revenue line. So that showed 518 rather than the 618 that it does now. And then this is the line here that showed 67, that shows 369 at this time. And so obviously that sort of shows that brings a swing of 200 in deficit to 200 in surplus in this fund. And I think we can talk about at the next workshop when we focus more on TRT, what that might mean in terms of reallocation of TRT funds, or what actions you might consider in response to that. And so long story short, the budgeted transfer that we had of $194,071 from the general fund to balance Fund 47 has been eliminated. And so that's that update. One other smaller item that I did add just yesterday, it was something that I have in the new large expense request document that we'll get into, is that there was there was an empty request, so to speak, from the Grand Center for road-based material to resurface the back parking lot. Apparently, there is a safety issue that needs to be addressed in the Grand Center, and the roads department was able to get back to Yordi at the Grand Center with a quote of $1,500 for the material for the road base, and the roads department has within their budget the capacity to offer the labor associated with that work, and so I have included $1,500 in the Grand Center's budget as an expense under their building and grounds maintenance line, and so that is in the budget now. And of course, this is kind of an iterative process, but I think it would be appropriate for me to log any changes, log big or small, and make sure to keep everyone well informed of those changes, because there are going to be plenty, but hopefully the expense request part of it, we would hope or expect that we're kind of ready. It's time. The door has basically been closed shut. And so I started with the parameters of this budget, and so of that 1.18 million that would need to be trimmed, and I talked about this being this tentative budget including 100% of new position requests and classifications, and Renee will go into that and what the impact of that is in this budget already built in, which is approximately $927,000. And that's all of new position requests and reclassifications included in this tentative budget. And it's also important to note that this does not include a proposed 3.2% cost of living adjustment, which at that full percentage would have an impact of $451,000. I think,
what does not include?
The tentative budget does not include the cost of living adjustment of $451,000.
Oh, so I thought that was always included in the BAB meetings.
What had been done in the past actually is none of the new position requests and classifications were added. Neither the COLA nor the new positions or reclassifications were included in the tentative budget. And it was decided this year to include those new positions and reclassifications, but not the COLA.
Yeah.
And that might be something that could revert in the future back to leaving those new positions requests and classifications out first and adding them back into a tentative budget.
But am I missing? It just seems, and maybe Bill remembers as well, often we would be looking at these figures, and I just recall that people were always saying that includes the full COLA, even though we don't have to do the full COLA.
Am I missing something?
Did not put the COLA in the tentative budget. AB did not make a recommendation on the percentage.
That's the way I.
Okay, thanks.
The other major parameter to point out that this tentative budget lives under or lives with, the parameter that it exists within is that the major revenue projections, sales and use taxes primarily, that serve to support the general fund are set at a zero growth from where they are projected to come in at the end of this year. So Cody, the budget consultant, who will speak to this in a moment, ran some projections on where we would end up at the end of this year, and we're just projecting to bring in the same amount. So I'll display that. For example, this let's see. I guess because I don't have that I don't have that 23 projected. If I did have that 2023 projected column in here, it would show, for example, in this sales and use tax row, it would show $1,651,983. That's what we would show as coming in at the end of this year, and that number has been carried over at a 0% growth, reflective of 0% growth for the 2024 idea. Any questions about this document before I move on?
So just to be clear on the COLA, if we did decide to vote in a countywide COLA, we'd have to lower
the commensurately another, what did you say, 450 roughly?
And you do have the power and opportunity and discretion to reduce that COLA percentage as a way of reducing the burden of that expense.
So in theory, you're saying we have to cut like 1.1, but if we wanted to give a COLA, it's more like 1.6.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yep. All right, let's see. Next, I want to go into this new expenditures and capital requests documents. Capital requests is a topic that I'm going to further flesh out. I know that Angie at the Old Spanish Trail Arena has a list already prepared that she's presented to me. The airport also; those are two major departments that will have capital requests. So this is very tentative in that respect. Certainly that would be a decision that you all would want to make based on the fund balance, the state of affairs with the fund balance in the capital projects fund, and how best to use those funds now or save them for a larger expense later. And we'll get into that in greater detail. And as I pull that information together, I'll share it to you. But this list is pretty well described in its heading. These constitutes pretty specifically new expenses, so expenses that hadn't been approved in previous years at the current level that they are at. So it could be that some of them have been, say, if I could figure out an example. Say ammunition for the sheriff's office, certainly that's been approved in years past. But when those expense requests came in new at a total of over $5,000, I went ahead and included them in this list. The number in red, as it says, this schooling expense line, for example, was $6,000 in 2023, and the current request is $15,500, and that shows that's a difference of $95,000. So the $9,500, sorry. So the red shows the difference, not the actual total expense request for this year. And ultimately, I think it's important to say that it's something I've expressed to you all. It's not my intention to present this list as a chopping block for cuts. I think you might naturally recognize a lot of these as pretty essential operating cost of doing business type things. Some maybe more so than others, but I think it's more than anything a useful list to illustrate why we're seeing where we're seeing cost increases come from out of the general fund. And then as I referenced previously, this resurface back parking lot, no quote has yet, or that says no quote yet has been received. That's actually $1,500, so it wouldn't have actually even ended up on this list, but just wanted to clear that up. I guess the other important thing to note is that I included this $33,800 for new budgeting software in my office. I don't have that expense currently entered in the budget, but I did take some sales presentations from a few different vendors in order to get a firm quote to put that in as a hypothetical. I think that there's plenty of people who have interacted either in observation or in firsthand. I think that there's plenty of frustration with our current setup, and we're surviving with it is all I'll say. Any questions about this list?
So at some point we will, when we start cutting expenses, come back to this possibly, correct?
I think that this is a good jumping off point for you. How we would take suggestions from any individual commissioners to cut these lines or any of these lines or any lines in the larger budget. I think I haven't come up yet with the appropriate process for how that would be addressed. If that would be something that would be addressed sort of offline in a way that wasn't obviously violating open public meetings. If there was a way for you all to create suggestions, maybe there's a way that that I can create a worksheet or a form for you all to make suggestions. I'm not sure exactly how we might do that other than in the workshop, in the November 28th workshop.
But just to make sure our list of options for closing the gap in the budget, there's this list. There's new positions, a large one. There's the job, the adjustments to positions, which are usually, the reclassification, thanks. The COLA. I think there's also just looking at I'm going to pick on the sheriff's department because they have the biggest budget, and we might say, figure out how to cut, $100,000, some number. So that's not specific, but we're just sort of saying we want the overall total in some department to come down and leave it up to the department managers to figure it out. Am I leaving anything out that we ought to consider? And I'm not, we might decide that some of those we don't do, but.
So I think this will maybe come up in the next document that I bring up, where we see the percent budget change of individual departments in the general fund. And I know an approach that has been taken in the past is the commission has directed the budget officer to direct all departments to take a haircut on their requests. It's a pretty because I know that certain departments really operate, there's not really much else other than their basic operating costs and their salary and benefits. How we would do that equitably, I'm not sure, but there might be a way of looking at the next document through perhaps identifying individual departments that the commission wishes to direct to reduce their expense requests.
Yeah, I think I think I sort of deliberately omitted the, across the board, same percentage every department idea, and instead we would pick on the departments where we thought there were better potential.
Okay. I think that pretty much sums it up. Yeah. Okay, so speaking of that, we'll jump right. This general fund categories percentage change. And so, as I said, this displays the budget, the current approved budget. So that's that's after the mid-year budget amendment that we completed. That's what's displayed in this 2023 column. 2024 is the expense requests. That's so close. It's amazing. I thought there was an error there because those two numbers are so close. And then this shows the difference in those requests and the percentage change. So this is the best way of seeing which departments are asking for the biggest increases. And since
not to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but I didn't catch which document you switched to.
Very first one.
It's a general fund categories percentage change.
Has this changed since the one you emailed out?
This one I don't think I revised to include that transfer to Fund 47 that I believe was incorporated in this transfers and other uses. I don't think that's in this document. But otherwise, and with the exception of that group that increased $1,500 in grant incentive. But otherwise it should be what was presented on Friday. Highlights here, you'll see that there's this large transfer that was budgeted this year, and a large difference from what's being proposed for next year, and that's largely due to the budgeted contribution of $5.8 million in 2023 to capital projects and $400,000 to stormwater. And as that is a consideration. I think there have been things have been more comfortable in recent years to allow for those types of contributions, and it's painful not to be able to put money in the bank in some of these funds in this tentative budget, even with cuts to make. I did since the budget advisory board meeting, I did bring in this column here that I think highlights, potentially highlights, the better part, but not all necessarily, of the percent change that's displayed. So
And again, a negative shows the positive actually correct.
in this case, very good question. In this case, it is actually just showing, say, for example, in the county administrator's office. Yeah, that's a really important clarification to make in this case, because the negative actually does mean negative in this sense.
Yeah.
The
but
county
now for-
administrator's office is set, their budget is proposed to be reduced. They have a position reduced in their department for this year. And I would refer you to go back to the tentative budget department level documents to drill in further as to what might be behind these changes.
And then on this list, you mentioned the Fund 47, but I don't see the active trails on this list anywhere. Is that? What are we missing there?
There's not a good reason for it to not be included. It's only because it exists outside the general fund, and for this particular exercise, I was just focused on the general fund.
The contribution is still showing this.
The outsized contribution that no longer exists is encapsulated, I believe, in transfers and other uses. And I don't think it's contribution. It's one of these two lines. So that would be reduced by 190, that 846, 946.
And so because that came out of being in the red, pulling out of the general fund, they're not in this document. But I mean, that's where I was referring back to.
Right.
Okay, I understand now. Great. Sorry, I think Evan had a question.
Oh, no, I was echoing out a former council commissioner that was mocking us from the hallway.
All right.
Quick question.
Yes, please.
And I just want to double check, it's per your notes here on presidential year, that's that 88% increase in the elections. It's just because it's that 40%.
Yeah, it's the heaviest election, so the costs associated with it, not only with the general, it'll be the highest volume, the highest turnout. So the printing costs and shipping costs in particular associated with mailing ballots will be largest for the general, and in addition to that, we'll have to run a pretty sizable primary that will likely be a bit more pretty similar or comparable to the general election, even in last year, the midterm general election.
So compared to this year, you've got 3 elections instead of just 1, and the number of voters is almost double what it is.
And because I went through an exercise of updating the interlocal agreement we have with MMAD City for the county to run their election. So I feel pretty confident that those numbers are accurate, because I went through the exercise this year of really breaking down what actual costs are. And so I was able to use that analysis to come to these numbers, and I'm confident that they're not inflated. Yep. And then, so I'll move on to the compensation analysis. And so I referred previously to the sort of convention in the Grant County budgeting process to budget in the red, or budget to pull out of the fund balance to balance the fund in a way that never actually happens. It's just and so I've created this document so that the public and you all can best understand why we do that. So when I say compensation here in the heading, that refers to salary, benefits, overtime, and on-call pay. Overtime and on-call pay are not very significant at all. It's mainly just salary and benefits across the general fund departments that are displayed here. And so again, this is general fund departments. That's why active trails and transportation isn't included here. And then so this compensation actual expense shows at the end of each of these years how much we actually ended up spending for salary, benefits, overtime, and on-call pay. and then a total bottom line for each year. This 2023 year to date shows how much we've spent. It's actually, I took the projections for the end of the year for each of those lines and multiplied them by 83%, which is how much the year that we're already through. And so this is sorry, let me get back to that. This Renee created this analysis to give a clear picture of how much we actually expect to spend this year based on where we're at now and the pay periods that we have left, where we expect to come in salary benefits for 2023. I think that this document also serves as kind of a useful illustration to just see the wider trends in increases for the compensation accounting. It's a curve that goes up, as you can all see. And then this is actuals. This shows beginning budget, and so why we use the beginning budget and not an amended budget or an end of year budget is because what we're looking at now is we're looking at creating a beginning of year budget, and so these reflect what we would expect to see happen at the beginning of at the beginning of 2024, and this is kind of where we were at for all these previous years. And so it's important to show what we budgeted to spend in compensation at the beginning of each year and what we ended up spending in compensation at the end of the year. And what we do see is that there's this consistent underspend in the compensation category, as low as 86%, as high as 95%. This 2018 year is anomalous because there was a mid-year COLA put in during that year. So the commission decided not to include a COLA in the budget, but I would presume, and maybe the commissioner that was around then can speak to it, perhaps revenues were coming in really nicely that spring, and it was looking like the revenues were looking really strong compared to what was budgeted, and the commission was able to decide mid-year retroactively to apply the COLA across the account. And so that's why this end of year spend ended up coming in at even a little bit over 100%, because that was sort of equalized, or there was the compensation expenses ended up being much more than was originally budgeted, or ended up. I think more out of coincidence ended up so close to what was originally budgeted, but maybe that was a good reason for doing it furthermore.
So are there any other departments that aren't included? I mean, Active Trails isn't, I'm not sure totally why, but are there other departments that aren't included in this?
Roads,
What's that?
the road department.
The road departments, not?
Road department, library,
Sand flats.
sand flats.
I guess what I'm saying is, wouldn't we want to see theirs, even if it's not coming out of the general fund, if we're making projections moving forward towards these percentages? I'm sure they have an impact on the percentage of budget for the next year, I would think.
But it's really like we have separate budgets for some of, like the road department has its own funding sources that we're not looking at and its own expenses that we're not looking at. So it's almost makes more sense to think of them as a separate entity, and ditto for a few others.
Yeah, as long as we get to see them at some point. I mean, just like you
Sure.
were earlier, not because we're picking on the sheriff because he's here, but we can see his numbers, but we can't see everybody's numbers. It just seems like this document's missing.
But we can't pay the sheriff with road money. So it's just kind of keeping the silos separate.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the main
Yeah,
reason.
some
Yeah,
point,
we don't have any reason to try to squeeze the road department budget because we've got a lot of money that can only be spent in the road department. So
I'm happy to display that information. Happy to do that.
And I think it also can get confusing too. We're seeing, you can pay Bill, but you can't pay him with this money, and you can, so it's kind of nice for me to see it siloed, and And yeah, I would like to see it eventually, but for this exercise, it makes sense in my mind to keep them separate.
And in some, so all all of the compensation figures, as presented in the tentative budget, so it does include all new positions and reclassifications. And what that amounts to, as a proposed tentative budget of $15,126,000. I pulled that and just gave what the percentages of those are. And you can see this 95% is 756, 94% is 907. And so that serves to sort of give background to why the Budget Advisory Board would forward a recommendation to approve a budget with a fund balance draw of 800,000. It's also important to note that there, we don't know what's going to happen necessarily with revenues. We would hope to, budget cautiously with regards to revenue projections. But there are typically underspends in other places that aren't reflected in an analysis focused specifically on compensation. And so this might not even tell the whole picture of how much we could underspend as it relates to the historical trend.
So that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, bringing up the revenue there again. You had mentioned before that this is set with a expectation of 0% growth. Is that typical of how we do it, or is it typically like a few percentage points?
I think it depends how many years back you went for typical. I think the last 1 or maybe 2 years we've projected 0% growth. But before that, we would assume some kind of positive growth. Like pre-COVID, we assumed tax revenues would grow.
Yeah. And which revenues are going into that? Is that
the sales and use tax? So the ones of those that have the greatest impact on the general fund, that would be
I guess should that be part of the discussion here? Do we want to keep it at 0% growth, or if we budgeted a 1% growth, how would it change these numbers of at the bottom of the page?
Right. I think our last budget meeting, we even went, maybe it wasn't the last one, but Cody put some numbers out because clearly we're showing a negative with our TRT and our restaurant sales tax. And so when he put those numbers out to us, it's actually showing us in a decline, a negative. So to be, I think he changed his graph a little bit, right, Cody, to where he showed the 0 growth was your mid projection, and that there was a negative and then a positive for an aggressive one. So
I think that, and I think if you would like the consultant's opinion on the approach there, I think Cody will be happy to speak to that. But we have sales and use tax, county 0.25% sales, so the two main sales taxes here. We also have there's a portion of the TRCC or restaurant TRT tax that goes to support OSTA in the general fund. There's TRT that also that TRCC also goes to support the grant center out of the general into the general fund, and then of course a large amount from TRT, the mitigation side, that supports law enforcement. The kind of the high notes of those projected numbers, and I do think that if you refer back to this document where I've noted in projection, that's the numbers that could slide around based on what that projection would be decided on. But the Budget Advisory Board did recommend this model.
So, Gabe, I wanted to, and I think this is maybe partly supporting a point Bill was making a moment ago. In the general fund, there's this very large item, transfers and other uses. And I don't off the top of my head know what all that is, but I think at least is some of it supporting other fund, basically contributions from the general fund to other funds, or is that all? It'd be nice to just sort of look at that, and in particular, is there anything in there where we have some choices and we might want to, make some cuts to close our deficit? So to make sure that got scrutinized as well.
Yeah, motion six.
Which document are you in?
This is the department level 2024 tentative budget.
Okay.
And so down here on page 12 of that document, we have this category 4820 transfers and other uses that Walker referred to. We have the pretty, I would say, baseline consistent contribution to support Thompson Special Springs Service Fire, Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District, yes, Fire Control District, I think it even is. The debt payment for the jail remodel, contribution to B roads, which is actually non-negotiable. It shows our local stake in those B road funds that come in to support Fund 21, which is the roads department. Contribution to family support, that is on the new request list. That's something that has increased relative to previous years. I know that it had been an ongoing discussion about the Family Support Center, which is obviously a really, critical service that they provide to the community. But it could be worth bringing back up the discussion of supporting them in any way that might be possible for them to exist as an independent nonprofit from the county. And that could be a way that they could potentially raise more funds for their own operations and reduce the county's contribution. But I don't think I don't get the sense that that's imminent, and in a way where that number would be adjusted other than asking them to trim. And then there's debt payments for work done out at the airport. So that pretty much
Okay, yeah, so I guess you could,
pretty well accounted for.
so the short answer to my question is that the reason it's so large is mostly because of the contributions to capital funds.
And with the USU, there's the extension, but then there's also under the contribution to other agencies.
I think that this is a line that might have been used in the past to support extension before it was brought in as its own category in the general fund. I think maybe we just kind of gave them a lump sum out of one line, and then we started sort of approving a budget for them as a category in the general fund with each line broken out.
And with Moab Valley Fire, they're not going to be ready to be a district this year.
I would invite any commissioners that have been closer to that conversation to discuss, that's a number that I understand to have been their request for next year, and I entered it.
Yeah.
I haven't been privy to those negotiations.
Yeah, that got pushed down the road until next year, just timing.
Yeah.
I think there were some other factors. I don't remember what they were.
But I think separate from the annexation talks, it's just a question of, what do we pick? And
right.
Before annexation happens, we're going to pay them something, and that's.
Yeah. I know it's,
That's Colorado, right? The West Water Zone.
West Water Zone.
Yeah, they cover like from the border along 70.
I know that there was some questions that came up in the budget advisory board. I think maybe I'll just go back to this new expenditures documents, but in particular, there was these top two request lines here: water study and EV charging grant match. I think that there was some questions posed as to how those would be scrutinized. I think in particular, that's I'm just pointing those out as things that came up in the CIP. And so I was hoping that if not now, any commissioners that have been closer to those efforts, either now or perhaps in a separate communication, provide a little bit more detail or background for those requests.
And the water study is a match? Is that?
The EV charging is proposed to be a grant match.
I think the water study it's based on some older conversation where, because there's so many different jurisdictions, to get going, each entity has to pledge, I'll contribute this much to a study, and then once enough people.
well,
So I don't think there's a Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, you.
Yeah, if it's specifically, so we have committed to a water modeling project with Utah State. I mean, we haven't signed the MOU, but I've been in pretty deep conversations for some time. That was the recommendation by that Thomas Lochner at Mock to do a modeling. So in the past, a modeling effort would have been $500,000, but if we use a grad student, we got it down to like 70. So this number I think is just slightly fluffy. Like we could easily, basically the commitment is 35,000 for 2 years, so 24 and 25 to pay for that modeling study.
Yeah, but there's other entities involved, and it's. I mean, we're not like putting out for requests for proposals and going to market. It's like this stuff's already kind of in motion, and there's other players involved. It's not just us footing a bill out of thin air. Okay.
I don't know where the EV grant one comes in at, and I know the one when we were discussing with Jordan Garn or whatever, why it was mentioned more than once that the property and that would be the grant match. So I don't know where that line is coming from.
I would say at this point, unless anyone objects, I'm going to go ahead and remove that after this meeting, and then just kind of maybe send out one more email to give everyone an opportunity to chime in to argue for it to stay in. But I think at this point, it's only drawn question marks, so I don't think it's appropriate to even include it in the budget. All right, so it's already, let's see, it's 2:30, and I think that there's a lot to cover as far as new positions and revenue projections. I just wanted to display right quick the tentative workshop schedule for this month for you all's purpose and also for the public to be aware. This November 13th meeting, that's next Monday, November 13th. Sorry, I didn't put on here that that's 9 a.m. It will obviously be posted. But that'll be 9 a.m. on November 13th. I'm hoping to provide a overview of fund balances, and we'll talk about TRT and how it relates to these departments, and what some of the key decision points that might be made as far as the allocation of those revenues. And I can follow up on anything that was discussed today that I have noted. November 28th. I've got the idea to include a little bit of a wider ranging conversation about the airports. I know that there are airport improvement projects that are going to become clearer after a meeting on this Thursday. And I know there will be an opportunity for the airports to take on new projects that are very large ticket items that require a very large local match. And I think it's probably appropriate to sort of give a bigger picture about what's going on with the airport, especially now that there's some federal funding sources that are no longer available because they were more associated with the pandemic.
And do you have a time for the 28th?
That will be a pre-commission meeting workshop, so likely something like a 1:30.
Okay.
And then I'll get some firmed up capital projects lists together. I'm really hoping to have some of these lists presented to you in advance of even a week of that. That's something that probably I think should be done sooner than later. So yeah, any thoughts on any big holes in this that should be covered that you want to make me aware of? Great. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gabe. Thanks.
Should we that?
Right, session request, reclassification. So, I I'm here to just give an overview of our new position requests and our reclassification requests that have been given to me by department heads and elected officials. I first, before we kind of hop into a presentation of those requests, I wanted to just show you that you all have access to the 2024 draft pay plan. And I really quickly just wanted to go over what's included in this document so you can have kind of an understanding. And then additionally, I'm not asking you to make any decisions on the position requests or reclassifications, mostly just to hear them and ask most of the department heads and all the officials are here should there be any questions that pop up about their requests. We'll send out some type of like ranking survey, straw poll survey in between now and the 28th workshop for you all to rank your position requests on kind of a simplified scale, like a yes, no, and a maybe. Yes being I think we should fund this position, maybe there should be some cuts or some changes to the proposal, and then a no would be not going forward in this year. And so that will come out after this meeting, and we'll review that at the workshop on the 28th. That's not on your schedule for date, but
Thank you.
so the pay plan document is a document we created a couple years in a row now, and it just has really the entire pay plan for the county. The first tab is just the position pay plans. It's the positions that we have approved currently or proposed, and their grade and what that kind of position or status is, and then the range of the salary. The employee pay plan goes more in depth, and it just lists all the employees by department and their current grade step. Grade step chart, I've included the 3.2% COLA on this document. It is not included in the budget quite yet, because that is a decision that needs to be made by you all. But for right now, these purposes, this COLA at 3.2%. I'll get into a little bit about why I've chosen that number. Benefit costs are just listed on this document because it is part of our pay plan. But that approval was given at the 19 meeting. We generally have to approve the benefit costs prior to the budget due to open enrollment for the new plan year. And so just a reminder, the medical was 0% increase, which is exciting. And then there was just a slight 3.7% on the dental plan. Everything else was mostly a rate pool. So some smaller increases on the life insurance policies. And then I just have a schedule of our pick grades and holidays for 2024. Policy proposals that will come up later. And then as you kind of research these positions, I've tried to include as much data as I could as far as draft job descriptions. If the position already exists and we're just proposing to add a new one, I've included the approved job descriptions, and then compensation data where I could get that information. And then in the notes, there's some additional information. So if none of those links work for you, or you have any problems viewing that data or my comments, you can reach out to me for all of that. But I will hop into the presentation of new position requests and reclassifications. And just to be respectful of everybody's time, I've asked the department head to be here. Should you have questions, so I'll stop after maybe each department's request and allow you to ask those questions. If not, we can move on. But ask that they give me kind of a summary, and that's what I've included in my presentation, just so that we don't have a priority today. I moved some things around, but I just wanted to include our handbook statement about the compensation philosophy and why I generally pull the market data and place employees on the graded step chart. This compensation philosophy, like it says at the bottom, can be updated by your guys, the commission's discretion at any time. So the cost of living proposal is currently at 3.2%. So this is a recommendation that I have made due to the Social Security. We generally match the Social Security's cost of living adjustment that they put out, and they've released that they or announced that it will be 3.2% for 2024.
Renee, is that a state or federal?
That's a federal.
Yeah.
So a cost cost of living adjustment just ensures that our employees can, their purchasing power remains steady with the rising cost of inflation year to year. I look at it more as an adjustment less than an increase in salaries, and then it's generally applied across the county, so all positions, including elected, are granted the cost of living adjustment. And so I broke that down. The current proposal at 3.2% would be about the 450,000 across all funds. I did break it down by general fund, economic development, roads, all of the funds we have in the budget. And then I also put in the past 10 years COLAs just to kind of give a picture of what that's looked like. In 2022 is when we saw the first really big increase in inflation at 5.9%, and then in 23 that was approved at 8.7%. So we're luckily seeing that number inflation come down. In that survey, there is a question about the COLA. If you'd like to see it at maybe a higher percentage or at a lower percentage, you can calculate that out. Discuss that in the workshop.
And I think it's important, and it's definitely not something that I sort of made light of in terms of the impact of the COLA. That's probably really important to note, is that when I quoted a 450K impact of the COLA, that as you can see here, that's not exactly the impact on the general fund, and that's an important distinction that I didn't make.
Sure. Another distinction is that the 450K does include all of the new positions in proposed reclassifications, the elected officials, into that total amount. So we'll start off with new position requests, broken down by fund. I have updated both the pay plan and this slightly since you saw it, but none of the numbers changed. Just some of my justification that should have updated. But the first request comes from the attorney's office to add an additional paralegal. This total position request cost to the general fund would be estimated at $93,000. And that's with salary and benefits. I did break that down here, and that's also broken down on the pay plan for all of these. The county attorney has just noted that there's a significant rise in the workload of the attorney's office due to most of our law enforcement agencies being close to being fully staffed. Additionally, that there is some backlog of cases that they need to process in an entirely manner. I don't know if Stephen is here, but that's the only request from the attorney's office for this year. If there's any questions. Moving on, we were bringing back the discussion of the finance director under the clerk auditor's office. This year, with the timing of the strategic development director leaving and the budget season starting, the clerk auditor felt that it would be nice to go through this process 1 year. But bring back this discussion so we can maybe possibly get somebody in at the beginning of the year to get a good idea of the budgeting process, but also the financial structures and regulatory requirements for the county. So this total position request is about $134,000 with a breakdown of salary and benefits. Right? Additionally, with new position requests, I generally try to budget with them at a step 3. So we set the grade with the position. The step usually comes in with somebody's experience. I generally do a step 3 in regular positions just to account for somebody's income and experience in the budget. And then for benefits, I usually try to budget at the middle point. So like a 2-party insurance.
You might just look at your numbers there. My calculator comes up with a different number, so.
Sure does. You can see it right there.
Okay.
I will update the slide and send it out at the end of the break. It should be correct on the pay plan, because that's all formulas, not me adding things, taking it in things. Any questions about this position request for the clerk auditor? Is the only
Sure. A question for the clerk. So with this, what does that leave for you to do if you get this position?
Sing. I mean, I more was interested in talking about, the importance of this potential position. Sort of as far as what this leaves me to do. Certainly, I feel that I have plenty to catch up on and shore up in my role. I think that elections certainly have been, in my own world have been, I want to say this discreetly, but I've been relying on my staff really especially to learn on the fly, to be able to manage this election and provide as much support and oversight as I can. I think that we've all been made aware of statutory duties and deadlines that have been easily sort of, overlooked. And I want to do better. I want to, I rather than just survive in my role, if I continue to have the budget officer duties, I'd rather look at my role as it existed before taking on this extra duty, and strengthen it. I think I can be more active in supporting some of the general administrative duties that my office naturally collaborates on with the administrator's office. I can maximize the oversight of my own staff so that they can be and be more present for them, so I can maximize their own effectiveness. And basically what I'm trying to say is I think that this added role in many ways hamstrings my ability to take the clerk auditor role but beyond what it has been, which is definitely what I aspire to. I would say that, I'll now that I have the mic, I don't want to go on too long, but I think budgeting is a year-round position, and I think someone with dedicated oversight to the countywide finances, which is ever changing throughout the year, I think it could be really healthy for the county. I think things like informing the commission and the public about what's going on with the budget, what's going on with things like revenues, and having someone that could be dedicated to that kind of role, and really creating clear pictures of various revenues and department funds, because that's something that I see a need for as I've stepped into this role, and it really existed in one person's brain before this, and I think there's a fresh start opportunity. And one last thing I want to say is just that this could create a situation, especially if we're able to find someone in this role that was excelling. There could be a situation in the future where the clerk auditor role could actually be split, and this could set the stage for that kind of action. That's all I'll say. Thanks.
I'll speak positively to the need for this position. I mean, with the large number of mistakes that have been brought forward by somebody in the public, with the work overload that you can clearly see Gabe's under in his department, with just lots of different, this in my mind is one of the most important positions requests that we have on this budget this year.
Thanks, Bill. I was going to ask you, Gabe, it looks like if the total compensation on this would exceed your salary as the elected department head.
Not the salary.
Yeah. But the total compensation would not either. Okay. All right.
Bill, I think you brought up a good point in the VIB meetings just about the qualifications for this role. So you can see those noted on the draft job description. It is a bachelor's degree in finance or closely related field, and 6 years of experience in the finance profession.
Thank you.
There's a request from maintenance with adding a new building and just the increased need to kind of really take a proactive approach to the maintenance needs of our infrastructure. We'd like to request a new maintenance worker role. So that's the entry-level role, really handling those baseline duties across the county. Sean, can you correct me if I'm wrong if he's still here, but I believe there's 14 buildings that you handle right now.
There's 14 buildings, not including the OSTA, the Grand Center, and the library.
And they do all have their own OSTA, library, and
Support.
they do have their own maintenance support staff, but our our maintenance team also lends support to them.
Yes. Okay. The rest of the buildings are on my staff. And as I said in my department report, they're all getting old. And it'd be nice to build a higher quality workforce within the maintenance department so that I'm not having to burden everything through the county. It'd be nice to have some other people to push that on to.
So this total position request with salary and benefits estimated is at 86,000.
And this is also a step in a different way of running the maintenance department. Eventually, I'd like to turn the maintenance department to two or three separate groups. You have your cleaning staff that they would focus on cleaning and then yard work in the morning. And then your maintenance staff, and all they would do is they come in and fix buildings, work on roofs, work on irrigation lines. You just have two to three separate groups. And then the third group would possibly be a paved path department. That's all they do is go out, just work on paved path. But we're not there yet, but goals, you know.
In addition to our buildings, you also are handling the paved path maintenance right now and the transit.
Yes.
Any,
No, you're good.
okay.
I can go on with that.
Any additional questions about this request?
Thanks, Sean.
I might invite the sheriff and Jenny up to speak on this one, but there is a request for two dispatch positions for incoming dispatchers. The Utah Communication Authority has requested or required that we be able to staff dispatch with two dispatchers at all times. And currently we are staffing sometimes with one dispatcher and a jailer to kind of handle that requirement, but it's not their recommendation to continue to do that. Additionally, they recommended that we have 3 positions requested, and we feel that two is more manageable right now. The total position request cost for the 2 positions is $184,000, with each position breaking down about $92,000.
So Renee, since both the previous one and this one were sort of for 2 more or less identical positions, when we do the ranking exercise, I think it would make sense to list like first dispatcher and second dispatcher, and just so, because I think we do have a pretty large gap to go. So I don't think we're going to fill all these positions, but you know, just having that mid option of getting this one.
Andrew.
Jameson, do you mind giving me a little, I'm sorry if I don't know what I'm talking about, but I know that this whole dispatch thing has kind of been, talked about splitting, EMTs off and the city. So can you just kind of give me a little bit of just foundation and maybe where you're at?
Yeah, so we have what they call a PSAP. The UCA, the Utah Communications Authority, if they set standards, and if we don't meet those standards, they can pull our PSAP from us. They can also pull funding that is coming to our dispatch center. And so the position request, what we're trying to do is we've come up with a dispatcher agreement for the agencies that use our services. I just make note, the city of Moab, the BLM, and the Park Service are the only agencies that have been paying Grant County for our dispatch services. So the other agencies that have been utilizing us, they're going to be receiving a bill come January 1st, and it's on your guys' agenda for next month to adopt that. And so with sending them an appropriated bill, we're asking to come into compliance with the UCA standards of having 2 on at all times. And Jenny can correct me if I'm wrong, but we used to get away with having a jailer count as the second dispatcher. They've changed that rule. So now they want certified dispatchers 2 on at all times, minimum standard. They recommend 3, but 2 right now. So we recently have changed the schedule for the dispatchers to work 12-hour shifts. So you're going to see more overtime to meet these standards. We're receiving bad feedback from the staff of making them work 12-hour shifts because 10 hours is already a long time in the dispatch bubble.
So, I mean, I also leave it up to the commission too. If you ever think that we could get a better quality of service, we've already tried to entertain that idea with Department of Public Safety. We'd have to move our communication center to price dispatching, which is DPS. In doing so, we'll have to add more positions back into our jail as control room operators because the dispatchers act as control room operators. So we've done the math, and it would actually cost us more money to move to Department of Public Safety because we'd have to add those positions the way that our jail is built to open and close the doors. And so, like, is there anything else that you want to touch on, Jay?
So would these positions still have those duties?
Yeah, they're still going to have to open and close doors.
And so you mentioned overtime. Like, do we have actual numbers for the amount of overtime that dispatch used like this past year and an estimate for whether it might go down, because that would affect the cost of these positions?
Calculates.
We could definitely come up with the numbers to do that. You don't have numbers off the top. We better end up doing.
Are the other entities that use dispatch, Moab City, etc., are they going to be sharing in that cost?
What's that?
Are they going to be sharing in a cost increase?
Yeah. So
Okay.
like the city of Moab, just a rough estimate. They were paying us, again, rough estimate off the top of my head, let's say $100,000. Now their bill is going to be almost $300,000 because that agreement was years and years ago on a gentleman agreement. EMS is going to get a bill from us. They haven't paid us before. The Park Service pays us pennies on the dollar. They're going to get a significant increase of a bill. So I think the money that would be coming in would easily cover these positions. But again, we're just trying to come into compliance with the UCH standards.
And just so you know, I'm in favor for that. The third person, 12 hours a long day.
Yeah,
no matter what.
Especially when you're building complaints.
Yeah. I said quite a few either way.
But I guess that's so in addition to the overtime, another reason that these, the cost might be misleading is that I guess the way I understand with the new ILA or whatever we're doing with other agencies, the cost is going to be split. And so I guess Grand County is covering about half.
51%
of this.
county
Okay.
would be responsible for, and the remaining balance would be split between the agencies that utilize our dispatch service.
Okay, so if we did increase the cost of dispatch salaries, we'd only be paying for 51% of it.
And there's a current position, the 911 services, that's separate from dispatch?
That is a grant funding that we use to cover the dispatch supervisors, 6 of that salary right now. And that will remain. I will break out the overtime and the possible decrease. I will also just note that in the 2023 budget, dispatch is generally included in the jail's budget. You'll notice that we've separated out dispatch just for some needs in some reporting requirements coming up. Just being able to pull those easier out of payroll.
And these folks aren't post certified, are they?
They are.
They are
certified dispatchers.
Yes.
One thing I forgot to mention is we just recently changed to the 12-hour shifts to come into compliance less than probably about a month ago. So the numbers are going to be a little more understandable over time.
Will you add those post costs in?
They're already generated in on the salary benefits, so that's a higher percentage to URS utilitarians. That's already calculated into these costs.
Do they typically come in with a post training, or is that a cost that we cover? And what is that ballpark? I forget. Is it?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the state of Utah does the training for free. We just have to pay for hours with it.
Okay.
Yes,
That's it. Is that a few hundred hours? Was
It's not just 40 hours.
okay, so that's bad.
So
Just a couple shifts in the bubble right there.
It's 3 days.
So Gabe, is the, so there's a proposal for funding dispatch differently, which and I think the bottom line is other entities would be upping their share of that in Grand County's. Is that factored into these budget projections?
Moab City's increased contribution from 100 to 280 is how it currently appears in the budget as revenue. It does appear in this budget.
Okay, and the other entities as well, or just?
That
Moab?
hasn't been factored in, and perhaps we can meet on that.
Yeah, I would just make a note too, like the BLM, they paid us $3,000 this year, their bill schedule to $50,000-$60,000.
Is there expected buy-in from all those agencies?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
There is a letter of support from EMS and fire.
I think people always, you know, if you have people that are complaining about dispatches, it's usually because we're understaffed dispatch, not one dispatcher, like I've talked about before, where they're answering the phones, they're trying to listen to the jailer, opening and closing doors, but then you have a major event, like say a car crash, you have all these calls coming in. A person can only just do so much, you know, if the quality of service on the other end is not as good, the first thing is to dispatch, but have another person in there to answer the phone.
sure, but if we send the BLM a bill, they're not gonna jump to price, are they?
I mean, it would be, if they were to leave and go to price, it's just another hurdle for them to have, they're ultimately gonna have to come back here to Grant County. Like, these other agencies can't leave underneath our PSAP, they're with Grant County, but like BLM, they could definitely utilize DPS service, but what's been relayed to me is that they'd like to keep working under our umbrella.
Okay, great.
Any other questions on this?
No, thank you so much for explaining that.
There is a request for, currently there is a part-time registered nurse in our jail. There's a request to have an additional part-time registered nurse at the same amount of budgeted hours, 500. This comes just, our current nurse does work in the hospital, so this comes just to allow for some additional scheduling. Dealing with the inmate population there and their medical needs.
Do you mind if I just advocate for this really quick? Like, I mean, I think one of the big things that I see in the jails, and I'm only in there for 5 hours a week, is just we're having to house, and I know we've talked about this a lot, of individuals detoxing, individuals with, you know, mental health challenges that's, you know, the jailers are dealing with a lot. And so to have a nurse in there that can help, it would help them. There's a lot going on in there that's not what they're trained to do or to that level.
I would say that the biggest liability for the county is healthcare. So if you're gonna get sued at the jail, it's gonna be because of healthcare.
The total position request cost for this is about 16,000. Again, that's gonna put if approved, then we would have about 1,000 hours of coverage for the entire year across our registered nurses. All right, any other additional questions? Okay, Chair Wiggins out here for a minute. Move on to the recorder. There's a request to add an additional deputy recorder in the under the election recorder's office. This position would just kind of bolster our efforts to modernize and digitize our records in-house, and then also increase the level of public service. Currently, there's a well, I'm sorry, I was trying to think of my next words. There's a quote to if a service were to come in and digitize our records, they would need to take those off-site, digitize them, and then bring them back. If we had a deputy recorder on house, they could do those, keeping the records in the recorder's office, making sure that everyone has access to those historical documents when needed, and that can increase the level of customer service that's offered out of the recorder's office. This position request is at a total of 90,000 with the salary and benefits estimated out there. Any additional information from you, Chief Deputy?
definitely behind and getting overwhelmed with them. Everything in that office, and it would just be nice to have an extra and get things done. Up to date.
Yeah. I think it's extremely important to become digitized. I've definitely had, I've heard some issues of people having to come all the way from far away to do things that this should just be online. I guess my concern with this position is once, do we open it up and then dissolve it after that year of, that you get the things digitized?
The growth of Grand County is not gonna stop. I mean, we're not gonna stop growing. So, which means we're gonna have more housing, more everything across the board, hotels, condos, you name it. I mean, we're not stopping, so it's not like we're gonna use this position for 2 years and then not use it by any means.
Do you have a time frame for when you will be digitized?
Rough estimate.
Yeah, rough.
Well, for a new employee to do it, you mean? Is that what you mean?
No, just when do you see the county having that office digitized?
$250,000 later, or a new employee to mainly focus on that. So the $250,000 is going to take approximately a year. Possibly we could split it up. That means our records are shipped off. The people that actually use our records for searching will not have access to them. And that stops the title companies, the realtors, the growth, the developers. It stops everything.
Right.
So to have our stuff taken off site and digitized, it's doable. I mean, people do it. The counties have done it for sure. It's a pain. It's a big pain to have it done. I kind of want to have it sent away, but I also feel like even if we got it sent away and got digitized, I would still need another person in here. So, this one with a new position is going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, in my opinion.
Do you expect even with the filling of this position, a rough estimate on that year timeline?
For the digitizing?
For the digitizing, still followed instead of sending the records off.
There is a lot of records to digitize. If we could get a person in there to mainly focus on that, I bet you if we could probably have it done to 2 to 3 years.
Good.
Possibly, maybe even quicker. There's so many variables in my office that it's hard to say. It's just hard to pinpoint a lot.
Is there space for somebody in your office?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's space. They're gonna be back in the back.
Would there be other equipment costs for that tech?
We could possibly get a new scanner just specifically for that, and that would be it. I mean, it would
And then we did include the software costs in the budget as well.
Okay. So it's, a new scanner is not.
That stuff's already in the budget as it is. Okay.
I believe so.
So
Like CAD and
For
the software that you all use.
Oh, yeah,
The
for
software
the
license.
ongoing, for the ongoing stuff, yeah. Yep, that's already there.
The hardware to digitize everything, does that exist? We have scanners.
We have scanners, yeah.
Do we have the digital programs already? Or
That's an entire another process.
okay,
To get an online document management is John Singer, one of his coins is our program developer. We're trying to get him to get with it. He's kind of not moving his feet too fast. He's the program itself it's usable, but it's complex. We don't have a lot of online platform for him. He's trying, but it's not moving fast enough, and we're just getting behind on everything. So
Aside from that, though, the ability for somebody to log into an online system and fill a digital record the record still needs to be digitized for it to get to that portion. So they're two separate things, but this
Yeah,
position. is
it's,
focused on
they're two
digitizing.
separate,
Okay.
complete different things, yeah.
I'm gonna ask an uncomfortable question. You don't have to answer it. You can say I don't want to answer that question. That's fine. So last year, this position was up and John never came to any of the budget meetings to advocate for it, and he's not here now.
Mhm.
Do you know why?
And
And you don't have to answer that. I'm just kind of pointing, okay.
I don't know, so I'm very happy to be here and to do.
I know, I appreciate, and I appreciate you being here, Gina. Thank you, but yeah, I
don't know.
that was a tough one last year if you
Sure.
kind of have to go to bat for what you want, you know,
Right.
so. And I'm not picking on
Well,
you.
I'm ready to swing, so.
Good, okay. I appreciate you being.
Any additional questions on the recorder position? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll hop back to the sheriff's office. There's a request for, so in 2023, we did have an approved evidence tech at a part-time position. The sheriff has requested that we combine a code enforcement and evidence tech position. And bring back that part-time role of evidence tech, but add in some additional duties on the code enforcement side. I will let sheriff speak to what is different on the code enforcement side than our current approved code compliance officer out of planes. But additionally, the evidence tech would be just collecting, cataloging, and preserving our evidence in different locations across, in different sheriffs secured locations across town. The total position request for this salary benefits is at $99,000.
So the first thing I'd say is we need significant amount of help with our evidence groups that we have. The second thing I'd say is that, and I just make note, the city of Moab has 3 code enforcement officers. We don't have any in the sheriff's office. Yet we have so many codes that want to be enforced. And what we're seeing is we're taking our law enforcement deputies out from enforcing laws and we're funneling them to enforce codes. Again, like it was one of the things that I campaigned on. I got a lot of good feedback from the public is if we had an actual code enforcement officer to help take codes so that law enforcement officers can enforce laws. The county pays the city to come out to the county on animal problems, but we're getting feedback from the city that they don't really want to come out to the county anymore. Help us out as much as they used to. They do bill us though every time they come out. The last time I checked, I think we paid them in August, from January to August, was like $15,000. Like, is that right? Yeah, which is good. That was just call outs to come. Yeah, to come and help handle our own problems at animal shelter. So I think it would be a great thing to have if we had that position. Again, we had it budgeted for last year. It was approved as the evidence tech position. Thus the reason why we're trying to combine it. I think the county sheriff needs to have a code enforcer. Because another thing that we're seeing is the code enforcement officer that's under planning and zoning is going out to the county. Then they're just calling the sheriff's office to come out and help them with these calls. So if it was underneath the sheriff's office with code enforcement, we could actually have authority to enforce certain codes.
Would that be changing the code enforcement from planning into the sheriff, or would this be an additional position?
Currently, this proposal will be additional.
Would it not make sense to bring them into the sheriff's department? I mean, why aren't we just housing code enforcement all under one umbrella?
It's a lot. We've had this discussion. We had many meetings. And a lot of the code enforcement is around the land use code. And so.
I mean,
I know. We're still obviously still in it. I mean, maybe it's something to look at. I'm just throwing this out as, I don't know, you know, we pull some of that funding out of planning and zoning. And I don't know, but it's definitely been debated for a while now.
Yeah.
I will know, Jameson's correct that the city does have 3 positions that are doing code enforcement. One is a focus, I believe on the land use, code and the permits, the building code within the city. And then I believe they have two on the police side. So.
I think there's a lot of times too where the city comes out to the county and they help us out, they don't bill us. But I think what you're gonna see, since we're starting to dispatch or bill for our dispatch services, other organizations are gonna be like, okay, here's your bill.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions about the position?
Again, this will be post certified.
No, it wouldn't
No?
be, no.
Okay.
I mean, we were talking about having an SFO, a special functioning officer, and that would be a good thing to have, that way they can carry it done. But I think people, when in regards to code enforcement, sometimes it's nice to see something without a gun.
Understand?
So.
They'd still carry,
What's that?
they'd still carry the enforcement capabilities.
Yeah. Okay. And it's a lot easier for our office to send a law enforcement officer. It's hard with the communication side of Josh Green and my office had a good relationship. You can call us, but then you have to think about when they call and have us help them. Now we're neglecting enforcing laws.
They'd be covering the number one, the inspection.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
The next, to move on, was there any other questions about the enforcement? The next request is a patrol deputy to cover the demands that are imposed on Utah HB 61 that was passed in this legislative session, which is the school safety requirement. We didn't do that in the plan for your perusing. But essentially this would allow for an extra patrol deputy to meet the school safety requirements that are set out in that book. In law enforcement positions, I generally budget for a deputy 3 because we do operate 1-for-1. So that means that we offer one step for every 1 year of direct law enforcement experience. And then additionally, there's a way for them to work up through the tiered deputy system. So we usually budget for a higher end of a deputy. Okay. Any additional, I'm sorry, this position request would be totaling near the 19,000 estimated. So budget that deputy level.
So on this, I just hosted the Sheriff's Association meeting in October out of Red Cliffs. And this is a highly talked about conversation in this House bill. The state of Utah keeps putting all these requirements on the counties, yet they don't fund any money to go along with those positions. But this one is probably the most important position that I'm asking for, just because there's a lot of, again, responsibilities. The county sheriff's in charge of all the school safety throughout the schools in the county. The sheriffs that attended that meeting are all asking for a position. Some counties are asking for multiple positions with this new requirement. And what we're like right now, we have a bailiff, and when he's not bailiffing, we've asked him to go into the schools, and so we're tasking deputies with multiple things. He's not going to be able to take on this requirement. I don't have any really available deputies to take on this large requirement, so that's the reason we're asking for a position. It would be an SRO, but he's in charge of all school safety. He has to report back to the state of Utah. All counties will have to report back to the state of Utah on how they're school safety. And there's talks that within, possibly 5 years, there's going to be a requirement from the state that each school will have some type of law enforcement officer. In which I know we kind of get into SRO kind of just roams between the schools, but talks have been happening that they want to have either private security or law enforcement officer at every school. So.
But currently, there's no fixed number of hours per week that they have to actually be in the schools. No. So they just have to certify that certain boxes have been checked in terms of school
That's
security.
That's the hard thing, is getting schools to be compliant. Like we've been asking for certain things to be changed, and nothing's been done. Requests that we've made. That's the reason for this bill. Is the representative that presented the bill said that this is their way of making schools come into compliance by using the county sheriff to
I guess does it seem, is this a full-time job or is this?
It'd be a full-time.
So you think to meet all the requirements of HB 621 would be full-time?
Thanks, James.
So the weed control does have some grant funding that goes into our miscellaneous grants fund 25. But generally the lead tech and then the director are out of the general fund, and there's a request from the director this year to include an operations coordinator that would be funded out of the general fund. This person would just take on the administrative planning and scheduling processes. There's kind of a complex schedule of the lead department, very seasonally fluctuating there. And so no changes in the grant funding, but this position would come out of the general fund and is proposed at the same level as the lead tax right now, so grade 5, and the total position cost estimated at $83,000. I do believe Izzy's online if there's any questions about this role. Any of the challenges presented.
Did you hear that, Izzy? Did you want to speak to this? Are you seeing her on?
Yeah, she's on.
Shoot.
I think it seems pretty straightforward.
We can come back if needed. Again, all of that information is included. And then the only new position request that is out of the general fund this year is from Grand County Active Transportation and Trails for a volunteer coordinator. So this, I'm sorry, and the title is much longer. So it's volunteer events and business coordinator. So this position would help connect the community and the visiting groups to the volunteer opportunities that are available with the department, as well as kind of handling the things listed out here, the annual volunteer events, and then also some of the responsible recreation business program that's proposed in 2024, and then just training our volunteers in the responsible recreation world. The budgeted hours for this position would be 720, and the total cost is estimated at $19,000. I believe our GCAT director is online.
I'm here if anyone has questions about the position.
Speak quickly to this position at all, Maddie.
Sorry, say it again.
Are we able to hear anyone who's online?
Oh. Can you guys hear me?
Maybe we should ask people who are online to test.
I can hear you, Maddie.
Okay. I'm unmuted.
Well, while we're waiting, when we do our ranking of the new positions, would this be included in the same ranking as all of the positions that come out of Fund 10? Okay.
I did include all of the positions. So when we get into the reclassifications as well, there's some that aren't in the general fund. I did include them all on the ranking. I felt like it would be easier for you all to rank them individually on that 1, 2, 3 scale instead of like prioritizing the whole list. And I think it'll give us a little bit better grasp of where you all want to go with those positions. So when you see that survey, you will notice that each position is listed out by the fund as well.
Okay.
That's pretty good idea.
Maddie, try speaking again, if you would.
Okay, testing.
Oh, we can hear you, but it's quiet.
Huh. Well, I have a microphone.
Go ahead. That's probably gonna work.
Okay, testing.
Yes, better.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about the position, or do you want me to give a brief explanation?
I guess a brief explanation would be great.
Okay. So right now we rely on volunteers to do a lot of our field operations for trail maintenance. And so we primarily work with organized groups and schedule around those groups. But we have tried to launch an adopt a trail program at various points over the years. and a volunteer trail ambassador program. And what we're finding is that we're having issues with retention because we don't have the staff capacity to be like checking in routinely with those volunteers and giving them the support they need to stay engaged. So this position would support the trainings for those programs and those contacts with volunteers, and then also help with some of the events that the Trailmix committee is interested in expanding, like the facelift event, which happened this spring. So that has the potential to be a larger, more volunteerism oriented event that could potentially like draw visitors in to come assist with community projects on all different for all different agencies, so city, county, etc. And we do have some funding from the city to run that event, but we don't have capacity for management currently. And then we're also interested in having someone who can go more frequently to businesses. So kind of similar to the volunteers, be checking in routinely to develop relationships with different businesses as we expand the Responsible Rec program and try and work with different businesses about training opportunities and getting Responsible Rec signage in those businesses.
Okay, great. Thank you, Maddie.
Sure.
Yeah, other additional questions about this? I'll take us through the new position requests. We break it down on this slide by department and by fund. So we see the majority of the requests in the general fund, and then about 900 and 8,000, and then active trails, active transportation and trails at the 19,000. In the interest of time, I will somewhat go quickly through the position requests. I'll ask if you have any questions. We can touch those quickly, but I'll try to move through these quickly so we can get to revenues today as well. So reclassified position requests are positions that are already in the county and approved in some fashion, and we're either adding duties or adding things to increase rates. And then there's an additional request from the library here in a minute. So out of the commission admin office, there's a request, and this was a request last year, but we would like to bring it back just due to the elevated need for some management of our social media platforms in our public engagement process out of the commission admin office. This request would be about a $5,000 difference between salary and benefits. What I did in the new position request and the reclassifications, that I did calculate them based off of the 3.2% COLA. So these already do include those. If the COLA looks like we would like to look at it a different way, I can update those requests as well. But this would be a 1 grade increase for that. Any questions? Moving on, there's a request also from the commission admin office for the special event program manager who is in the economic development department right now. Those duties would stay in the economic development department, and then add in just some additional special projects, capabilities, really handling a lot of our research analysis, data compilation, and pushing that information to you all. I think we saw that role and take on some of that with the prioritization spreadsheet. I think it was called a spreadsheet of doom, but just adding in some of those additional research capabilities for the admin office. This would be a 95% split, so 95% of it would stay in the economic development department and handle the special events. The 5%, which works out to propose at a 2 grade increase in a difference of $8,501, and that's the 5% into the commission admin office. Any questions about this request? Move along. There's a request from the Justice Court judge. In the pay plan, you'll notice I have the state code reference, but the state code does reference that the Justice Court judge should be included in all pay increases that are available to all employees. Previously in the past, that has been interpreted as the cost of living adjustment, and the judge would like to open up the consideration that that would be also included for the performance step increase that is available to the policy does apply to all regular employees. This would be a difference of $2,640.
With the pay performance, that's usually determined by a supervisor.
So it is a one-step increase on every other year, starting their second year for the milestone. So that's somewhat due upon an accessible evaluation. And then there's the opportunity for the exemplary in the years between that. I think the judge would be very open to, you all are essentially the ones who appointed her. I think she'd be open to some type of evaluation. From you all.
But the amount of this request, is it based on just the milestone things or?
Yeah, it's based on the 3% step increase of the milestone.
Okay. So this is what
sorry, I get what you're saying. In 2024 would be a milestone year based on the judges.
And that's just based on anniversary.
Yeah, based on your anniversary date. The Grant Center has been in a request to turn the senior bus driver from a part-time position to a full-time position. They would like to increase the travel opportunities that they offer to their seniors. Currently, I think it's a once a month trip to Grand Junction, then additionally they go and pick up the seniors for lunch and offer some travel to appointments and things like that. But also they would like to increase their class offerings. The state aging services has come out with some exercise classes and some kind of evidence-based services that they can offer. But currently don't have the capacity at our center to offer that. So this person would also take on handling some of those services. There's no proposal in the grade change for this position, but just going from part-time to full-time. So that difference is a fiscal impact of about $42,000. The added benefits there.
Would that warrant one of these slash titles? I'm just thinking if this person is teaching exercise classes and then they leave, you know, would we hire a bus driver that's expected to teach aerobics?
Sure, we can. There is an updated draft job description that we can look at.
Okay.
Any other questions? There is a request for a 2-grade increase on the emergency management director position. I'll give some background on that and why it's not at a grade 15 currently. We did a 2-grade increase across the sheriff's department, I believe in 2021. And at that time, this position was unfilled and was being integrally filled by a current member of our staff. So the position that they currently hold was increased, but this position was not increased at the same level. So it remained at a grade 13, and we're proposing to equalize that against all of the management positions in the sheriff's office. So our sergeant and local control and the correction side are at a grade 15 in a proposal to increase the emergency management director from the 13 to a 15 with a fiscal impact of about $10,000. They've also increased just some of the duties within their job description. You'll see that in the red line version.
And is this a supervisor role?
Currently, there's no other staff in the emergency management world, but they would supervise on, of course, any emergency situation, and then a proposed citizen, the 13th community emergency response team volunteers as well. Any other questions?
This falls under the sheriff, though, correct?
Yes, this is under the sheriff's department. It's not a post-certified position. And they do have their own budget within the general fund. Budget, like accounts, set of accounts. Move along, there's a proposal to increase the county sheriff's wage, and I will also give some background on this one. In the 2022 salary survey, so we completed that at the end of 2021. The county attorneys, we kind of just pulled out how we analyze that role, and there was a discussion at that point to analyze the sheriff's role in the same way we analyze the county sheriff's salary. And it was decided at that point not to do that. And it's created this somewhat of a wage disparity between the top of the chief deputy's wage scale and the county sheriff is below that. In the pay plan, you'll notice I did put in the pay data, there's the UX 2023 salary survey, but additionally there's a breakdown of all the elected officials for chief deputies and how that correlation as well. Any other question from this one? The fiscal impact is about 22,000 approved. Or I'm sorry, if approved, that also includes the COLA on this. There's a request in the Economic Development Department to increase some of the duties in the Film Commission, replace the title with Film Commission Director, and increase the grade. There's some really significant contributions that they can make into the local economy. We want to make sure we can capture that correctly. This fiscal impact would be about $14,400. Any questions there?
So do you have examples of other grade 12 jobs in the county?
I believe I put that on, I do. The assistant, off the top of my head, I do know that the assistant marketing director in the economic development department is also at a grade 12.
Okay. And then I can find more in the packet.
And did you say this also came with a adjustment to the job description?
Yes, and that is in the in draft form on the pay plan. You'll see the red line with added duties.
I could throw out a couple 12s if you want them, Kevin. I'm just going off of her
Thanks.
employee pay plan. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. A few of the deputies.
Sure. The deputy 2 would be a grade 12.
Right. The assistant director at OSTA. The head of the weed department, the road foreman. There's just a few that I'm just throwing out.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks.
The next request out of economic development is to, and I'm gonna go to the organizational chart for this change. But currently we do have, well, I'll remember back to the beginning of 2022 or 2021 or what? 23. We did push for an increase of the admin role to program manager, and then that time also the specialist role to the assistant economic development director. With the passage of the House bill, we kind of put all of that on hold. And then we did end up hiring the administrative role, and that person is working in the economic development specialist functions right now. So this organizational chart is just to illustrate that we're combining the role of administrative assistant and economic development specialist to increase it as well to the assistant economic development director. This proposal would also be at a grade 12 and a fiscal impact of about 20,000 across salary benefits there. I do believe that the next workshop is a deeper dive into the TRT and into the economic development department, so we can get more background then. Okay?
But this salary is probably coming mostly from the TRT tourism promotion budget. Okay.
I believe it is. In fact, I know it is. In the July change, when we needed to move all that money, all of the salaries went back to the TRT. There is a request from the road department for 2 of their current operator 3s to move into a road crew foreman position. This would be a 1 grade increase for 2 positions at a fiscal impact of about $9,755. And this would just allow for 2 teams of the road department handling all of those. We do have a shop foreman position, which handles the mechanics in our team as well. So this is a 1 grade increase for those 2 positions. And when you get to the survey, you'll notice again that I've put all the funds and the costs in each questions. Any questions on those? But the road department is self-funded, we'll call it. Any questions on that one? There was a approved grant with a grant match for the motorized trail ambassador to go from part-time currently to full-time. The grant match would require that we cover the benefits for those positions at a fiscal impact of about $24,000 for the benefits. I did put, you'll notice that the current salary and benefits, when it's a part-time position, we only have to cover the FICA taxes and workers' comp. So the fiscal impact is mostly coming from the insurance estimation of that 2 party. There is a draft job description that shows what the increased duties from part-time. Any questions?
You said this was grant funded.
The salary is grant funded. The benefits would be.
Gotcha.
Can I chime in just really quickly?
Sure.
Okay, you guys can hear me. So the grant covers the salary expenses for a full-time motorized trail ambassador, as well as a part-time trail ambassador, and then our match is the benefits for the full-time position.
Also from GCAT, we have a proposal. So currently on the trail maintenance side, we have a trail tech 1 and 2. And we would like to propose the same tiering system on the trail ambassador side. So that would be a level 1 and 2. It would be the grade increase. Currently the trail ambassadors come in at a grade 4. By elevating the trail ambassador level 1 to a grade 5 and the level 2 to a grade 6, the trail techs then start at a grade 6. So kind of trying to equalize that a little bit. This fiscal impact is across all of the budgeted hours to the trail ambassadors right now. So a total of $11,107.
And that's general, that's benefits or something, or, I mean, because these are mostly grant funded positions, right?
The trail ambassadors, I believe, comes from the this on the websites, TRT. But the fiscal impact is just the grade change essentially across the budgeted hours.
Okay.
Mostly seasonal trail ambassadors.
Salary and benefits.
Salary and benefits. All of our trail ambassadors, except for the approved motorized at full time, are seasonal. So we just pay the FICA taxes and workers' comp. And then the final request, the library director has noted that this is a unique request, but in 2019 we approved an increase to an assistant director role, and then we also had these heads of service roles where it's becoming more and more relevant that the heads of service roles are somewhat operating like assistants in their supervisory capacity as somewhat passed to the assistant director role. So with those roles shifting, the library director has suggested that we remove those roles and move these positions to a assistant level, established assistant level. So this would be a budgeted decrease of about $16,500. Our library director is out of the country currently, but she did write a written justification included on the pay plan for more in-depth explanation of that change.
Good for her. Good on it.
Yeah. Good time.
It was discussed possibly lessening that impact a little bit. Was that considered or?
I believe she's still considering that, but in that policy language, that the steps could be changed, with the personnel services director and then also the library director, whereas this is a grade change in the commission. So we haven't made a modification to that quite yet, but it's still thinking on that.
So ask Bill's question again. So there was, in previous discussions about this, there was the idea of adding a step increase to, make the salary hit less, not quite as large. And I guess I was thinking that was the proposal that was going to make it on the agenda, but it looks like this is the original proposal. And so if we wanted to do something different from that, we'd have to say so when we make the motion, or
make a motion, or this would be changing. You all need to change the grade, make a motion on changing the grade, whereas the department head can make the determination on the steps.
And we can't make a
decision absolutely
on the steps.
On the steps. But the policy allows, we're not gonna tap it the other way, I guess.
Okay. Is there much history of would we be calling this a demotion, or is it
We've been calling it a reclassification because there is the established position of assistant. This would be essentially eliminating the heads of service roles. We have eliminated positions in the past, but to my knowledge, I don't think we've eliminated a position that he's currently holding it.
Yeah. Okay. I was just kind of looking for precedence around.
Sure. I didn't include it in the pay plan, but I'll link the relevant policy.
I can appreciate the director's attempt at the cost efficiency, but I do feel pretty strongly that our human resources are our best asset. And so I'm a little hesitant without kind of doing a deeper dive about reducing individuals' salaries. So
if one other piece of this of the adjustment, can the commissioners hear me? And this is Stephen Stocks.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Stephen.
One of the other pieces of the conversation was originally this position, the two positions included a management or supervisory capacity. But what had happened is in actual practice, they weren't doing as much. And so that's been one of the things that's been teased out of those two positions, not necessarily, dispositive on the decision for the commission, but I think that's another piece of the conversation. And individual commissioners can reach out when they're discussing or deciding where to go on this conversation. And Renee and Carrie can give some more background and information. So just wanted to give that heads up as well. That it is a change a bit in the actual job description as well, so that there's a change in responsibilities. Just an FYI.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen.
And Carrie will be back. That is it for my reclassified position requests and new position. Like I said, I will send out the survey. I will give you all this updated information as well and update the slides. And this final slide just breaks down those reclassified position reclassified funds, but also out on that spreadsheet. As you look through the survey and through the information presented here, if there's any additional information you'd like, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much.
Renee, I have one more question. This is Stephen Stocks again.
Sure.
An interesting question, both just using myself as an example and the sheriff as an example. Both he and I are both married and our spouses work for the county. Is there an adjustment for the benefits that are calculated into, let's say, the sheriff's total benefits package or the county attorney's benefits package that reflects the reduction or the savings that the county has for the spouse being employed at the county? Does that make sense?
It does. It's not necessarily worked into this. I budgeted for actual costs, so I won't go into what you all told as insurance, but in that operating, when a couple works for the county, We generally offer the max of the FSA contribution on the spouse not taking the benefits to go into either their HSA or their FSA to cover their deductible. So that's something we can for sure talk about, Stephen, but I think it probably make it its way into the 25 budget if there's a recommended change.
Okay, that answers my question.
We have a heck of a lot of meeting to go tonight, and so I was thinking maybe we could agree that Cody could perhaps offer a presentation regarding the revenue projections offline, and we could revisit that topic at the next workshop, perhaps after some feedback from y'all on your preferences for those projections.
Yeah, I think if there was something that could be shared through email, that would, could probably sit and look through it a little easier too, so.
And then maybe a quick summary before the workshop on Monday or something to that effect.
I'm sorry.
I said maybe a quick summary before the workshop on, at the beginning of the workshop on Monday or something to that effect.
Cheers. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry to make you.
It's been great having you guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Cody.
The occasional nod.
Okay. All right. That's great. Then Gabe, are we at the end of this workshop then? Okay, great. Okay, I will adjourn the workshop and we'll reconvene at 4 o'clock for our Board of Equalization meeting.
Thank you, Mary, for the candy.
Oh, you're welcome. Happy Halloween. We didn't have the trick or treat as we normally do.
Up in the hill.
Yeah.
I don't live on Tusher now. I heard this pretty interesting story about the origin of trick or treat. And like when Halloween first got adopted. It seems like, oh, well.
All right, it's 4 o'clock. And I will now convene our Board of Equalization meeting. Present are commissioners who are acting as Board of Equalization. Is it officers or judges? I'm not sure what the term would be. Would are Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Bill Winfield, Mike McCurdy, Tricia Dean, Mary McGann, and myself, Shaw Cadler. Also, we have with us our county assessor, Debbie Swayze. We have our county clerk, Kate Wojtek. Online, we have our county attorney, Stephen Stocks, as well as our associate county administrator, Quinn Hall. All right. So this is something that we do annually, and I've been trying to get my stuff together to figure out exactly how to run this meeting. We've decided, it looks like there's a large number of you who are here. I'm sure many of you would like to make comment. So we've decided to have a citizens to be heard section on the Board of Equalization for this particular meeting, where you can come forward to be heard. And I would like to keep those comments like we do in our regular meeting to 3 minutes. I think we're going to have a vast number of comments. So I'm not going to be rude in cutting people off, but I will ask you to please keep those comments to 3 minutes. And if you see me cut or giving you the signal that your 3 minutes are up, please just finish that concept and vacate your seat for somebody else. Also, I would assume that we have a fair number of people online. If you're online, you will be given an opportunity to comment, but we will be vetting you due to circumstances before you're able to comment. So we're not ignoring you, but we'll get to you for sure. Any other comments from any of the commissioners before we get started with the public comment period? All right. Again, for any newcomers, this is comment strictly on the Board of Equalization hearings. We will start our regular commission meeting after the Board of Equalization meeting is over, and we'll take citizen comment at that time as well as at 6 o'clock. So I'm sorry, Chambers first for comment. Yeah, definitely. Okay, I would invite just raise your hand and I'll invite you up. Danette in the back, please come forward. And again, if you'd respect our 3 minute time limit, that would be great. Introduce yourself and you can roll. I got it, Mary.
Well, no, I'm terrified. I've been a real estate agent for many years. I'm familiar with comparing and valuing properties, and I have access to specialized knowledge and expertise that help me put together a very strong appeal. Knowing the time, energy, and knowledge that I've put into this appeal and the sheer amount of stress it has caused me, I cannot imagine how the others feel that are in the same situation. And those that didn't appeal because they didn't have all of that to give. Despite this, and presenting numerous comparable values that are the exact size and use as my parcel, but valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars less, my tax valuation is increasing again. My appeal hearing resulted in a $400,000 increase in my property value. Is this retaliatory because of the oversights and mistakes by the appraiser county that I brought to light during my appeal? Randy Kelly, the hearing officer, said at my hearing, I don't understand why her commercial value is $15.08 a square foot when the other commercial values are $10 per square foot. At my hearing, I provided an identical property valued at $42,000 compared to my $925,000. Yes, $42,925. I'd say that big of a difference is quite embarrassing for both the appraiser and the county. I provided many other similar examples that all speak to inferior work. After inquiring with the assessor's office today, it seems the $400,000 increase after my appeal is attributed to my sheds, garage, outbuildings. 1/3 of those have been there since the property was built in 1977. The other 2/3 were put in by me over 26 years ago. at a cost far less than $400,000. Funny how when the appraiser visited my property unannounced, wearing a Grand County badge, he asked if there had been any changes since the last person visited my property 4 years ago, to which I answered no. I am outraged at this entire process, particularly the inconsistency of valuations, unprofessionalism I've experienced, and retaliation I feel. There is no clarity about our increases or the foundation's reasoning for them. Suddenly assessing buildings that have been placed for over 26 years. You overlook something for 26 years and now it's my problem. You overlook property values that are substantially less than they should have been for several years. And that now becomes my problem. This process is opaque. The appraisers hired by the county, and in particular Gordon Lowe, were incredibly rude and unprofessional. As part of my appeal, I used several properties that the appraiser's assessor had overlooked and severely undervalued. I feel the additional increase after my hearing is not only unjustified, but in retaliation to my pointing out shoddy work by the appraiser and the county. My upcoming tax bill will likely be close to $15,000, up from just under $4,000 last year. Yes, that's quadrupled. How many people, especially in Moab, do you think can come up with the money to pay an unexpected $11,000 bill, and for their primary residence? Tracy is in the same situation as I am. We did our appeal hearings together, and I think he will substantiate.
It's just the inconsistency is just outrageous how up and down the prices are up and down. We looked up and down the highway. My trailer house, I have property $127,000. There's a mobile home down the road listed $42,000. It makes no sense whatsoever, right? Reason. Gordon Lowe's way of judging prices is literally because of his bias and prejudice, I believe, and he needs to be looked into as to how he came up with these numbers. Like building on Main Street down here, built in 1918, was valued more per square foot than Lee's property next door that was built in 1980. How can that be?
It's 3 times the size.
3 times the size. How can that be? He says because there's so much add-ons and infrastructure done by building. There was 2 ADA bathrooms. That's literally it. Everything else can be taken out. And even Randy had asked, why is this building singled out? Why is this? The inconsistencies are just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Gordon Lowe needs to be looked into. And also, why is he the one hired to do this job? As far as we know, no one else is even approached.
We'd like to request the RFP at some point, but this was.
And the numbers are just outrageous up and down. Like I said, the one guy there that his property estimated $42,000.
An identical piece of property, 1.4 acres.
I think this is that many years. It's ridiculous. All this stuff's ridiculous. And it needs to be looked into. What's going on? Because the programs he's using and stuff, he looked down on Dan Evan, both of us, that we have no idea how to judge property values and stuff. That's what Dan Evan does for a living. And here we are, we're idiots, and we're supposed to make what he says. This needs to be looked into, grass. Something has to be done. That's because, like we said, we don't have a problem paying our taxes. We just want to pay our fair share. And there's other people that have way more property, way more stuff, paying less taxes. So.
Thanks, Tracy and Danette. I gave you guys 6 minutes together. So you're welcome. Yeah. Thanks.
Jacques, I had a question that I wanted to sort it out before we listen to more people.
Yeah.
So we've got a spreadsheet that shows, sort of an initial assessed values and then adjustments after the appeal officer. And so when people are objecting, are they objecting to the adjusted value, which is often lower, or the original one, or which? Do you want to? Okay, but I guess on what I see on the spreadsheet is like it looks like maybe I'm confused. It looks like it's a successful appeal that lowered the assessment.
And it is very.
Did Assessor Swayze, would you be able to answer that question?
I guess I'm looking, we were handed as, the main materials we have for this are a spreadsheet that has old taxable and new taxable. And I looked up Denet's parcel and it's got, the old numbers are higher than the new numbers, but I think the old means like 2 months ago or something. I'm just trying to get this sorted out. I might be complete. I just think when we're listening to the objections, I want to see which numbers we're objecting to.
Okay, I'm as confused as you are, Kevin.
What they did was they lowered like her house value, but nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Lowered my 1.4 commercial acres and then they increased the house, the residential.
Okay, so if I add all these up together, there's not much different.
The previous value it wasn't set yet, is what we.
Okay, thanks. That helps. That helps. Thank you.
Okay. Please raise a hand if you'd like to come forward and make comment. Yes, ma'am. Come forward and introduce yourself, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak to you.
Yeah. My name is Zenzi, and I own the Hidden Cuisine restaurant. The residents about 12 years plus, and I own the building, the commercial property that I own is Hidden Cuisine for 3 years right now. And I'm a new buyer, so I'm doing a restaurant. The restaurant is, which not anyone's fault, due to respect. It's not doing as much as the restaurants in town here. It's kind of in a disadvantaged location. And when I bought into the restaurant, when I bought the building, I was like, a young girl wants to own it, do something, and build something. Right now, it's kind of like I'm slapped in the face. We're trying to work the business and build it. And then now with the taxes being this high, it's like if I miss 1 year with the payment, so they're like tripled from almost 3,000 to 9,000 right now. So that's where my taxes are. And it's kind of like, what do I do right now? Do I sell? Because I really can't afford to pay those taxes. They're kind of high for me. And I'm not ready to sell them. I don't want to sell. I'm still raising my business. And once again, the location is getting there. It's a slow process, basically. I don't know if there's a way they could work with me on this $9,000, something that could be, I don't know. Once again, I'm not refusing to pay for them or anything, but it's just a slap in the face, something cost that I didn't expect this year to be dealing with. And nobody came to me to I see the numbers, but I don't really understand what I'm looking at when I'm looking at why the tax rate increases, something like that. And I feel like maybe if I got an invite before and say, hey, these are what we look into when we're raising your taxes and stuff like that, I would have better knowledge maybe for the future too. Not just triple. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes, Debbie, would you please come forward to speak? It would be great.
I wanted everybody to understand, this is a 5-year reappraisal. So this wasn't just, didn't go from 1 year to this much. So it's 5 years. As per law, I'm required to reappraise properties every 5 years. We did put an RFQ out. And we had the only company that bid was the appraisers. We put it in the paper, we got no bids. The last time we did it, we put it in the paper, we got 2 companies, and one was triple as much as what the appraisers were. So it was awarded to them. When she says she wishes we can contact them, we do contact them through their property tax notices. So when they get that notice in July, I've even put an extra insert in there that says, please call my office, please look into these things, contact us. Unfortunately, we didn't have all these people show up to come in and appeal their taxes. And so at this point right now, they're past that deadline. We cannot accept appeals past September 15th. So I know it's hard. I understand. market kind of went crazy in 2020 when COVID hit. Our houses all doubled in value. My taxes doubled. All your guys' taxes doubled. Businesses as well. There wasn't much on the market for sales, so things were selling very high at that time. So that is a result of this reappraisal.
So in theory, Debbie, if we did go to yearly, I agree. I think the 5-year thing is painful, right? I agree. I think housing prices have exploded, commercial prices have exploded. But that 5-year reappraisal is tough. It's tough on everybody. So what would it take to go to 1 year? And I don't want to take up a whole lot of
So
time.
we're in the process right now with the state tax commission on going on a program. It's called PUMA. It's something that the MCAT has put together along with UAC, and it's a program where all counties will be on the same program. And so from what I hear, we just got on it. We've just been voted in. From what I hear, we'll be able to push a button, and that'll tell us the increases according to sales. Take the sales ratio, it looks at all the data, and then it tells us what the increases will be. We will also be getting stuff from the appraisers every year, cost adjustment. So they look at those and say, well, it looks like your motels went up 10%, what you do is 10%, or you go down 10%. So we'll be getting that, as well as the tax commission giving us data also for adjustments.
But address it, and that means you'll be able to do all once a year reassessments instead of once every 5 years. And I do think, I mean, you mentioned this, but I think it's worth emphasizing because it's so confusing that a lot of this problem with, sudden increases in tax bills where they go up by 2 or 3 times, a lot of that's due to the fact that we have a once every 5-year appraisal, and that's a quirk in state law, which I think hits rural counties particularly hard. I think the bigger urban counties have the sales data to sort of reassess every year, but it's harder for places like Grand County. So I'm really glad that we're getting away from the once every 5-year assessments.
Actually states that we look at all properties in Grand County every year. Do that with our sales ratio study with Kim Lacey, who's our state tax commission. The problem is in Utah, we're a non-disclosure state, so we don't get a lot of sales. So that data doesn't justify increasing certain areas. So sometimes we don't increase areas where maybe we should, because we don't get those sales. I am on the MLS now, so I'm able to look at the sales and try to do better and get more sales to do our sales ratio. Right now, we have. I won't be on this program, on this program. I've been running for 2 years. So just
So in 3 years, that period we'll be looking at a smaller increment, but yearly. Okay.
Load all of the. I gotta have a lot of different drop down menus and stuff for everything, and so we just check all the data, make sure it loaded right from their system to ours.
Thank you, Debbie. Mike?
Am I able to ask questions on the sense of why the evaluations not right now?
Excuse me.
Okay, I'm gonna use specifics here. A commercial property being used for primary residence, are they evaluated at their maximum property capabilities being commercial? Say they could put nightlies on there?
And some of them are not, and I'll explain that to you. So we've had changes in zoning over the years.
Yeah.
That have changed parcels from residential to commercial. One that Annette brought to our attention, the big one that she brought to our attention, has always been a residence. It's never been used for commercial use. So when we pulled the reports, it was coded as residential. It wasn't coded as commercial. So that one was not appraised with the commercial appraisal. So changes in zoning. I had 3 people come in this year. They thought their property was still residential. It's been changed to commercial through the planning and zoning department. So I had to show them that and show them that unfortunately it's been changed.
To speak on that more direct point, highway commercial used to allow nightly lodging, which would bring in a far larger income. Now due to land use code, we can't, or they can't put nightly rentals on those properties or a motel or any of that sense.
Yeah, they said that that's temporary. They could bring it back, but right now they can't put it in the nightly rental.
But they're being assessed on the value that they could still.
Because they're still commercial, they can do other endeavors besides just. So only the hotels that.
I'm biased. I know that nightly rentals would earn the most money out of just about everything.
So they're being assessed at the value that they could earn that capability, putting a nightly rental on there without the ability to actually put a nightly rental on there.
Just the two hotels that scheduled to go in, those would be the last two.
Yeah.
Sorry, thanks. Thanks, Debbie. Unless anyone has anything else currently. Yeah. If you'd have to come, Jeanette, if you'd come forward.
Association Realtor several years ago, decided to allow the county assessor access to our multiple listing service, which would have given them information as to sold comparables, et cetera, et cetera. They chose not to join because you have to have everyone in the same office have a license. You can't share licenses, and they decided that they didn't want to bear that cost. So they have had an opportunity in the past to join our association and have better information about sales.
Who had the opportunity to join?
Oh,
All right, and I don't want to turn this into a debate, so I'd prefer just to hear everyone's statements. So I'll open the floor up again. Just raise your hand and I'll call on you if you'd like to come forward and take our 3 minutes. Yes.
Commissioner Hadler, I see that the next person is passing out documentation. If they're going to be speaking about commercially protected information, the commission would be encouraged to go into closed session.
That was our county attorney Stocks, who suggested that if there was, did you say financial information in the handouts that Mr. Edwards is providing us, Stephen?
If he's providing commercial information, the county has an obligation to protect that commercial information. And because of that, we can't permit it to be shared outside of the commission. And normally, to be able to view and speak about that information, we would need to go into closed session because it's commercial information. Now, if he was just going to speak generally without terms, I just don't want him to release his own commercial information into the public sphere, feeling that he's obligated to do so, and then have the county kind of assist in that, because we can't permit, the county can't be responsible for going into the public sphere. Does that make sense?
I think so. So Mr. Edwards, would you be okay with?
There's no protected private information. I have a spreadsheet provided by the county assessor's office. I've added information that's provided to me.
Stephen, can you hear that?
I can't. I just can't see the documents. That's my only concern. I just don't want to put this in a bad spot. So.
Okay. I have a spreadsheet provided by the county assessor. I've added a column which is information we previously shared with the county assessor as part of our appeal. I have two MAI appraisal documents, which I'm happy to waive any privacy. I'm having shared them with I've already shared them with the assessor's office as part of our appeal process. So they've been in the hands of the assessor, they've been in the hands of the appeals hearing officer, and it seems to me entirely appropriate that the Board of Equalization has access to the same information that they're being asked to vote on.
Stephen?
I'm not disagreeing with that, but under Utah Code 59-1-404, the county is obligated to protect that information. And so they can view it, but if they want to go through and discuss it, they have to go into closed session. To give them the ability to look at that, that's the difficulty. And commercial information is defined as information of a commercial nature obtained from a property taxpayer regarding the property taxpayer's property, or information derived from the information and described in that code section. So that's what I'm pointing out, that if we want to do that, it doesn't include any of the information regarding your property tax if it's for public use. So we're fine there. But if you're going to go in and discuss any of that particular information, they can receive it. The commissioners cannot redistribute it to anybody else. So it's only for the commissioners for their consumption. So I'm just making sure that they're complying with state law.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm going to start your clock right now, but if you could adhere to close to a 3-minute time, that'd be great. And we just for the record, we've heard you speak a number of times, and I think we're all very familiar with your particular case.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
McKay Edwards, Moab Springs Ranch. Thank you for your time. I have a couple of opening remarks about where things sit today. I have met with homeowners from Moab Springs Ranch, several of whom have had trouble deciphering what the result of their appeal is. The schedule that was attached to the packet for this meeting and one property here has 6 lines on it. Some properties are missing from that. I would really think that for you to vote on a schedule of values, that it should be clear, it should be complete. I really think you should think hard about delaying approval of the whole packet. That's one aspect here. I have here with me here today a lot of Moab Springs Ranch staff who are here on their own accord, but I'm very lucky to have the staff I have. They understand this is a serious situation for my business. They're concerned. They've seen I'm not very transparent. I don't have a very good poker face, so they've seen what it's been like the last 3 months. We've gone through a lot of pain and trauma over a really outrageous property tax assessment. Moab Springs Ranch has been hit with it's not just that it went up with a 5-year gap. It went up beyond anything else in the county. We've looked and looked, we can't find anything in the county over $495 per square foot except Moab Springs Ranch. So we're anomalous. The townhomes ended up in the $600-700, some $800 per square foot range. The bungalows, which are 500 square feet, I think broke, I don't know if it's a state record, but I'm sure it's a county record, being assessed at $1,500 a square foot. So they started at $700,000. You have an appraisal that I was able to obtain by a solid appraiser who, with 30 years of experience, an MAI appraiser, he worked in this valley a lot, and he appraised those same units at $370,000 and $340,000, say an average $350,000, about half where the county came out. In the appeals hearing, the appeals officer basically cut that baby in half, split the difference between those two. Now, often that's a good way to resolve a dispute, just to split the difference. In this case, we believe we're not even close yet, because it's as if the first value was on the moon, the appeals value, the hearing value that came back is in the stratosphere, and we're trying to bring this thing back down to earth. So we would challenge the Board of Equalization to fulfill its role as Board of Equalization and not just rubber stamp what came out of the process this year. I think, I haven't been here in the past, but I think you've got a situation here that calls for maybe adjourning to an actual hearing before the Board of Equalization to hear Moab Springs Ranch's particular situation, Danette Johnson's particular situation. The board of the appeals process did not result in values that are satisfactory to a pretty big group of us, and I feel that we've done our work, and I would ask you to do your work. Board of Equalization should not just be a rubber stamp. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, who else would like to be heard from the chambers here? Yes. Go ahead, Lisa.
My name is Lisa Bose. I'm a 14-year resident of Moab, Grand County, and the manager at Moab Springs Ranch. You know, trying to get my head wrapped around why we were at the highest valuations in the county. There's so many issues, and I don't, and McKay has mentioned a lot of them, but when I asked McKay, why is the assessor valuating us so high, and in regards to the income-based approach, which has its pros, has its cons, but I was astonished to hear he doesn't recognize us as a hotel. And that's what I want to talk about. When I hired in 9 years ago, I was helping the manager at the time. McKay closed the business to get to his next phase. He's got 5 phases that are planned for Moab Springs Ranch. What exists today are 4 out of the 5 phases. The hotel phase is 2-pronged. The bungalows are the first, and another wing to our ranch house is the second. It was set up as a hotel. I was managing the nightly rentals when I came on board and was helping that manager there. And then when we closed it down, we turned the nightly rentals over to local nightly rental management companies. I was just handling grounds. Then McKay came in with his plan. So I've been there from the get-go with building the process, establishing the procedures, creating the operation, and putting it all together. And it was always honed in on me. The bungalows are a business. This is a hotel. So the fact that he's saying it's not a hotel, the relevance, the materialness of that is that, I'm sorry, is that we have these high valuations on the projection that someone could buy this and some nightly rental management company can go and get that kind of revenue we're getting. But they're not looking at our costs, and our costs are that of a hotel. We've got inspectors, we've got housekeepers, we've got a front desk, we've got a coffee shop. We're also the #1 rated resort in Moab, and it takes high attention to detail to get to that rating. So we're actually running 2 businesses here. I think we've got 7 entities, right? If you were to see what goes on in that accounting office, you'd be astonished. But we've got the vacation rental, which are the townhomes, and I have some of the owners here. They're online as well. And then we've got our bungalows, which are the hotel. I'm talking about the hotel aspect. And what I mean about this is that looking at the assessor and his approach, I put it online here, the responsibilities of the assessor's function to assess all real property, personal property, mobile homes at current fair market value.
We're at 3 minutes, Lisa. You can finish your thought. Please finish your thought.
Close to market value, fair market value as possible. I've got all kinds of data that can prove that we're a hotel. He's not recognizing us as a hotel. We're not a nightly rental management company for those bungalows. So please, there's so much information. Moab Springs Ranch is an anomaly because we have the highest valuations in the county. So please pause this, set it aside so we can revisit this, do the right thing.
Thank you
very much.
I'd take another member from someone from the chamber here to come up. Does anyone else want to come up and speak? Okay, Howard.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your time. My name is Howard Trenholm, 27-year business owner on Main Street. Just a quick report to check in with you, since you are the leadership body for this county and the city of Moab, incidentally, which is also in the Grand County. This has been the worst year on record. I've had 9 months of sales less than they were last year, and that was with a 10% increase. Now, I could discuss the marketing aspects of why marketing is needed, but you know about all that, okay? My point is this. You've deprived the hive of making its honey that was allowed to be done.
Howard, this isn't our regular citizens to be heard. This is for the
citizens to be heard.
No. This is it's for the Board of Equalization.
I got here late. So.
No, it's for the Board of Equalization. The regular citizens to be heard will begin after this, and then we'll also have our 6 o'clock.
Sorry. Well, since it's about that, the evaluation system is flawed. Businesses are being appraised at values that are inconsistent with other businesses in town. Your transparency of this coming down the line as far as a decision is a complete lack of transparency. The only reason that I'm local, I knew this was happening because I have a property here too, and we're being punished now on a poor year. So I'll be back for citizens to be heard. My apologies. Rest of the group here.
Anyone else like to come forward? Yes, ma'am.
My name's Linda Rathman. My husband George and I own 2 townhouses at Mock Springs Ranch, so that's what brings me here today. George and I are in our mid-80s. We became property owners with our first house in 1973. That's 50 years ago. We've been paying property tax for 50 years and never had a blink about filing an appeal until this year. The sense of fairness that we've always had when paying our taxes did not follow through with us this year. The review that we've had on our written appeal and our online appeal, we appreciate the time that's been taken to evaluate that, and we hope for partial redress with that. Our previous value, based on a 764% increase on the postage stamp of land that's under our townhouses, put us up to $785 per square foot. That purported to be market value. I think there's very convincing evidence that that was a very hefty overreach on the part of the county. If I'm interpreting correctly that spreadsheet, one of our nightly rentals is down to just a hair under $600 per square foot. With the other one, I'm not sure because there are 6 lines of text, and I'm not sure how to add up the positives and the negatives on those 6 lines to know what happened with that appeal. I guess you have that spreadsheet that you'll be evaluating today. It's the Board of Equalization. It's your job to equalize and make us feel it's fair. And with the disparities that we see, not only between different of the townhouses within Moab Springs Ranch, but also between Moab Springs Ranch and our competing nightly rental businesses, there's a huge gap. And so, as you're wearing your Board of Equalization hats today, our understanding is that in approving or disapproving these numbers, the buck stops here. And good luck with that. We wish you well on trying to let your constituents feel that the process is fair.
Thank you. I'd call someone else from the chambers. I'll go to Zoom. Quinn, can you help me out with this? Do you see any, if you are on Zoom and you want to be heard for 3 minutes on the Board of Equalization process. Okay, oh, Delyn. Yes, Delyn? Am I saying your name right?
You are, thank you. Yes, Delyn Wareham. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, terrific. So I'm an owner at Moab Springs Ranch, and as with other owners, I've already provided comps to the assessor's office, so I won't go over those here.
I'm sorry, we just lost you. Okay.
Oh.
We can't currently hear you, Delyn. We're working on it.
Oh, darn. Do you want me to call in?
Are we good, Quinn?
Now tell her to say something again.
Oh, okay. Speak again.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I won't go over the comps that I provided, but of course they don't support the current valuation. I mean, if I could have sold my property for what you say it was worth in 2023, I would have been laughing all the way to the bank. But besides the valuation itself, I want to talk about 2 issues that I had with the way the valuation happened. My home designation changed from residential to commercial overnight. This is my family's home away from home. this is our second home. I'm not an Airbnb superhost. I don't employ Vacasa. I don't employ any other property managers. I rent our home out myself to help offset costs. But the rental income, which by the way is already taxed, is hardly a livelihood. The rules changed overnight and without warning. So now, even if I rent my property out one night of the year, my property tax valuation increases 250% to the tune of almost $50,000 over the next decade. That's absurd. It's going to force me to be aggressive in marketing and maximizing bookings. That changes my place from a second home to a full-time business, which it was never intended to be. It also forces me to work full-time at it. And here I'll be trying to keep ownership of a home that I can no longer use because it's always rented. So as you know, second homeowners already get taxed substantially more than primary residents. So the fact that you're going after this through property taxes it's just inappropriate. I also wanted to mention that I was shocked to learn the county appraiser is using a sales approach to help set the valuations. The appraiser has no information about my sales or revenue. So how is it possible that he can assign sales numbers to my home for which he has no data? It amounts to an additional sales tax, but it's one based on some county appraiser's guess. It's not even based on real numbers. So again, I do rent my home occasionally, but I don't maximize those rentals and I don't intend to. There are owners who do that, but their revenue reflects that and they are already paying sales and lodging taxes accordingly. So to base any part of our property taxes on what the county appraiser thinks we ought to be earning is absolutely ridiculous. By that logic, you could tax a coffee shop on the basis of what it could be earning as a restaurant, or perhaps on what it could be earning under better management. So if you want to raise taxes, do it the right way. There's already taxes in place that are based on revenue. It is really bad faith to try to sneak such huge tax increases in through property taxes. So that's my rant. Please do the right thing. Look at the data. Don't allow these current tax valuations to stand. And I might add, I would love to see you guys propose some kind of ordinance that caps property taxes to some percentage. I think that's appropriate.
Thanks to
moving
Linda.
forward.
Thank
Thank you.
And I see, is Linda ready to go online? Linda Lawless,
Yes, can you hear me?
we can hear you very well, yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Linda Lawless Lesteo. I'm calling in from Eden, Utah. And thank you for listening. I will go faster because some of what I'm going to say is repetitive, but I think it's important to hear from lots of different people. We delivered our appeal with comps, which we won't talk about specifically right now, well before the deadline. I called last week. I called the assessor's office because somehow I had a feeling maybe they lost my appeal. Turns out I am not on the list today. So I actually do not know what the results of my timely appeal are or what the recommendation is because I did not make the list. Our townhome is 1,200 square feet. Our valuation is currently $800,000, up from $350,000. So imagine what a shock that was. We were changed from residential secondary to nightly rentals and commercial improved with no explanation of what that means. The new amount is $667 per square foot, which is significantly above, as McKay said, any other similar property in all of Moab. And the new method makes assumptions that we were not asked about or involved in. We purchased this condo as a second home. Our daughter had her wedding there. But this new method assumes commercial use, basically forces us to rent it out. Basically, we're paying taxes to use our own place. My understanding is that regardless of the method, the value should be market value. $800,000 for our condo is clearly well above market value. It seems that Moab has decided there are no second homeowners anymore. Bottom line, I feel a citizen should be able to understand their assessment. It should be consistent between similar properties, which, as you've heard, it is not. We have identical properties in Moab Springs Ranch that are not valued at the same dollar amount. 120, no one should receive a letter to find out that you have 128% increase on your property, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars above market value. So I agree with McKay that the list is not complete. It needs further review due to valuations that are still way above market value and significantly above similar properties in Moab. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the chambers. Anyone else in the chambers who would care to come forward and make a comment? And anyone still on Zoom who would like to be heard on the Board of Equalization? See anyone? Okay. All right. It looks like we don't have anyone left who would like to make comments. So I will turn it back to the commission, and I guess we could open discussion, make motions, etc. Bill, you have your hand up.
I definitely have some questions, and they're probably for Stephen and maybe yourself. I'm not up to speed enough on this, but I really feel like with the issue that we have here that we should table this. My question is, if we table this, does it in any way hurt their appeal process with the state? Is it legal for us to table this? And then if we table it, what are we going to do? What is the next step for us as a board to possibly get them some help? I'm also very considerate of what Debbie's going through. I don't know what she wants to hear totally, but I think that everybody wants to hear something that's fair and handled correctly here. And I know that there's complaints about this gentleman. We've heard more than one of them today and some of them previously, but I think what we need to do is get some legal answers possibly from Stephen, and I would be in favor of a table provided it benefits all involved.
Right. I would tend to agree with you, Bill. Stephen, did you care to address any of Bill's questions?
Yes, Chair Hadler, if Assessor Swayze is willing to come up near a microphone. She's more educated about the process than I am. A couple things. Bill's asked two different questions regarding an appellate decision. We're the next stop. The BOE is the stop where it's at currently. If the BOE makes an adverse decision, adverse in the sense of the appellants or the individual taxpayer applicants, if they're unhappy with that, they can file an appeal to the State Tax Commission. That does not trigger until a decision is made at this stage. Regarding tabling it, and this is where Assessor Swayze is going to know much better than I think it's going to delay some of the things that the assessor's office is able to do, because so long as a total accounting isn't established, then it could cause some delays. And as I said before, that's something that Assessor Swayze knows more about. But it is possible to table it, and I yield to Assessor Swayze.
Yeah, thank you for coming up, Debbie.
So as far as you guys tabling it, there's not really any problem with that. The only thing is it holds up the tax roll, so it's going to hold up Chris Kaufman from collecting the taxes and getting them distributed, because anybody that has an adjustment made, then they will pay their taxes now. If it depends on how you want to table it for, if it goes after the 30th, then he's going to have to issue refunds after the 30th, and also penalties and interest will have to be waived as well. So, but ultimately how it happens, I mean, you guys have been here, Mary's been here a long time, is you guys hire a Board of Equalization hearing officer, and he hears the appeals, he makes the decisions, and then you guys approve those. We've never had any table before, because usually what his decision is, that moves it on so that they are allowed to go to state. So they would file their state appeals, and that would be their next step. That's usually how it works.
And they wouldn't be able to go to state until this board, the Board of Equalization, has determined.
Right. They have to come in the gate and file an application for the state tax commission.
Okay. And then once are there any further recourse after the state level, just so we know every possible?
So it's like a 4-step process. They first go to the local Board of Equalization. If they're not happy with that, then they go to the initial appeal with the state tax commission. If they're not happy with that decision, they can go to a final appeal with the state tax commission. And then if they're not happy with that, they go to the 7th district court.
Okay.
So
Mary.
I was like, if we did this in a hurry, it would benefit all parties.
right, because they would get notification.
We tabled this, it did another meeting in a hurry.
Then it delays.
It still delays.
Well, we table it and then we'd have to pick it up at a future meeting that we'd probably want to set right away.
What do we do if we table it?
Right.
Yeah, that's one of the, I'd like to have an opportunity to speak.
I'm sorry, Mary.
What I'm hearing is incredibly stressful. I think people are being put into difficult situations. The person who came up and said she might have to sell her business because of this, a business that I treasure, one of the best restaurants in town. And I think something needs to happen that addresses these painful issues. I'm not sure how to go about doing that. I know I don't have the skills to, all of a sudden you're put into a position, you're a judge over something that you have not had any training in. I don't mind the idea of tabling as long as we have a goal. Like, we're going to table, and in that time that we table, we investigate the person that everybody's complaining about, and we somehow figure out, was there some real issues there? But I think just tabling it delays these people who are in so much pain to move to the next step, which would, hopefully enable them to get some relief. But I don't know if tabling is going to help that, or if our best, I don't know. I want to be able to support our citizens in finding a resolution. And I guess I need some direction as to how we can go about and do that.
Debbie.
Yeah, as long as you understand that once you table this, then that's on hold. That's only for the appeals that were filed. Anybody else that didn't file an appeal, it's too late. They've missed that September 15th deadline. They should have contacted our office 45 days ago, and they didn't. So I just want you to be aware that September 15th deadline is by statute, and they can appeal after that.
So it would be everybody on the list that we were provided in our packet today.
Those were
right. Okay.
Yeah, and I think there's 4. The one lady that was online, I think there's 4 of them that we discovered this morning that weren't put on.
Okay.
They've been corrected now, and so I think Gabe's got a new list for you guys.
Okay.
Now
4 that I was going to suggest be added to the motion.
Yeah. So those 4 will be added to this.
So then those 4 have been heard by the appeal officer? Okay. And that includes the person online.
Yes,
Evan.
I think that it's important to highlight here that we're acting as a board that's separate from our usual commission hats. And I think that Mary brings up a good point, and to go back to Bill's question of, what are we going to do if we table this? We put out a request for an assessor, or to the appraiser, and they may have missed the mark. Then there was a hearing, and we hired a representative. We hired a professional to act on our behalf. And when I say our behalf, it's all the taxpayers, because as we know, our taxes, we set a budget for the county. It's one piece of pot, one whole pie, and then how we slice it up between all the different taxpayers. The size of the pie doesn't change. It's how big a slice each taxpayer pays. So for every decrease that happens here, that means everyone else's taxes are going up. We hired this hearing officer to represent us. They're a trained professional. I'm not going to claim that I'm going to know better about this situation than Rand Kelly, who is a different individual than who did the assessments or the appraisals. And so with that, I don't think that us sitting here and tabling it is going to lead to drastic differences. And I think that how it changes the ability of other people to budget for the taxes and the assessor's office, the treasurer's office, it would just kind of have a big question mark on the table that we continue to kick down the road. And although this is the stop where we are now, you know, it's not the end all in the sense that there's still the ability to appeal with the state. And so with that in mind, I don't think it does much benefit to keep it on our desk when we've already hired Rand Kelly to hear these. And so with that, I would move to approve the proposed Board of Equalization hearing officers recommendations resulting from the taxpayer valuation appeals during the 2023 BOE, with the 4 mentioned to be included.
Thanks, Evan. There's a motion on the table from, do I call you commissioner in this meeting or Board of Equalization Judge Clapper?
Grand Poobah.
if you care to be called such. Okay, and a second from Equalization Officer McGann. So this is where we generally have a discussion. Yeah, this is extremely difficult. We have not been in this position. I barely remember these from years past, although we've had it each year. It's just gone right through. I guess one question that I'd ask you, Debbie, is do you know how many appeals previously in the last couple of years have made it to state? Have we had any, or?
I had around 3 a year.
3 a year usually make it up there. Okay. Kevin?
Yeah, so I guess I'm not eager to vote in favor of this motion. I kind of agree more with what Bill said initially, that maybe we should table this, if only just to give us more time to think about it and do more research and decide what to do. We might come back and then decide that the best course is to do what Evan suggests and approve everything, but I would just personally, I'm not ready to make that decision right now. I think this is really difficult. We've been hearing for weeks from people complaining about valuations, and not just complaining in great detail, this many pages, and from a variety of different people. We haven't had a chance to hear from the appraisers, defending what they do, and I think at a minimum, I understand the points that people are making, that we've got this multi-step appeal process, and us 7 are probably not really a very important part of that. Is the people who came before us, the people who came after us, who are in a better position to decide this. They're the experts and we're not, and so some people, they wouldn't phrase it this way, but they're urging us to just rubber stamp it, send it on, don't delay. But without hearing, I guess I'm just not ready to do that without at least trying to hear some details about, and maybe maybe the assessments are right. I mean, I don't agree with every single complaint I've heard about these assessments. I think a lot of it's just, look how big this is, but we know with 5 years assessments and raising, that happens. It's happened to a lot of people in this committee last year with the Moab City appraisal. And so a lot of people have just, lumped it. And I think there's another issue that's kind of tricky, is if you own a piece of property that's really valuable for nightly rentals, but you don't use it for nightly rentals, and how should you be taxed? And I think that's a subtle question. You get taxed on the actual value of your property, which reflects potential uses, not actual uses. So, so I, that's a little bit of, criticism of some of the complaints we've heard, but I don't think that's not enough for me to think that, that they're totally wrong. I think, we'd have to go further. And so that is why I want to hear more, or at least think about this more before acting. So I think, I'm inclined to vote against this and then maybe vote in favor of a motion to postpone as Bill proposed initially.
Okay, so Mike had his hand raised for a second, and then Bill after Mike.
Raised there.
Okay, Bill.
I think there's a couple of things. Number one, there's a lot of people that probably feel as these folks do, who don't have the time or the energy or the resources to get here. I know that being a realtor gives Danette an advantage to be able to come up with comps and things in her case. I know that McKay, as much as he's put together here, he's got more schooling than I'll ever dream of. But there's a lot of people that are probably in the same situation with questions. And I think that we need to take the time to figure out what is the next step here and what's best. And I know, as somebody said, that we haven't heard from the appraisers.
Right.
So, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, John. I'm really struggling with this also. Just kind of a quick story, I guess. I had my house appraised 4 years ago to finance an ADU. I built the ADU and had the house appraised again. It was $430. I just had my house reappraised last week and it's $730. So the reality is property values are going up at that rate. And it's really, really painful. And I do hope that in the future, if we are just getting increases every year, you can somewhat ingest it and move with it. I think the 5-year process is really painful. I guess I'm somewhat leaning towards moving with Evan in the sense that I think that it would allow them to move on and appeal with the state. I don't, we have heard from an expert, and it would allow them to move on and appeal with the state. So this is really difficult. This is not my expertise at all. And so this is a hard one. Not having very much fun right now.
No. I agree with Mike.
To sum this up in a briefer conversation here, to speak to Kevin's point, we're punishing Dan Stott with a higher tax rate because he houses locals instead of nightly lodging his camper sites. He's one of the people on the list, and he doesn't nightly rental them. So now we're going to tax him at a nightly rental rate, even though he lodges primary residence workers inside his campground. Easy call for me not to push it along.
I think Debbie should speak to that, because I remember this was a discussion when we were doing the
reason
ADO.
that he does not receive a residential exemption on that property is because the people that are coming down are from Salt Lake. They come down, they stay for a couple months, they do some work down here, and then they go home to their houses in Salt Lake. They're getting a residential exemption on their houses up there. So the law states transitory property is not qualified for the residential exemption. So that means there's different people moving in and out of there. I know he does say you have a few people that stay longer than that, but we don't know unless he's going to go to them and ask them, do you own a house anywhere else that you're getting a residential exemption for? There's no way for us to know that. So,
and that was a discussion during the ADO
exemptions
process.
and not giving the rest of the camp parks exemptions. Right. I know the one up on the Moine Rib, they have a few people stay up there for 3 months at a time, so they don't get a residential exemption on that property.
Yeah. Go ahead, Evan.
I guess I would have a question about order of operations. So the hearing has already occurred. We paid taxpayer money to hold a hearing. They said this is what we found, and now we're saying, okay, let's take that and work with it. Or if we say no, we don't like your finding, then it goes back to another hearing with the same. I mean, is there the possibility to re-hold a hearing with the same? So
they would have to go forward to the state. That's our next step.
But whether that's kind of my confusion of whether we accept it or deny. We're not going to hold a hearing where, we're just kind of saying, okay, the hearing happened. We acknowledge that, and this is what the hearing found.
You've hired somebody to turn the bill over to, so he's, I mean, Randy Kelly's been doing our hearings since 2005, I believe, so.
But, I mean, so if we say, Randy, you're wrong,
Right.
then what happens?
He's a certified appraiser. He worked for Utah County as well as Weaver County. So he works in like several different counties. He's doing Wasatch right now. So he knows the market. It's not like he's just.
Yeah, no, I get that, and I know that he's been doing it.
Hired him to do this job, and then for you guys to say, wait, we don't like your decision, so now we're gonna hear the Board of Equalization. I don't think that would apply.
Yeah, Kevin, yeah.
Yeah, so I had two very, very different things to say. One is I meant to say this the first time. I think I just want to make sure that, Debbie and the rest of the assessors department, isn't interpreting this as an attack on them. As far as I can tell, they've just been following the rules and doing usual things, and and this is some, there's the phrase, perfect storm when a lot of different things come together. But I think, 5-year evaluations and rapidly rising property things, and maybe a contract assessor who used a different method. That's the part I don't understand as well. But none of that is a criticism of our assessment department, and I'm really glad that we're going to be moving toward once a year reassessments. Let me pause. I think I forgot the second thing to say, so let me stop there.
Can I speak to a couple more things?
Please, Debbie. Yeah.
Finish. I want to speak to the lady on the phone who said that she chooses to have her property for her family to come down and use. That's awesome, right? I mean, I wish I had one that I could have my family come use all the time. That's a management decision. It's not the highest and best use. Is what we're required to appraise property at is highest and best use. Highest and best use would be to use it as a nightly rental and make the money off the income. So that's a management decision on her part. The other lady that was on the phone said she didn't get her notice. She wasn't on the thing. My chief deputy actually spoke to her this morning, so she knows what her valuation is. So that was given to her. It wasn't like we didn't speak to her about that. It was just missed on the report. So we
can I say something? I was not.
No, we're finished with our public comment. We're just having internal discussions now. Thank you.
Okay.
So
Kevin, yeah.
Okay, so I remember my second thing, which Evan was raised. What can we do? And Stephen, please jump in if I'm wrong. But I think we can actually do quite a bit. I think we're allowed to change the assessments of any property, including people who didn't appeal. Not that we ought to do that, but I think there's a lot. If you look at state code, the Board of Equalization can equalize in any way it seems. It can lower and raises people's assessments, and and so I guess I'm not sure how that interacts with this schedule of appeals and other things, and probably it's never been done before in Grand County, and probably with good reason. But it seemed there is a theoretical possibility. Bill.
I'd like to go back to that point too, that if say we do reduce somebody's property tax, I agree that someone else is going to have to be raised up to pay that. But we're spreading that out over 10,000 residents or 9,999 if we give someone a lower tax evaluation. So it isn't like we're taking and reducing any one person here and then another person's covering that. There are a lot of people that it will be spread out over, and myself included. I'm willing to burden that as an individual before I would see somebody else unfairly burdened. And I don't think there's any citizen that would argue with that. So I think looking at it and trying to get a feel for where the problems are with it and to make some adjustments here is, it's well worth our time.
Yeah, Mary.
I just want to make sure I understand what you and Kevin are somewhat suggesting is that if we postpone this, I want something kind of somewhat concrete of what we're going to do. I don't want to put these people in limbo. So if we're going to do something, are we going to have a closed session where we have the appraisals come in? Do we have an incredibly intense workshop on how things work so that our knowledge gains? What is are we going to end up going around, looking at each property individually and doing an adjustment, which to me seems way beyond what I feel I have the skills to do. So
We're not appraisers and we're not assessors.
yeah, we're not. And so I don't mind the idea of postponing. I like the idea of taking a harder look, but I don't know if it's just postponing what we're going to inevitably end up needing to do and just make it harder for the people that are in limbo. I don't know.
I guess, I think Mary posed a question. I guess my idea is, you know, there might be other options we haven't thought of yet. And so that's one advantage of postponing is it gives you more time to think about it. I certainly agree that, you know, we're not assessors and appraisers, and I can't imagine that we would go parcel by parcel and, you know, looking at numbers that, you know, that just seems better, you know, and I think that's a strong argument, you know, for people who just want to pass this on to the next stage. It does make a lot of sense, but because we've heard so many, you know, I think plausible arguments that something's amiss, and we haven't. I just want to hear, you know, people on the other side saying, no, these evaluations are actually kind of reasonable, and maybe after I hear that, you know, then I'm ready to go on this. But at this point, I haven't heard it, and I just, you know, I wish the law were different and it just went directly from, you know, the guy we hired to the state. But you know, the way it's written, it passes through us, and I don't want to, you know, say this is okay when, you know, I don't actually think it's okay. So I guess I'm not convinced.
How do you picture the workshop, or how do you picture how do you picture?
I don't know. I mean, we could come back and, you know, have a Zoom meeting in 4 days and say, well, you know, on further reflection, we should just approve this and let it move on. But I just want the extra time to think about it. I don't have a concrete plan, but I'm not ready to give up on such a thing.
Mike, is it in our purview to ask the appraisers or the previous? We can ask them to explain their findings.
I wish you guys would have been at the Board of Equalization.
Yeah.
You could have explained it in there. Now we're just gonna have to pay.
I wish I was there too. Stephen?
Yeah. So a couple things. We're normally supposed to turn around pursuant to code 59-2-1004 subsection 7 subsection C. We're supposed to turn these around in 60 days. It says the County Board of Equalization shall make a decision on each appeal filed in accordance with this section within 60 days after the day on which the taxpayer makes an application. I don't know when that original application was. Here's some things just for the commissioners to think about. Number one, if the commission wants to table this, that's their prerogative. They can definitely do that. However, we're going to need information on how to proceed. If you want the hearing officer to show up, we're going to have to talk to the hearing officer. If you're going to want to give each individual applicant or taxpayer the time to show up, we're going to have to bring them in too. They're going to need to bring in their expert. We'll have to bring in our expert. So I just want you guys to kind of think about what it is we would be doing. We would essentially be having a hearing. And for some, they, you know, from one position, you know, the assessor's office says, look, we've done just that. You know, we've already gone through that process. From the applicant's position, that's, you know, they had that hearing as well. So whatever the commission, or sorry, whatever the Board of Equalization would like to do, that is perfectly fine. But we have to be very careful because the Board of Equalization must meet in hearings. We cannot deliberate via email. We have to be very judicious on how we meet. So when people say, I want to consider this and talk about it and think about it, they really shouldn't be doing that. If they want to deliberate, they have to do it in the hearing. So if this is something that we want to do, we need to set out times for us to come back, maybe set out particular parcels that we want to talk about. We're going to have to give them notice, and we're going to have to kind of structure it so it's not done unfairly. Because my nightmare is right now we have information that's out there, and individual applicants would love to lobby their case to the judge, but they can't do it directly and they can't do it privately. So it's a really, really difficult position. The commission finds themselves, or the Board of Equalization finds themselves normally in a position where they can talk with their constituents. Here you cannot as the Board of Equalization. So just kind of keeping those things in mind. If there is something that you guys would like to hear, if you'd like our hearing officer to come talk, or if the appraiser to come talk, if you want Debbie to break down the different methods of evaluation, those are things that we can do, but we've got to know, because if we just show up in 4 days without a particular plan, then it's going to be the same thing all over again. People are going to show up and they're going to be frustrated again. Alternatively, if it was approved today, it goes to the state tax commission. That is their bread and butter, and that is something that they do. So just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Stephen. I definitely appreciate that. So, and just to clarify, we'd be looking at basically a hearing for any one of the parcels that that one of us picked out from the list of.
Well, if
Yeah,
we
that would
don't
be
have the findings, we'd have to make findings on every single one of these parcels.
correct. And it would be really clean to do it by individual parcel, because we're really supposed to go into closed session so that a taxpayer can come in with their appraiser and say, here's why the other side's wrong. And we have our appraiser and the hearing officer, they can say, here's why we're right. And you guys sit as judges, essentially quasi judicial. And that's why you break it down. And the hard thing is, what some of your applicants may want to do is they want to point and say, we want their expert too. And so that's kind of where we're going to get into some problems, because we need to separate them and have their own private hearings because of the Utah code that restricts our ability to put commercial information out there. So we have to be very careful in how we proceed and how we share information and how we discuss this going forward.
Bill.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that we table this, and
We already have a motion on the table.
we do have a motion on the table.
Right.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Commissioner, Chair.
Yes, Gabe.
Can I just quick read into the record the 4 parcels that are that Commissioner Clapper referred to?
Yes.
Okay, so there are 4 parcels that are not included in the list in the packet. The first one is parcel number 010MSR0082, which based on the hearing officer recommendations show a total taxable value change of negative $186,879. Parcel number 010MSR0022, based on the hearing officer's recommendations, show a total taxable value change of negative $239,744. Parcel number 010MSR 0034, total taxable value change of negative $234,064. Parcel number 010MSR 0055, with a total taxable value change of negative $163,438. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. If we do table this, I think we need a plan going forward, a date. I think to discuss next steps after that, we wouldn't just be going into hearings. So we'd be looking at tabling it, talking about reconvening, say in a few days, early next week, something like that, and then in the meantime, putting our heads together, consulting with experts, and that would inform our next meeting once we'd commence a meeting here and basically be back in the same position, but better educated and with a clearer idea about how we might handle it. And we might end up just passing everything anyway, or we might end up looking at things individually, pulling off certain properties and then going forward. Is that what you guys are thinking as far as tabling it?
That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think people in favor of disapproving have raised some good points. I'm really, it seems like a dilemma to me, but I think people who want to just approve it now have made some good points, and it seems like a dilemma to me. But
yeah,
I just feel uncomfortable checking off on something that I can't defend the decision. I don't know who's right about this, but I think the arguments that some of you have made and that Stephen made, that we're just not equipped to really get into this. That makes a lot of sense too. So
yeah, Mary.
The idea of postponing it and going and becoming more and more educated. I mean, if we truly decided we were going to do something like that, we are looking at
process
that we're 40, 50 hours or more of our time and other people's time to perhaps end up right where we are today. I just think it could be, it's just horrid. I hate this. But from what I'm hearing Steve say, we can't just arbitrarily say we want to do this and we want to do this one and we want to ignore this one. We're talking how many pieces of property, Gabe? Altogether?
Around 186.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's.
Now, not all of those are commercial, and not all of those, some of those are just assessor initiated changes, primary to secondary changes, and those type of things. I think there's probably 30 or 40 of those.
Stephen, if we chose to do something like this, where we go and we really start to educate ourselves and such, would we be in a situation where we would have to hear from each one of the properties?
Well, I think you can identify properties that you'd like to hear from on the appeal. Commissioner Walker did make a statement previously. He was correct. The Board of Equalization does have latitude. But yeah, you could identify the parcels you want to talk about. And then again, like a standard hearing, you would invite response from both sides. Essentially, you sit in between the assessor's office and the taxpayer. And one other thing to note is I don't believe we probably under the contract that the assessor or the hearing officer is under, they're probably haven't been paid for what we're requesting. And so that's an additional expense. Ms. Swayze, your Assessor Swayze can correct me if I'm misstating that. But yeah, you could pick and choose ones you want to talk about. You could approve and confirm some. The world is your oyster, metaphorically.
Yeah, I'm with the assessor and the attorney on this. I mean, I think we were alerted previously that things were amiss. There was a hearing that occurred. None of us attended. I don't really see how this would change things. I think that, citizens had come to us and alerted that, the assessments were off, and, there was an opportunity for us to step in and get more educated and to weigh in, but we hired somebody to represent us on that, and they've done that job, and we were under contract, we paid them, and they're specialists, and I'm to use the metaphor, they were at the moon and now they're back into the stratosphere, and sure, they might not have come all the way back down to earth, but I feel like the majority of the ones on the list, not all of them, but the majority, their taxable rates have come down, and it will be up again in another few years. And so I'm comfortable with moving forward with the findings from
Jacques, can I just add a thing?
Yes, Debbie. Yeah.
I just want you to be aware that if you decide to table it and you request the hearing officer and the appraisers to be here, we have to work around their schedule because they don't live in Moab. One lives in Salt Lake, the other one lives in Provo, and they're also, the appraisers have their own business, so they've got stuff to do. And the hearing officer does hearings for like 13 counties. So for us to just call him and say, we need you to show up Moab next week, I can tell you that's not gonna help.
Mike.
Call for a vote.
All right. I'll quick go around one more time. Anyone else have anything to add before I do call for a vote? Looks like
I did have something short to say. I mean, I think Evan and others make good points, but right now we've got two options. We can just send this on, or we can go through this really arduous process, and neither of those seem like good options to me. And I think part of the point of postponing, tabling would be, maybe there's some third option that we're not thinking of right now. So that's the main appeal to me, is that, I think a lot of us were, cramming this earlier today to try to figure out what's going on. I think this deserves maybe more than a day's, research. So that's last thing to say.
All right. Yeah.
No amount of my time is worth someone's livelihood. I'd like to see it studied just a little bit more.
Okay. All right. So there's a motion on the table. Commissioner Clapper made a move to approve as presented, and Commissioner McGann seconded. All those in favor of approving, raise your hands. And all opposed. All right, the motion fails 2-5 with Commissioners Walker, Winfield, McCurdy, McGann, and Hadler in opposition. Floor is open.
I think for future considerations, when we get to that section of we're going to have to look seriously at how we're going to move forward. And I personally think what we need to look at is a third option. I am not at all comfortable with the idea of opening up and becoming quasi assessors. I just think that's just not okay. So I think we should look at if we cannot come up like with a third option or something that that's out of the box that we haven't figured out within a certain period of time, then we move forward with approval. Because I agree with Debbie. I mean, these people are busy, and this is a busy time of year. They're not going to be coming next week. We might not even get them here till next month. So I don't even see how we can hold hearings at this point. So I would like to propose that we get together and try to come up with a third solution.
And just to be clear, in the meantime, the tax rates are back to the moon.
Right.
We just ignored all the lowerings.
Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna end up there. I mean, no one's proposing just leave them where they are, I think.
Yeah, Bill.
I'd like to make the motion that we table this. We look and find what options are necessary to move forward with this, whether it's, as Mary says, a third option we're unaware of, or if we actually have to educate ourselves and do the job that we ran on to do here for the public. So this is part of our role, and we're just getting an opportunity to learn and exercise a part of it.
I would prefer that I know a bunch of us are out of town next week. There's UAC in St. George. I would prefer to reconvene sometime this week, by the end of the week, which doesn't give us much time at all, but
I'll second those motions.
Okay. Yeah.
Chair
Thanks.
Hadler.
Yes, Stephen.
Can the assessor identify when these taxpayers made the application? Again, we're under a time deadline of 60 days per statute.
Debbie left. She left, but I'm sure she could get that information.
I think I remember some discussion about September 15th deadline.
So,
and I don't know how it works if someone submitted their appeal like 2 weeks before the 15th. Does that the clock start then, or does it start on the 15th?
Correct. It states that within 60 days after the day on which the taxpayer makes an application. So we may be running up against deadlines. So I just want to notify us of that, because if we fail to meet those deadlines, then we run into being incompliant with the statute. Obviously, it seems like the majority of the individual taxpayers would like the BOE to consider it as opposed to going onward. But it is important to note that we theoretically could be out of compliance if we're not responding to their applications within that time period, because we have to adjudicate those within that frame.
But if we don't respond, does that just mean they win their appeal? Or?
It lays out what they can do. I think they can skip us and go to the state, which again, that doesn't seem like anyone. It says unless the commission approves an extension, so we could go to the tax commission and ask for an extension. If a county board of equalization fails to make a decision on appeal within the time period prescribed, then the county legislative body shall list the appeal of the property owner and the parcel number on the agenda for the next meeting the county legislative body holds after the expiration of the time period described in the previous section, and hear the appeal at the meeting. So our hands will be theoretically forced that if we don't do something, whatever next commissioner date falls after their appeal lapses, we have to have it on that next commissioner meeting. Does that make sense?
So if we fail to decide with our BOE hats on, then it goes to the county commission with our commission hats on. Is that
correct? Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And that deadline, I assume, is coming right up. If the deadline was September 15th, then we'd be looking at.
Fortunately, we do have the provision for, we can do electronic meetings, or maybe all of us. If we need to, if 2 days from now we decide it was a big mistake and we should have voted in favor of Evan's motion, we still have the option to do that. So I agree we should act really, really quickly. And I agree with what Mary said. We're just giving ourselves a little bit of extra time to see if there's a third option.
Yeah.
Right, that's the main.
It's the only.
Yeah,
The appeals.
Assessor Swayze submitted an extension request to the Utah State Tax Commission. That was dated October 9th, 2023. And an extension was granted until December 5th, 2023.
December 5th.
And that's
So-
on each individual parcel, clerk auditor.
That would be a good question for the assessor.
Okay. So we still have a motion on the table, I believe, Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner Walker to table it until we decide. So I would just say, do you guys want to set a meeting time right now? Yes. It seems prudent to me as well. Yeah, so I would propose, I've got a stacked day tomorrow.
What's our noticing requirements? Do we know?
Right, that's a good point as well. 24 hours? I think Thursdays. I mean, I think we're all gonna bump into constraints. Since
Friday.
Friday's a holiday.
Chair Hadler,
Yes,
this next meeting, are we intending the individual applicants to be there with their appraisers? Because they're going to need some notice as well.
No, I think it's just gonna be a meeting to decide how to move forward. Just to give us a couple of days to see if we can find a third path.
Thursday is an option.
Thursday's an option if it's after 3 or before 12 for me.
Thursday, I can definitely move my schedule around after 3. I would propose Thursday at 4.
Works for me.
Okay, we will we'll reconvene as a Board of Equalization Thursday at. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. That formality. Okay, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner Walker to table. Do we need to amend the motion to table until?
We can just say separately that we intend to meet.
Great. All right. All those in favor of tabling, raise your hands. All those opposed. Motion passes 5-2. Mary, I'm sorry.
I was putting it on my calendar.
Were you for or against, Mary? For tabling?
Oh, I guess so at this point.
Okay, so the motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners Hedin and Clapper in opposition. Thank you.
Chair Hadler?
Yes, Stephen.
Just a reminder for the Board of Equalization, please do not have any ex parte communication with any of the individual applicants. That's prohibited. Additionally, any of the documentation that you guys have received, make special care to keep track of that documentation and don't share it with anybody else. And then lastly, please do not deliberate on any of these matters with each other. The difficulty is that if the record is compromised in any way, it can really affect the effectiveness of the entire process. So just a reminder for that.
Okay, so we can discuss with each other or with you or somebody else a potential third path, but we cannot discuss the particulars of any one of the appellants. Is that correct, Stephen?
Correct. We can talk process. We can talk procedure, not facts or merits of individual ones. For example, we can't say, "Oh, John Smith, no way," or "Yes way."
Right.
If there's a John Smith, I'm just using that as a random name.
Yes, I understand. Okay. Thank you, Stephen. All right. I think we've heard from everybody. I will adjourn this meeting of the Board of Equalization, and I will propose a 5-minute recess until 20 minutes until 6 for our regular commission meeting. Thank you.
Did we say 4?
How's the air out there? Yeah. Excellent. Okay. All right, everybody. Okay, it's are we on, Quinn?
Yeah.
Great. All right, it's 5:46 on November 7th. I will now convene our regular Grand County Commission meeting. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
And I'm sorry, I didn't announce those present, but it is the same as who were present for our Board of Equalization meeting. We now have our regular citizens to be heard session. I'm not sure how we're going to do this. We'll have another one in 15 minutes, I guess, for those who have not been following things. And
maybe we should just wait until 6. Wouldn't that be?
That's a great idea. Yeah, we have a couple of reports and presentations. So yeah. Okay, so we will have our citizens to be heard session at 6 o'clock. And we will now commence to our department reports, and we have one today. It's Road and Bridges Department, and I'm going to welcome Bill Jackson, who's been sitting very patiently throughout the meeting. Thanks, Bill.
Okay, well, you guys have a lot on your plate and a lot more to go, so I'm going to keep it as brief as possible, but give you the rundown. And I think we're just really talking more 2023 stuff, but my department rolled in from 22 to 23, so snow removal was a big deal, right? We all know that. EWP project for Pack Creek went really well. 4 crossings were improved, protected. Okay. Hastings Road project, we got 1,700 feet of pipe in, a French drain in, try to clear that mess up over there. So hopefully in 2024. Phase 2, I'll call it phase 2. We'll clean up the asphalt in those areas to get that back into shape. That's the game plan. Chip 4 miles of loop road, so that project's completely done. We used our new chipper for that. The crew, thanks you guys for approving that purchase. It's awesome. It's got hydraulic front end on it. Get your widths the way you need it. I mean, it's just going around them switchbacks down around Pinhook. Worked out.
I recently rode down those on my bike, Bill, just a couple of weeks ago, and I noticed that, and it was a pleasure. So thank you.
Yeah. And you know, I always bring up we maintain 1,500 miles of road. I'm probably neglect a little bit of that. That's lane miles or center line miles. It's actually 3,000 miles. With 12 employees on the road. That's 250 miles of road per road crew. So that's a lot. And that's all the infrastructure that goes with it. And bridges, culverts, drainage. Let's move on from there. Collaboration with some of the other departments and entities, of course, with the EWP, a lot with floodplain, administrator Bill Holtz this year. And we'll continue to collaborate on the brick and as those things roll. Building maintenance, we did some work helping with some of the parking lot there, stuff out here with those to collaborate with them as well. Of course, the airport, we've done some work this year with them. And the sheriff, and particularly the emergency management. And I could go on there, but I won't. Did some fire mitigation stuff in the what I call them the sloughs. That's an old timey term. And that went well. Our fleet maintenance is going well. Roll in our the whole county fleet in through the shop there. And the sheriff's department, so a lot of fleet there. Of course, they take care of the road department fleet as well. So help out sometimes with some of the fire districts struggles, put it that way, their stuff as well. So the enterprise lease, vehicle lease is, to the best of my knowledge, is going really well. I think it's determined, getting some equity in those leases. It's working out good. Once again, appreciate the approval on the equipment that we've been able to purchase this year, and that was the chipper, the iron chipper, the low boy new equipment, back trader. Well, that worked out really timely. Really the idea was finding out some culverts here and there and finding utilities with it while we do projects. But yeah, we was up there on Pat Creek several times with it, cleaning out those culverts. That spring runoff, it ran off for a long time. So really worked out well there. Of course, we had training on all that new equipment that we did. I think I'll just leave it right there. Any questions?
No, sorry, Evan. I'm just going to make a comment. Bill, I know how much you guys do, and I really appreciate it. I think when it really comes to light is when I'm on some road in the middle of the Book Cliffs nowhere, and I run into one of your grader operators. I'm like, oh yeah, they got a lot of road to take care of. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
What are we, 3,600 square miles?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
100 miles.
It's a big county. Yeah. Yeah.
You guys do a good job.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just if you have any, if this is too short, you need any more questions or any more information, just feel free to reach out.
Oh yeah, I got a small request, and it's more about what you do in other counties. But you mentioned all the snow, and I appreciate keeping the road open for recreation in San Juan County going up the Geyser Pass. And if there's any way that the guys that are going up to plow that day could let the Avalanche Center know, so that they can share when that road will be closed for plowing and when it'll be open.
Well,
that'd
we
be
do.
great. I know it's
but it's not an exact time.
Yeah.
Just so everybody's clear on that. If we're not got a lot of snow down here in the valley and residential stuff and whatnot. I mean, we're on the mountain pushing that snow. It's snowed up there, but Geyser Pass is not our priority road.
Right.
Because it is recreation.
No, I'm more. Yeah, when it's a day or two after, and folks are expecting the road to be open, and then there's some cleanup work or whatever. Oh, it's the Avalanche Center does a good job of posting when it's going to be closed, but I've been turned away by the gate a couple times. So
yeah, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Especially last year.
Yeah.
So I think it's some extra time. Sure.
Well, I definitely appreciate you keeping it open, and
so we do our best for that, but it is definitely not our priority road. Our residents are first, and then recreation.
Yeah.
We'll fit it in when we can. Sure.
All right. Thank you so much, Bill.
Thanks, Ben.
All right. We don't have any other department reports, but we do have one agency report tonight, and I would welcome Amy Tendick, who is here from Arches National Park, to talk about the timed entry pilot program. Thanks, Amy. Thanks for.
Brendan's online.
I
think he's going to start us off.
Okay, and that's Brendan Bray, who's the acting superintendent. Is that correct? Okay, fantastic. Thanks. Yeah. All right, Brendan, you can unmute, and you have the floor.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Very well.
Great. Well, pleasure to meet you all. I am Brendan Bray, coming to you remotely, and my apologies for that. But I am the acting superintendent for the Southeast Utah group, which includes Arches National Park. And I'm here today with my colleague, Amy, to discuss what we've learned so far from the first 2 years of the timed entry program at Arches National Park. So far, data and feedback from both our 2022 and 2023 pilot programs have demonstrated initial success in reducing congestion, improving visitor experiences, and distributing visitation throughout the day. So visitors, experienced improved certainty of entry when arriving at the park during the pilots, with the appropriate vehicle reservation and park passes, of course. And in a moment, I will hand things over to Amy to provide further details about what we've learned over the past 2 years. We have some really interesting data to share with you all. At this point, I would also like to remind everyone that the National Park Service is currently seeking public feedback about past visitor experiences and long-term strategies for visitor access. And this comment period is currently open and will be open through December 1st of this year. And input received from this process will be used to inform managed access strategies for the future. And in the coming days, we also plan to announce our plans for the 2024 season, since timed entry ended on October 31st. And with that, I want to pass it over to Amy because she has some of that data that we're going to talk to you about. So Amy, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks, Brendan. So I'm just going to briefly highlight some of the changes from 2023 to 2023, and then leave some time for questions at the end. So the two major changes. I'm just going to skip.
Try the mouse.
Okay. Sometimes that. All right. I'm sorry. So the two main changes we made from 2022 to 2023 was reducing the span of hours each day that timed entry was in effect, and also extending the season through the end of October. So reducing the span of hours each day when reservations were required allowed visitors more freedom of choice to enter the park before and after timed entry hours. And while this was less evident in April, as you can see on the graph, in May and all preceding months, we saw visitors utilizing especially that extra hour in the morning more this year than last. So this is a comparison of 2022 and 2023 data for the months of April and May. This is average visitor arrivals. You can see that uptick in the morning there, especially in May. And then Arches had slightly higher visitation this year than last year over every month that timed entry was in effect. Notably in both May and September, our visitation was 10% higher than last year for those months. And in both June and July, there was a marked increase in visitation in those pre-timed entry hours. But in July, we saw less displacement to the end of the day this year than in 2022. And while patterns look similar for August here in red, in September, we have the biggest changes from last year with more visitors arriving before 7 and after 4. So the other change that we did was extend the program through October, and this prevented a repeat of last year's near daily entrance closures due to overfull parking lots. So you can see that here. This is our average daily visitation in October of last year. We closed our entrance more than 14 times that month. And you can see this early spike where we get really high volumes of visitor arrivals and then a drop off when we close the gates, and then another spike when we reopen. So this is a pretty stark contrast to those previous graphs. We saw nice distribution across the day. And then otherwise, I would say that a lot of the data that we've collected and analyzed so far, we've seen that a lot of the visitation patterns and visitor stats closely resemble those from 2022. This is our ticket sales across the season. So you can see that we have pretty solid demand for visitation to the park all the way from early April through about the 4th of July, when we start to see that demand drop off even more in August, and then that crazy spike that happens at Labor Day, and then Monday we stop coming for a day or two, and then we see a high demand through September and this month into October, all the way until about the last week of October, when we saw quite a drop off in demand for tickets for our Arches visitation. And then just to end it with what we've heard from the public, we continue to get overwhelming positive feedback from the public through rec.gov. This is a summary of the rec.gov page where you can see that we have a 4.6 out of 5 stars. We have over 2,500 visitor comments, and they are, again, overwhelmingly positive. I know a criticism here is that we're only hearing from visitors who had a timed entry ticket. That's how they can actually input this information into rec.gov. However, we know from visitor surveys conducted in the park last year from Utah State University that the numbers of visitors that are unable to get a ticket and enter the park is very low. Last year, when we surveyed, only 4% of visitors were unsuccessful in obtaining a timed entry permit. And we know that 83% of visitors were able to get one for their preferred date and time. And of those that aren't able to get the preferred date, we know that about half of them are choosing to spend that time on other public lands in the area, and about half are choosing to spend that time in town. And also, just as a general, we know that our visitors tend to be planners. So about 90% of our visitors do some level of pre-planning. Only about 9 to 11% are spontaneous visitors. That means they make the decision within a week or less to go visit the park. And Arch visitor surveys over the years have demonstrated really high, really clear visitor preferences for less congestion and more solitude on their trips to the park. And we've also seen more and more support for managed access from our visitors when we've asked them. The survey last year asked if time to entry improved or how it impacted their experience to the park, and over 57% said that it made their experience much better. 38% said it was about the same, and a very small percentage said it made it worse. So
is that the 5% down there that made it worse this year?
5% is worse, and then that sliver is much worse, that category.
Okay, got it.
So that is all I had for you all today. Like I said, unfortunately, we don't have October data to do a nice comparison this year to last when we had time to entry in effect, and we are still analyzing a lot of the data we've collected. But if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer that, or Brendan can.
What are the plans for next year? Do they have any? Are we going to be able to take it off of a pilot?
Brendan, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, right now we're still in conversations with our colleagues in the region, some other parks that are doing some similar planning for 2024, and we're trying to come to a conclusion on when to announce those plans. Right now, we can't really say much more than we should know very soon. I think we're going to be letting the public know sometime next week exactly what 2024 is going to look like. However, there are still some details that we're working out, so we're holding that close for now. Yeah, I think that's all I can say at this point.
Thank you. I would ask if you think that you said that visitation was up in 2023 compared to 2022 during the timed entry period. I think there's a perception in town that that there was less visitation. Do you think it was up in the park because people are more comfortable with the reservation system, more people know about it, or any other thoughts on that?
I mean, I do think that there was with a shorter span across the day where tickets were required, and you saw that, that there was more displacement outside of time entry hours, so that could have contributed. I don't know what other changes there might have been this year in our visitor demographics, but I think, we've gotten better at accounting for no-shows and overselling. So, like our ticket, I think there's a level of maximizing ticket availability.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin?
One remark, maybe more people in the park means fewer people downtown, because that seemed to be what you were suggesting earlier. Are these slides available? Can you send us a copy of these?
Yeah.
And I'd also be, if you've got you have the summary of some of the survey data, but if there's more detailed studies, that would be interesting to see as well.
Yeah, this is a Utah State University study, and then we also have our visitor surveys that we did in 2021 and 2022.
Okay.
So,
great. Mike,
don't hate me. How many people did we turn away?
Our average turnaround is about 15%.
15%.
And that's pretty much consistent across the season. So where we might have anticipated more awareness kind of throughout the season, that increase, we'd see that number go down. We really just seem to see that stay pretty constant.
Okay.
15%.
In that, do we have the Arch visitor surveys for anyone that we turned away, or do they get served?
So we can't survey outside our boundaries, but what we did in 2022 was we intentionally surveyed early morning hours. So we started with people in the park surveying visitors at 6 a.m. and had it go till 6 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
So we tried to capture folks that came outside of timed entry hours, where some of those visitors, potentially ones that were turned away and chose to come outside of timed entry. I think we could say yes, that we would assume some of them were, but otherwise we haven't specifically targeted surveys to those that we turned away, because again,
I understand. It's hard to do. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm someone who rides my bike into Arches at least once a week, almost every week during all seasons, and I did that last year. I've done it for the last 5 years, and I noticed. I noticed way less lines this year compared to last year. So it looks like you really kind of sorted out the process of getting people through the gates or spreading out that load, and also the crowding in the parks. It seemed much more even. Definitely the last couple of years, and this year even more so than last year. And from my perspective, riding into Balance Rock or Windows all the way down to Delicate Arch parking lot, it definitely seemed like an improvement this year, and definitely over October last year was a hugely drastic change from when the reservation system was, when it went off on October 3rd last year to right after that. So it seems like you guys are getting the wrinkles out a little bit.
Yeah, we did look at wait times early in the season, April and June, I believe, and we did see those drop. So our processing time sped up. We don't know exactly what to pin that to, but we do have more reliable internet installed to the park mid-season last year. So that, you know, has made things go quicker for processing at the booth. But not sure what all to pin that onto, but it has been noticeable on our end too that we haven't really had the lines going beyond the service road very quickly.
Absolutely, right.
Yeah.
I drove by on the 1st after the timed entry ended, and the line was shockingly long. And have you guys had to close the park in this last week?
Not that I'm aware of.
And is there any way to estimate when the park is closed, how many people get turned away?
Yeah, we do count. Upwards of 300.
Yeah.
To 600.
Yeah. Wow. So you mentioned this year I think you shrunk the timed entry hours within the day. And what was the rationale for that?
Part of it was that we saw really high no-show rates on those margins of the day, and we felt like a lot of people would just chose to sort of not use that ticket because they would maybe just shift their schedule earlier or later.
Okay.
And so we just had kind of a lower arrivals. It wasn't really like maximizing the arrivals that we were looking at for those hours, and so we wanted to sort of test if we shortened it with more people to move into those hours, and that might, you know, help us get closer to what we are aiming for.
Okay. So. And then the graphs that you showed, they went by pretty quickly, but it looked like there were big spikes around 4 p.m. Maybe that's when it.
And it ends, yeah.
Yeah, and it's those spikes. Are they large enough to cause you concern, or are they desirable because that's like good utilization of the?
I don't think we have the data to show that it's
okay. It's not like you're closing the parking lots or filling up immediately after.
I think there's increased congestion in the park after.
Is there?
Yeah, I don't know if people have experienced that, but I have heard that from folks that come in afterwards that the park can be pretty full.
And then for next year, are you thinking of adjusting the hours again, or is it pretty set on what we did this past year?
I think it's a discussion that we've had, and you know, also the importance of being consistent, especially for the communication side of things, making sure visitors are getting the right information. I know there were some visitors who had information from last year, maybe thought the season ended on October 3rd, and so we're thinking about those things as well, making sure that we're as consistent as possible.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Brandon, did you have anything to add on that?
No, I didn't. Thanks, Amy.
All right. Any further questions for Amy? Or great. Thanks so much for coming and sharing today. That was nice. Appreciate it.
Thanks for
sitting through.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right. It is 6:10, and we will now get to our citizens to be heard. We combined our 2 citizens to be heard sessions. So if you're here to make a general comment, I would invite you forward and give you 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone here in the chambers who'd like to come forward? Nick.
Good evening. My name's Nick Oldham. I'm here to comment on the the Mesa View subdivision that's on the docket for later tonight. And I've expressed, I wrote a letter before asking you to vote against a proposed ADO on my street, a couple doors down. I believe that this development, which is literally in my backyard, is exactly what I was asking for in that letter. And so I would hope that you would approve that without needing deed restrictions or anything along those lines. I think it's in the right direction, even though it's in my backyard.
So you said we want approved?
I think it's great.
All right.
And then in comment to the artist's presentation, I am curious if we have thought about reaching out to locals in terms of the Arches time to entry, our community feels a strong us versus them between our citizens and our tourists that come visit us. I failed to plan when I go to Arches, and I've actually gotten to the turn a couple of times this year and realized that I didn't plan because it's in my backyard. So that might be a consideration going forward. Let's think about how these greater strategies impact us locals. Maybe there's some caveats in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. And I just want to note that I think you were referring to the public hearing that will open. I think that was the agenda item that you were talking about, and I just wanted to let you know that you'll have an opportunity to also comment until that public hearing closes. You can write in to the commission or make a comment later on that as well.
Can we record this comment? Thanks, great.
Thanks, Nick. Anyone else in the chambers who'd like to come forward and make comment at this time? Please introduce yourself and then, yeah.
I'm Tony Sicola. Thanks for the opportunity. I wrote something down. My husband and I kind of worked on this together. We're excited to offer our point of view on the high density housing overlay ordinance. My husband and I have been full-time Grant County residents and homeowners for the last almost 4 years. And we both run small businesses in town that directly benefit local economy and employ multiple folks. After falling madly in love with this place, we moved to Moab from the San Francisco Bay Area. When we decided to move here, we initially planned to build a home in the new Spanish Valley development and construct an ADU to create a much needed additional unit of long-term rental housing. We received assurances from the developer and the HOA president at the time that our plan to offer a rental unit on our property would be approved. Based on this, we put earnest money deposits on a lot and a high quality prefab unit. And unfortunately, the HOA board turned over before our official application for the ADU was submitted, and the new board rejected our submission despite the heartfelt letter that was attached, committing to being responsible neighbors and landlords. Disappointed, we backed out of that plan and ended up purchasing an existing home in the county. I moved to the Bay Area in 2008 and right after college and remained there for the next 14 years, eventually purchasing a home in the Oakland area with my husband in 2012. I understand that some may view us as part of the housing problem here in Moab, but we see ourselves as invested members of this community with strong roots and a passionate desire to see it evolve sustainably. I'm here to say that our experience in California gives us the valuable perspective on the housing challenges in Moab. We've seen the future that Moab is facing if sensible solutions are not pursued, a future all local residents agree we'd like to avoid. The good news is that we still have the opportunity to develop a community that remains open to folks trying to better their lives and secure affordable long-term residency in this place that we all love. I saw over my 14+ years in the Bay how unwillingness to compromise on common sense, reasonable housing reforms, and misguided attempts to freeze time and resist change led to spiraling housing costs, an explosion in homelessness, and a degradation of the quality of life for all. I watched in 2018 as one of our best friends who had purchased her condo under a program specifically intended to give moderate to low income homeowners access to below market rate housing, spend 6 months trying to sell it so that she could move back to Chicago to care for her elderly parents. In the most active real estate market in the country, where virtually every listing sold over asking after 2 weeks, she sat as offer after offer fell through due to unreasonably tight restrictions on buyers that virtually no one could qualify for. Adding 8% interest rates, severe inflation, stagnating wages, and runaway construction costs to that mix has now created a virtually impossible environment for moderate income home buyers. I strongly urge the commission to approve the expansion of HDHO criteria, including the expansion to all of us in our zip code, eligibility for self-employed individuals, and exempting owners of condos from being qualified households, so that perfect doesn't become the enemy of good and we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's my strong opinion that we allow a broader market of potential buyers access to the HDHO condos so that long-term local residents may still benefit from the additional housing supply without imposing the burdensome requirements that they purchase a home in order to live here. It has now been well over 4 years since the HDHO was passed, yet only 20% of the deed restricted approved units have been built or are under construction. So the program is clearly not living up to its potential to serve the urgent need for more housing in our community. Let's not create a program out of good intention that too few are qualified for to make a difference. Please consider supporting the proposal to expand the eligibility requirements. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else care to come forward and make a public comment? Do we have anyone online? Quinn, does it look like? Okay. Oh, it's Robin. Okay. Robin, are you here to make comment?
Yes, I am.
You have the floor. Just introduce yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Excellent. Thank you so much. My name is Robin Wilshite. Many of you know me and my family. I was born and raised in Moab, and my mother, Dept Johnson, spoke to you earlier. And I'm here to make a comment regarding the Board of Equalization issue. And first, I want to thank the commissioners for choosing to table the issue until Thursday and seek more information. I do think this is an issue that requires more information. And there are just a couple of things that I'd like to highlight. This whole process is untenable for homeowners, in particular, the inconsistencies in valuation and the lack of respect shown to homeowners who are trying to challenge these inconsistent values. My mother is an incredibly smart woman. She's incredibly dedicated to the community, and she's also a realtor with years of experience in Moab and in the real estate market. I don't think anybody in this community could have put together an appeal that was as concise and explanatory as hers. She had dozens of comparable properties, some identical to ours, that were valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars less than ours. One example that stands out to me is a property identical in use and in acreage that was valued at $42,000 compared to our valuation of $935,000. That is nearly $1 million difference in valuation. And I challenge the county to provide any rationale for that difference. This appeals process requires so much specialized knowledge, so much access to information, and so much time and energy. When my mother went through this appeals process, and when many other homeowners went through this appeals process, they were treated with substantial amount of disrespect. The appraiser who came onto our property unannounced told my mother to shut up in her own home. I think that is entirely inappropriate. Especially when you're talking to a homeowner who has so much specialized experience and who put together such an incredibly helpful appeal with so many comparable values. My mother's a pillar of the community. She was Citizen of the Year. She has invested an unbelievable amount of time and energy into this community. And now she's having to fight to speak to her elected representatives, to be heard. And when she does fight, the result that she achieves is a much higher property valuation. She's being expected to come up with $11,000 of money that she did not expect to have to pay. I think that's unreasonable for anybody in this community. I don't mean to suggest by saying that my mother's a pillar of the community that she should be treated specially. I just think that she should be treated with respect in hearing her concerns, and particularly in her interactions with the county's appraiser. I would really urge the commission, when it's considering solutions and determining on Thursday how they're going to proceed with this, to choose solutions that are going to apply equally and consistently and are logical, so that homeowners know what to expect when they get a property tax bill in the mail and don't have to put themselves through this incredible amount of time, stress, energy, and use of specialized knowledge. I'm aware of many homeowners who chose not to fight their tax valuations because they just didn't have the time. I mean, like most people in this community, they're really struggling to make ends meet, and they just don't have the time to challenge this inconsistency. So I would really urge the county to consider consistent solutions to this, and solutions that don't impose this kind of an extreme burden on homeowners financially and emotionally. And I appreciate the opportunity to be heard today. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Chair Hadler.
Yeah, Stephen.
Just a reminder, if there are comments for the BOE, they should not be made in the commission meeting. They should be made in front of the BOE to protect the record that the BOE receives. So I would encourage us to continue to maintain that separation, continuing going forward.
If I may, that wasn't in the agenda, and I know that there are some citizens to be heard on the BOE issue. So they came to this session because it wasn't reflected in the agenda.
Thanks, Robin.
Yeah.
Anyone else on Zoom is here to make a comment to the Grand County Commission?
Yes, my name is Kirk Pearson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm following up both of my ladies here. So my wife is Jeanette and Robin is my daughter. And I have a tough act to follow there, but I wanted to follow up and just express, because I've been in the community and I've been involved with the rodeo, other things, and just to have this type of treatment is very frustrating and very unprofessional. So I hope the commission can think about what they're doing, how they're doing it, and when they're doing it. So for our taxes to almost quadruple in 1 year because of someone else's mistake over numerous years is very frustrating. And I want you to maybe reflect on that as you make your decision as well. And I appreciate your time and energy that you'll have to put into this because it's not an easy thing. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. I'll go back to the chambers. Anyone else here to comment? And does it look like there's anyone else online? Steve on Zoom, are you here to comment? Oh, okay. It looks like not. So we will. Sorry, Steve. We will move on and close the citizens to be heard section, and we are now at our general reports, and I will go to commission member disclosures. Any commissioner here have anything that they need to disclose concerning today's agenda? Mike, is that a yes? It's a maybe.
Look at that. Anything to do with ADO developments coming up? I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm just double checking.
No, I don't believe there is.
Okay.
Looks like no disclosure today, so we will start with general commission reports and future considerations. I'll start with you, Mike.
Pretty easy. Nothing to report right now. More meetings going as we enter the month.
Okay. Bill?
Sure. I've got a few. Let's see. We had a Spanish Valley Path meeting. You were part of that as well. Seems like that's moving along.
Yeah.
A little bit, which is a good thing, and I think a lot of locals will appreciate that. It does have our engineer Dan Stemden involved with it as well, and trying to gain some easements as well as fix some storm drainage issues. So that's on that one. Multiple budget advisory board meetings. I think that was all covered earlier. Gabe and his staff are definitely working hard to finalize, and that's been a lot. So went to the Water 201 that Trish put on, back to room again. Good information. Jack Schmidt, I think I'm pronouncing that correct.
He's the one I have a crush on.
Whoa, I wasn't going to mention that.
No, too much information.
Base rent.
There for sure. And I was also in the Southeastern Advisory Council meeting, which was for the Colorado River Authority. And little was mentioned there that's going on here other than the joint efforts for flood mitigation with Grand and San Juan. Representative Albrecht mentioned that he's running a bill for the state engineer on gauges and salinity, which might have some effect on us later if that makes its way through the legislature. I also sat in on a tailings meeting. Mary wasn't there, but I think Jock was in her place. It was very educational. That was good. I'm not a member of or a liaison, but it was great education for me. I also sat on the tripartite RLF SEUEDD, SEUALG. There's 3 meetings. They just go boom, 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 and there's a lot there. The information that I'll pass along was there was an update on CIB applications, and it looks like both Casta Valley and Thompson Springs. And they only mention them in this board. They're not actually, they have no authority over the CIB. We went over our agency financials and building update. Also met with the Utah Film Alliance. We did an update on the interim meetings and working with legislators to extend the film and tax credits for rural Utah. And then also there's a 100 years of film gala that will be held on January 11th in Salt Lake. And then we had a Colorado River Authority meeting. Trish was also at that one. We had people from Moab City, Grand County, Conservation District, Castle Valley. There was just a lot of discussion around future water needs and uses in the valley in that meeting. And I think that's about it.
Wow, very good.
Great, Bill. Thanks. Trish.
Let's see, I had a couple GWISA meetings actually, and the first one, just kind of something that's outstanding. We're still kind of struggling with the appointment, the kind of stipulations to appoint positions to the Groundwater Conservancy District. Brooke from Utah Boards and Commissions came, and then she's supposed to go to her legal team. She wrote me the next day and said, hey, kind of let's go over those points again, and she's supposed to get back to us. I wrote down to kind of revisit with her if I don't hear back from her. And just on the second GWISA meeting, sorry, I'm kind of flipping really quick, just there's quite a bit of they're struggling with the whole rump and their public the WRUMP, am I saying that, Water Resource Utility Management Plan, and their public participation piece. And so it's really good because the GWISA board is really questioning that, and Ronnie's doing a great job of kind of trying to address that. So they're just struggling with that piece of it. Let's see, I'm backing up now. Sorry, I did highlight to go fast. Planning Commission, we just went over the Moab Era Affordable Housing Plan mostly. And so you guys have already been presented with that. As Bill mentioned, we met with the Colorado River Authority, which I thought it was really cool that they came down and addressed all of our questions. One thing, I did a little bit of homework for you, Bill. This is just my homework, and so maybe it's something we need to reiterate. But kind of this idea of water rights and how much, if you build a home, what does that equate to as far as water rights? And what I found was, and Dave Ridley was correct, 0.454 is what it said. This is through the Division of Water Rights. If that's a single family home, a single family residence. If it's a seasonal, so I would assume like something like a hotel room would fall into that, it's 0.25. So when I kind of do that, when I did the math on, for example, the Balanced Rock Resort, it came out to 130.15 acre feet. If I went with what they said, which was 217 residences and then 130 room lodge. That's just my math. So, but I think it's really good for us to, and that is something I think we'll do at our next workshop, is having water service providers explain, you know, that math so that people have an understanding, because I think I'm still confused about it, right? We're all, you know, so I think we all have a better understanding of, you know, what development equates to as far as water use. So I'll just that's just me just doing a little bit of math. And I guess I had a library board meeting. Nothing too exciting other than, well, there is a tax rate increase proposed, and you guys got that within your tax notifications. And then last night, a mosquito abatement meeting, same thing. They're asking for a tax increase of about $60,000, and that's predominantly, the new director there is just awesome. But the reality is, like, as far as materials, when it comes down to chemicals, et cetera, and so on, they just felt that that was the need. And then this morning, I actually ran down to Monticello to the Division of Outdoor Rec and their grant proposals, just workshop, because I want to write a couple grants. So yeah, so
Busy. All right, thank you, Trish.
Try to go fast.
Evan.
I'll try to go fast as well. The end of the month is typically pretty quiet for me. The one thing that I will mention is that the EMS board will be meeting on the 28th this month. So that's a little later than typical. And there'll be a hearing the night before regarding the budget at 6 p.m. up at the new shed. It's still new to me. So that's all I got. I'll keep it going.
Awesome. Excuse me, Mary.
I attended the Solid Waste Special Service District before I left, and we are looking through this analysis that as to 3 phases to move forward to assure solvency and ability to be an effective district. And we're having another workshop on that on Thursday. That's why I couldn't be there until after 3. Then I went to a destination wedding and survived a hurricane and came home very ill. And today is my first day up and about, so my work on the county has been minimal. For future consideration, we are going to be having a celebration of the moving of another 1 million tons of tailings in December. And I want to know where we're going to be on improving the appearance of our chambers, because if they aren't improved, I want to have because we're having like 3 or 4 bigwigs from Washington, D.C. show up. And I really want to have them come to a place we can not look around and see cardboard boxes and tables lined up. And so if I could get an update, if you could, where we are on getting this place looking a little more professional, I'd appreciate that. And if there is a government shutdown, which I pray there isn't, but if there is, the uranium mill tailings removal action project will be able to continue because of the way their funding is a little bit different than the funding of like the state park, the parks and the BLM and such. So they couldn't go on indefinitely if the shutdown continues and continues. But if there is a shutdown, we will not see a close of the operations at the UMTA project.
Thanks, Mary. Kevin?
Let's see. I went to the so-called CCCC meeting with Moab City Council and County Commission. Yeah, it's a city-county liaison. Jacques was also there, so he might have more to mention. One thing that came up was cost sharing, and I don't think anything was resolved, but it's just something to think about. I think the tax base of the county and the city is pretty close to identical, and so there's really not much point from a taxpayer's point of view. It kind of doesn't matter whether the county pays for something or the city pays for something. But I think we heard a little bit of this from this. I think we're going to be asking other entities to start paying for dispatch, but the sheriff department is predicting they might turn around and ask us to pay for some other things that they're doing. So just to alert you, there probably will be intermittent discussions about who should pay for what in the future. Another thing coming down the pipeline is revisions to our dark night skies ordinance. I think the city is taking the lead in this, but they're trying to keep people in the county in the loop so that we can again pass code that's very, if not identical, is very, very close. The general idea, I think, is to, we've got a deadline coming up. It was initially done like 4 years ago, and we gave people 5 years to come into compliance, and 4 years is gone, and we probably haven't made a lot of progress. So I think the idea is to extend deadlines, make things a little bit less stringent, but still prioritize what seems the most important. So I think we'll see it first in the city, but later in the county, a proposal to adjust the dark night sky ordinance, to be maybe a little bit less aggressive, but still, accomplish what we were trying to accomplish. See, I've been to a lot of budget advisory board meetings, but we discussed that elsewhere. So meetings at the BLM, partly about progress of various lithium mining projects in the county, and I think we'll have at our next commission meeting on the 28th, representatives from the BLM giving a more detailed briefing on that, because I assumed many of the rest of you would be interested to hear what's going on there. And I was at a meeting about the Bears Ears National Monument Plan, and we were given a sneak. So I think they're going to be releasing the draft EIS and preferred alternative, perhaps on the 17th, a week from this coming Friday. That date might slip a little bit. I guess I'm not. I can say what's in their plan individually, but it's not supposed to be public yet, so I'm not going to say at the meeting. But I will say I do think people who recreate or go to the national mine should probably pay close attention. I think it's not a boring plan.
It's not a what?
Not a boring plan.
Boring.
Yeah, I think people will have opinions. So I think I can say that much.
No.
And that's
great. Thank you, Kevin. And as for me, I think most of the meetings that I attended, others have addressed the Spanish Valley Path meeting that Bill spoke of, which I'm definitely pleased that is moving forward. We're going to be working on procuring some right of ways and continuing to meet in a small group to keep pushing that, because that's a big priority. I did attend a Leave No Trace partner meeting with folks from our Responsible Rec and from the BLM, and that was to basically our Responsible Recreation program has received the gold designation for their program, which is a huge deal. It's the first actual program in the whole country to receive a gold designation. Leave No Trace is an international program. They're very well known, and the designation is prestigious. So huge congratulations to that program. It's also the first gold designation in the state of Utah, so that's another feather in our hat. And we are in discussions to talk about the whole Moab area possibly becoming a gold designation program, which would have to get a lot of different entities on board, including land management agencies, city, county, etc. So that may be in the future. I attended, as Bill said, the UMTRA steering committee meeting in lieu of Mary. The big announcement was moved 1 million tons this year. It's only the second year that 1 million tons have been moved in 1 year. So that's a huge achievement. We've exceeded 14 million tons total. As Mary said, there will be a celebration. What was the date on that, Mary? December 3rd, is that right?
The total date has been around December, when the people from DC can get here.
So that'll be that's another huge milestone. Yeah, absolutely. And they also said that the Atlas building, the original Atlas building, had finally been demoed, and it was the last building from that era that needs to be demoed out there. So the progression is palpable, and we can all see it. So, and that was a really cool meeting. Thanks for asking me to attend in your stead, Mary. I enjoyed that one. Attended the city meeting. Kevin already addressed that. I attended a Responsible Rec committee meeting. There was relatively brief, we do an ambassador report to get a idea of how many contacts have been made. They did bring up that and I think it's been shared with us, the USU study that they did on kind of the effectiveness of the Responsible Rec program has been released, and it was pretty interesting. Results of that study intended to show that it is an effective program. There's also some discussion about the Greene County Active Transportation and Trails Department and the Economic Development Department, collaboration between those two departments going forward with messaging and programs, etc. And then lastly, I attended a meeting. Kevin was also there, and admin with the sheriff and the chief deputy, and that was to discuss the dispatch agreements, where we were kind of given a good idea about how those agreements were gonna happen with the city and the other various entities, the BLM, National Park Service, etc. They just wanted us to be aware of what they were doing there. So continue to stay busy on the 3-week break from commission meetings, and now this. All right, we are on to elected official reports. And let's see, Stephen, Attorney Stocks, are you prepared to give a report?
I'll just keep it brief. I was able to attend a drug court conference that was offered by the state of Utah, attended by judges and attorneys across the states, focusing on recovery programs and treatment programs. We have a drug court program, but we don't have any other treatment courts. We're not big enough to have mental health or veterans court. So we attended that training. Additionally, I'm currently at a training about homicide and violent crimes up in Salt Lake. Apart from that, just attended other meetings, but you folks will hear quite a bit from me, so I'll just keep it brief. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. Gabe, our county clerk.
I just want to give a quick update on the election. It's going really well. We have ballots rolling in, folks coming and visiting our offices to drop their ballots into the drop box. It's all very exciting. Today, we opened up the what is technically considered the early voting period. And we have a ballot marking device out in the lobby. You'll see a new stand and a new privacy screen around it. It looks a lot more professional than what we've had in the past. Thank you to Davis County for their donation of those stands that they were no longer using. Really happy about that. Up until this Thursday, that's the 9th of November. That's the day that we're going to be sending out our last voter file to our printer for mail ballots. That will be mailed out by the deadline of next Tuesday, November 14th. So the 9th is actually our deadline for getting it to the printer to be mailed by that date. And so, so folks that still want a mail ballot will need to come into the clerk auditor's office by this Thursday, the 9th, by 5 p.m. to get to still get a mail ballot. At this point, if folks are coming in to register in person, we had a few today. We're encouraging them to go right ahead and vote on the ballot marking device and stick that slip into a typical ballot envelope to be signed and put it into the ballot drop box rather than wait for a mail ballot. Other than that, everything's going great. Chief Deputy Van Horn is doing a great job picking it up.
Great. Thanks, Gabe. Do we have any other electeds? Jameson is online. Okay, Sheriff Wiggins, would you care to give a report at this time?
Yep. I'm going to share my screen with you guys. If you'll enable it for me.
Working on it. It looks like you're good, Jameson.
Can you see the stats?
Yes.
Okay. This is just a lot easier for you guys to see. That's why I'm doing this. Total calls through dispatch for the month of October, 2,848. 911 calls, 816. 712 calls the deputies responded to. Traffic stops, 188. 13 arrests. We served 70 papers, and our SAR calls jumped to 25. I have a MTSB report back. It's pretty brief. It just basically says the runway lights were not turned on the night of the airplane crash by the pilot. The pilot can actually turn the runway lights on or off via their airplane. So the lights were not turned on, and there was no mechanical failure on the aircraft that night. So that's the only report that I have back from the NTSB. I attended a meeting with UDOT at the intersection of Aggie Boulevard and 191 with the city, with UDOT engineers, and we all talked about, should we put a stoplight in or not? It doesn't meet their requirements for UDOT to fund that, so they're looking to see if the city and the developers would fund putting a stoplight in. While I had them all there, I decided to ask if we could address the running of red lights and maybe talk about making the yellow lights longer, putting in turn arrows, or all pedestrians crossing at the same time. UDOT basically told me none of that's going to happen in a polite way. They do studies on this. And the purpose of the reason why they have it set up right now the way they do is to get traffic through town as fast as they possibly can. They said that if we put in turn arrows, it's going to back traffic up, and nobody wants that. If we do all pedestrians crossing at the same time, that's going to back traffic up. and nobody's going to want that. They were talking about they're installing new sound devices at the stoplight, so it's going to beep at you. It's going to be really loud and annoying, but those are going to be installed pretty soon. Hosted the sheriff meeting. All the sheriffs in the state of Utah came to Moab for the sheriff meeting. Like I talked earlier, the sheriffs are asking for another position for that House Bill 61 requirement. Our search and rescue team hosted a training. It was last weekend, and we had search and rescues from Washington County Sheriff's Office, Utah County Sheriff's Office, Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office. They came into Moab. SAR and the National Park Service hosted that training at DOC. They started at DOC, and then they went to various locations in the county and trained on rope rescue. And then that same day, we had the homicide suspect chase. And I can talk a little bit about that since it's public knowledge that the Times Independent did a story about it. We were alerted by another agency. We located the vehicle on 191. We formed a plan. We decided that we were going to spike the suspect's vehicle once he made it through town. We waited for him to make it through town. We had unmarked vehicles following him. As soon as he made it through town, we decided to spike him. We spiked 3 of the 4 tires, and then we went into a multi-hour standoff. I requested UHP, the Department of Public Safety's helicopter, San Juan County Sheriff's Office, Moab PD, the BLM, Mesa County Sheriff's Office sent their SWAT team and their Bearcat and their less lethal options. And we got them out of the vehicle because of the less lethal options. We broke out the back window and pumped less lethal options into the vehicle to get them to come out. Grand County Emergency Service was there, and Classic Air Medical was on scene, and it was just the best possible outcome for that situation. So that is all I have.
Sounds like a very exciting month, Jameson. Thank you very much. We really appreciate these monthly reports. It's great.
You bet. You guys have any other questions?
Any questions for Jameson at this time?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. It looks like we don't have any other electeds to be heard from. So Commission Administrator report, Mallory is off tonight. So Quinn, anything from your office?
I will note that Mallory is on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jameson, do you want to stop sharing your screen?
Yep, I'm trying to figure that out.
No worries. I'm trying to figure that out. I went to a bunch of the same meetings everyone else did. I would add that if we all want a special meeting on Thursday, we will need to have the materials. Any materials anyone wants included in that packet by tomorrow at 4. So
great. That's a great point. Yeah. Thank you.
And that's enough for me.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Quinn. All right, we are on to general business action items, and we'll start with action item number 1. It is our Vista Antigua PUD Phase 1 warranty bond release resolution, and I would invite Jenna Gorney from Planning and Zoning up.
Go ahead and read through the fairly short staff report just to have that record for you. So on your screen is the Vista Antigua Phase 1 plat. Vista Antigua PUD Phase 1 is a 13-lot subdivision spanning 28 acres located at the east side of Chapman Lane and situated on Vista Antigua Road. The Vista Antigua Phase 1 subdivision was approved by County Council on December 18th, 2018 via Ordinance 589, and the final plat was subsequently reported on August 28th in 2019. In accordance with Land Use Code Section 5.5.5, 9.55, B7, a warranty bond is required to indemnify the county or any applicable service districts against any repairs that may become necessary to any part of the construction work performed in connection with the subdivision arising from any defective workmanship or materials used therein. On August 13th, 2019, a warranty bond was secured by the developer and subsequently submitted to the county clerk as required. Such warranty bond has been held for the required minimum 1-year time period, and all improvements covered by the warranty bond have been in place and inspected for verification of functionality. Following the required warranty period, the developer has requested release of such warranty bond as required improvements have been completed for that 1-year time period. On July 31st, 2023, the county engineer and the road supervisors performed a final site plan inspection and confirmed that all required improvements have been installed in accordance to the final engineering plans for the subdivision and are functioning properly. In addition, it was confirmed that the final road improvements have been completed and have also passed inspection. The warranty bond period is passed, and as such, the engineer recommends full release of the warranty bond. Final acceptance per section Land Use Code 9.5.5D requires the final acceptance of the subdivision bond and release of the warranty shall be made by resolution to County Commission. So the total bond funds requested for release are $41,561. So give you a little bit of an overview where that subdivision is located.
So I know there's been some controversy around maybe the original subdivision not being recorded properly or something like that. How does this bond warranty release, does it relate to that at all? Or
In this case, the phase 1, it was recorded, plat was recorded, and the required, actually the improvements were in fact private improvements, and those have been completed and completely functioning for a period of time well beyond what was required to have those work.
Okay, so this is a separate issue from that other. Okay, thanks. Kevin? So I move to approve the proposed resolution approving the acceptance of the Vista Antigua PUD Phase 1 subdivision required improvements, approve the release of the warranty bond.
Thank you. I have a motion from Commissioner Walker to approve and a second from Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion on this? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Thanks. Next up, ordinance to amend Land Use Code Section 4.7 High Density Housing Overlay and the Rules and Regulations. And this one goes to Elisa Martin, our Planning and Zoning Director.
Good evening, everybody. Okay, so I'm just going to give a very brief recap of this item and also point out an important correction to my calculations presented in the staff report. So just backing up a little bit, at the Planning Commission public hearing on August 28th, the Planning Commission voted to send a favorable recommendation to approve the revisions of the HDHO, striking the language pertaining to the income cap for self-employed individuals. The Planning Commission's concern with the income cap is due to the difficulty of accurately verifying self-employment income, and more importantly, the possibility that one's income could increase over time and cause a person to lose eligibility and therefore lose the ability to live in their home. If the Commission shares this concern regarding the continuing obligation of the income cap, a possible solution could be to only require income eligibility at the time of purchasing the HDHO unit and exempting self-employed individuals from having to meet the income cap requirement at each annual re-verification thereafter. This change would be appropriate under the continuing obligations section in the rules and regulations. But realizing this may not be desirable to make this edit now at this juncture, after all of what we've been through with this amendment, we could flag this as a possible revision in the future. And in the meantime, monitor those properties, which would likely be very, very few, that would be qualifying under this income cap rule. So you can kind of mull that over and decide at the time when you are close to making a motion. So back to the kind of just a recap on our most recent activity on this. During the public hearing at the October 17th commission meeting, alternate language was proposed by a commissioner that would exempt condominiums from the ownership requirements. That alternate version is included in your packet as an attachment, and the original version presented at the October 17th meeting is also included. The commission can choose to vote on the original version presented at the October 17th meeting or the alternate version, which exempts condominiums. And then also, I just wanted to make note that since the public hearing was open, there were 24 public comments submitted the majority of which expressed support for the proposed revisions, including the provision to exempt condominium owners from being qualified households. And so getting to my calculations and stats that are provided in the staff report, I did provide this summary of the HDHO developments and a breakdown of the deed restricted units based on how many are restricted for ownership versus how many are restricted only for occupancy. So in total, there are 313 units across all HDHO developments. And since 80% are deed restricted, that equals 253 deed restricted units across all HDHO developments. Of those 253, there are actually 127 units that would be restricted for ownership, not 156 as I had originally stated. This is because in my original calculation, I had overlooked the 28 deed restricted rental units in the Peakview Phase 5 development, which proposes multifamily fourplexes. So when you add that 28 Peakview rental units to the Viewgate Terrace 98 apartment units, that comes to 126 rental units restricted that would only be for occupancy, not ownership. So with this correction, out of the 253 HDHO deed restricted units, again, 126 would be rental units within multifamily developments, and that leaves 127 units left to be restricted for ownership, and that's with the Murphy Flats condos included in the ownership requirement. Then if you go to the second point in my staff report, the second line there, if the Murphy Flats condos are exempt from the ownership requirement, the number of units restricted for ownership would actually then come down to 97. So again, the takeaway here is if you decide to vote to allow condos to be exempt from the ownership requirement, 97 units out of 253 would be restricted for ownership, and 156 would actually be restricted for only occupancy. Those are the rental units. So I apologize for this mistake, and I know it's kind of a lot to take in, but if you have any questions regarding these numbers or anything else in the staff report, I can go ahead and answer those now. Otherwise, that concludes my presentation, and I would pass it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Elisa. And as Elisa said, we did have a public hearing on this at the last meeting where we had some lengthy discussion. We've been through this quite a bit. I think we're all familiar, and I would open up the floor to continue that discussion.
I just
Sure, Heather.
Yeah, Stephen.
Clarification question.
Just a quick point of clarification. Are any of the commissioners just an opportunity, or if any of the commissioners are working with, I think it's been identified based on her own admission that Courtney Heiser said that the condo adjustment would solely benefit her currently. So if there's any commissioner that's working with them directly, it might be appropriate for them to disclose. It's not a restricted conflict, but if the benefit of that condo clause is solely for one person this time, it may be appropriate if commissioners working with that individual. So just wanted to point that out and give commissioners an opportunity to disclose.
Okay. I think you guys all heard that. Mike.
I would like to disclose that I'm working with Courtney. She is my architect on looking towards ADO proposal.
Okay.
But not the HDHO proposal.
Okay. Mary.
I just have a question. So you're saying if we agree to the current changes to the HDHO, that then we will have 97 ownership units and 156 occupancy.
That's correct.
Okay, so and now how much ownership would there be if we didn't approve today's proposal? I mean, how does that change up down?
So if you didn't approve the alternate version, it would be let's see. So you would have 126 rental units restricted for occupancy and 127 restricted for ownership. So it's almost 50-50.
So with the changes, we have lowered owner almost by
Well, it's 30, yeah, it would
30,
be
30 units. It'd
30
be 30,
units.
30
That's the amount of condo units that are in the Murphy Flats development that would be deed restricted.
You're deed restricted.
Thank you. I
So
just want to make
you're
sure.
not delving into that, like, 50% owner occupancy. I mean, there's a lot of squirrely little details and the way it's
No,
actually.
the other details are only to provide you with the sort of like if the scenario were that you were going to vote for exempting condos, the other details in there are just kind of a background of what the condominium requirements are that kind of help to assure that some of the units would be owner occupied, not necessarily workforce occupied.
I see.
I'll start the discussion. Evan and I were here from the beginning, and our intent, and I see if Evan agrees with me, our intent from the beginning was to create a path forward for people in Grand County who work in Grand County to gain ownership of a piece of property. We wanted to provide housing for our workforce. And we wanted, and I remember promising so many people that were so opposed to this, promising this was not going to be a path forward for outside developers to come in and buy homes and rent them to our local people. I have been supportive of the Murphy Flats development from way prior to even having a part of it. In fact, when we started, the Murphy Flat development was not part of the HDHO. They weren't under that umbrella, and I worked really hard to convince my fellow commissioners to agree to do that. If I could roll back time, I would not have done that. This has been painful for the developers, painful for us. I moved to Moab to live in workforce housing over on Mountain View. People built workforce housing. The idea was not to make them gorgeous, not to make them beautiful, not to make them aesthetically pleasing. It was to create housing for people who worked here. We were thrilled to move into that house with ugly cabinets, horrible floors. If anybody saw the original Hecla or Mountain View or Steenvale houses, they were sparse, and that's putting it bluntly. So it really goes against my grain to go against what we worked so hard on to find a path forward for ownership, to allow outside investors to come in. They're not going to make a ton of money, but they're going to make money on this. It's going to, and I feel like, I think Trish, you were one of the people that was very, very opposed to the HDHO. I had lots of friends that still don't talk to me to this day because I chose to support the high density overlay. And I don't want to see Murphy Flats go belly up. I want it to be successful. I don't want it to go bankrupt. But at the same time, we moved their density from 1 house per acre to 15. Wow. That's a lot. And we said, 20% of those houses can be, sold to at market rate. You can make buku amount of money out of 20% to offset the cost of the housing for employees that live and work here in Moab or Grand County. And it was developers' opportunity and responsibility to make sure their project penciled out. And a lot came into play, a lot that I wish hadn't. And I've been the biggest supporter of the Murphy Flat condominiums and such of anyone. But after a lot of it, I have a hard time swallowing the idea that I'm going to lower the number of homes that people in Grand County can own by 30 in order to allow outside developers to come in and buy a condominium to sell, to rent to local people and make profit. So at this point, I did talk to the Planning Commission today, and they assured me that this would not happen anywhere else. As I said, could we restrict the outside ownerships to just Murphy Flats so nobody else can do that? And they said, yes, that could happen. And so that
And you're just talking condominiums,
right, that no other, you know, that another development couldn't take advantage of that clause and build a condominium to then, with the idea, oh boy, I'm going to build a condominium, I'm going to sell it to an outside developer that, you know, I'm going to make a huge amount of money off of this. And so that kind of eased it a little bit, and I could be persuaded to support it. But after much consideration, I felt the intent, and the lawsuit proved it, the intent of the HDHO was to provide housing, a step up, not rentals, not just rentals, but a way that people can stop throwing money down the toilet with rental and rather give it to be building equity on their own place. That was the intent. And I feel like doing this is breaking my word to all my citizens in the county that I gave them my word that this would not be an opportunity for outside developers to come in and buy property to rent to our locals.
Thanks, Mayor. Bill,
can we make the motion to approve the alternate for the HDHO?
I believe the floor is open, and you may make any motion that you care to make.
What's that?
I believe the floor is open, and yes, you may make any motion that you care to make.
Let me see if I can work my way through that. Well, maybe not.
It's on page.
My apologies.
Want to pass this down to Bill?
What's that? Yeah, I totally lost it on mine. I'm sorry. Okay, I move to approve the ordinance amending land use code section 4.7 high density housing overlay and the revisions to the rules and regulations based on the alternate version of code, which includes language exempting condominiums from HDHO ownership requirements and any additional edits desired. Did I get that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Merrick. I don't know where mine went, but this.
Thanks.
It's happened to me more than once.
Yes. Thanks.
That happened. It's right here. It's just like that pencil.
Okay, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Winfield to approve with the alternate version, which includes exempting condominiums from the HDHO ownership requirements. And I have a second from Commissioner McCurdy to open the floor for discussion on the motion. Kevin.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Mary said. I can also confirm that, the only reason Murphy Flat was within the eligibility polygons is because Mary came and said, "Yeah, there's a project right here, I want it inside." And, so that is true. I don't want, we discussed this a bunch, so I'm just gonna very briefly, summarize where I prefer the original version, not the alternate version. I think there's a hassle for administrating this, letting ownership become some fractionalized, and so I think opens up a potential can of worms of abuse. And I think it also drives prices in the wrong direction. I mean, we want these units to be inexpensive, which is kind of in conflict with the developers wanting things to work. But if we just end up with a bunch of units that are not very different from market rate, that's a different way for the program to fail, because we haven't actually reduced prices. So I think this, maybe the damage is limited because it's so narrowly crafted. It'll only let us one project, but it's a small step in the wrong direction rather than a big step in the wrong direction, but it's still the wrong direction. So I'm not in favor of it, and I want to vote for the whole package because there's a lot of other amendments in here that I agree with. So I will probably move to amend it at some point, just so I be on the record, when we stand on this particular issue. And then I'll probably, however that amendment turns out, I'll vote for the whole thing. So.
Thanks, Kevin. Mike.
It's been questioned before, but how many emails did we get in favor of switching? How many comments did we get in favor of switching?
There were about 24 all together, and I think there were one or two that called out opposing the condominium exemption. So most of the comments were included favoritism for the condominium exemption.
Okay, so there was actually one or two that said they were against the condominium inspection, but 22 in favor.
Something like that. Yeah, I would have to go back and look for sure.
Estimate.
But basically, it's the majority of the comments were expressing favoritism towards the condominium exemption.
Thank you. That was my question.
Yeah, and I'd note that I read through every one of those too, and I definitely noted at least one against it, but almost all of them used very similar language, to the point where it was, right, exactly. Yeah. Not that that matters one way or another, just that. Evan?
Yeah, I would not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but to Mary's point of really bringing this project into the fold, in the sense that all the original mapping, its location was not on a feeder road. It was determined to be a poor location for a project like this. And I feel I went to bat for it. Later on, there was parking issues, and we got creative and like, can we count bike parking as parking? And, it really was a hard sell to go from, as Mary says, 1 residence per acre to 15 per acre. And I definitely wasn't going to bat for that for second homes. And, I think that seeing how once this project gained its increase in density, they immediately sued the county to undo the deed restrictions. Not only did it cost taxpayer money, it delayed a lot of other projects that were kind of riding on the coattails with that. Obviously they ended up losing that, but it made me feel like they never wanted to abide by the rules. And folks have openly campaigned against the former county attorney that was defending these as homes for employees. I'm not sure, but I believe that there were some donations to our current county attorney. Steve's on the planning commission now, has kind of drafted a lot of this. So I definitely seen a lot of work go into this. I think that, seeing that there are unrestricted units on the market now that are still unsold. It doesn't convince me that this exemption is what's keeping these units from moving. This project, or the HDHO in general, has kind of always been about the help wanted signs and all of the storefronts in Main Street, all the restaurants, and you know, to create it as an opportunity for second homeowners to have a piece of MOAB. That's not what that drastic change in density was for, and so I don't support the motion including exemption for condominiums.
Thanks, Evan. Bill?
I think we can go back to the point I've tried to make numerous times, and that is that the HDHO isn't working. You don't have to worry about outside developers coming in. You really need to worry about finding inside developers that would take on another one of these. There is no way to build a house cheap enough in today's market to accomplish what we'd all like to see, and that is low income housing for somebody that wants to work 20 hours a week and spend the rest of their time climbing or whatever they want to do. It does not work in this market. So I don't think that worrying about outside developers is a huge concern. There's developers that are just glad to get this in the rearview mirror. We can go back to Lisa. I still think the number's somewhere around 50 houses built, and I could be wrong, but there's not people in a hurry to build any more of them, and there's a reason for that. And it isn't about making a political statement here as far as who endorsed who in the county attorney campaign. This is about trying to find some housing for people who are in huge need, and right now we're failing. So let's move this on and get away from the politics and the pettiness and get people into a house somewhere.
Yeah, Mike.
Saying it's okay under your breath to the side here that we are not looking at more of these projects is unacceptable.
What?
When you just turned and said, Bill, Commissioner Winfield here, just said, we want to get this in the rearview mirror. There are no other people looking to start these projects. You just said, that's okay. That is unacceptable.
When did I say that?
Just now.
Just now?
I hope the microphone caught it. It is unacceptable that we're voting down housing again. Well, this has been revisited again and again.
But we're not actually voting down housing. We're
clear. Understand.
Right.
More opportunities. That infuriates me on a personal level, as I too have been around since the beginning of this project and have voiced my citizen opinion before I was on the commission that I wanted more accessibility to this so I could get in there. I don't have the personal capacity to keep talking.
Anyone else before I call for a vote?
Well, I think I'd like to make a move to amend it. That's right. So I move to amend the main motion to strike, or this says alternative version of code, which includes the language exempting condominiums, and replace it with the other alternative that's in the packet, based on the original land use code amendment presented on October 17th, 2023.
All right, I have a motion to amend from Commissioner Walker. Anyone want a second Commissioner Walker's? Mary? Okay. Motion to amend from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner McGann. So this would amend the motion to not include the condominium, but basically.
Yeah, and as I explained before, I mean, I think we had a straw poll on this before.
That's right.
As far as I know,
Yes.
no one's changed their mind.
Yeah.
But I just want to, on the record, move for
okay
what I want, and then I'll do for, whichever version prevails.
Okay, and we've had discussion, so I'll call a vote on the motion to amend. All those in favor of amending the original motion, raise your hands. And all, yeah.
Sorry, this is just for the amendment, or this is approving?
This is just for, we'll have.
It's just,
Okay. Okay.
This amends it to.
So then we'd still have to make a motion to,
Well, we have
or
to
I'm sorry,
vote on the amended motion.
vote on the amended motion. So yeah, so motion to amend, so basically changes the original motion. So all those in favor of amending the original motion, raise your hands. And all those opposed. Abstaining, Mike? Okay. Anyway, the motion passes 4-2 with Commissioners Winfield and Hadler in opposition and Commissioner McCurdy abstaining. So now we have a motion on the table to approve the original version without the condo exemption.
Okay, well, I did not expect that to pass, but I have not been talking with anyone since last meeting. But I do, yeah, with or without the condo thing, I think, these overall, the other revisions make sense. I think we're opening up, we're fine tuning the eligibility, and I think basically in the direction of allowing more people to qualify for like the whole zip code, et cetera. I think most of the provisions in here are pretty non-controversial. So I guess I also wanted to say that to me, this is not a I don't like personalizing this. So I've been careful. I have nothing bad, or I don't have anything to say about the developers of any one project. I just think, the rules, we kind of crafted the rules for certain eligibility, and I didn't think this proposed change was going in the right direction. So.
Chair Hadler.
Yes, Stephen.
Just a clarification for those following along online. Would this permit the additional suggested change regarding removing the income cap or not? I don't believe it. I don't believe it removes the income cap. I'm just clarifying for those that are trying to pay attention to the three different versions.
Yeah, so my understanding is the income cap is what's in the packet. No one's made any suggestions about changing that. And I think in Elisa's discussion, she remarked that it was maybe a little bit late to be making that change, but we might consider it in the future. I don't know. I'm in favor of the income as it's written, but.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify it for folks that follow it.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. And my understanding is the same as Kevin's. All right. Anyone else? Yes.
Quick clarification question.
Okay.
We're approving in this, we're saying yes to everything else.
Yes.
Other than the condo.
Right.
Still.
Yeah, and I like everything else as well.
Take what
Evan?
I will say one more. Okay. Thing. I guess I do want to. Mike, you were saying earlier you felt very strongly about some of these things. I think we all feel strongly about it, and I think we're all trying to make housing better from the point of view of users. I think we just have a somewhat technical disagreement about which set of rules is going to do a better job of that. I think that's the main disagreement around that amendment, and I think a lot of the reforms, everything else, which hasn't generated a whole lot of controversy, would also probably move things in the direction you'd like to see them move in on those groups.
And I'd like to say, my thinking on this hasn't changed since the public hearing. I'm still a hard call, but I think I am in favor of the condo exemption that was in Bill's original motion, but I'm very much in favor of all of the other changes here. I think that does help move things forward. So that's where I am on this.
I would just take a minute to backpedal and thank Kevin for modeling not getting personal and acknowledge Bill to holding people accountable. And my intent was not to politicize anything. And if I said anything about any character, that was not my intent at all. And sometimes with the mic, I just start riffing, and I apologize if I took any shots at anyone. And with that, there was I would there's
I'm sorry, Steve, the discussions among the commission.
with the other components that are being discussed here in the workshops and all, I also didn't support the remote worker aspect of it, and so with those inclusions, I'd still will vote against it tonight, but I think that there's enough support for it to pass. So.
All right. Anyone else before I call for a vote? So the vote is on Kevin's motion to approve everything except for the condo exemption as stated in the packet. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
I'm happy.
Yeah. All right. All those opposed. And I'm going to abstain on this one. So the motion passes 4-2 with Commissioners Clapper and Winfield in opposition and Commissioner Hadler abstaining. Thank you guys. That's super hard. It's been an extremely hard thing since we took it back up. I think it was in March of this year. We've had many meetings, workshops, discussions, and it's a tough topic, and it'll continue to be, I think. And I appreciate everyone's weighing in, and let's move forward.
Yeah, very hard.
I got you on the next. All right. Okay, we will move on to agenda item number 3, backup power generator for the airport terminal. Tammy Howland, and I believe Tammy is here on Zoom to speak to this. Tammy, you're muted. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Perfect.
All right, great. So what I'm presenting tonight is just not even moving funds. In our capital purchase list, we had some pre-authorized projects that for one reason or another are not going to happen this year. And in order to get a much needed backup generator for our airport terminal, we'd like to reallocate those funds for that backup generator. Again, they're all in the same fund. So we're not moving money from different funds. We're just taking the earmarks of the different projects and removing those and pooling that money for that backup generator. We do not currently have a backup generator, so this is a new install. And so this is the price of the complete project. That's the complete installation of that. So
I move to approve reallocating funds earmarked in the 2023 pre-approved capital purchases list to cover the cost of purchasing a power generator for the airport terminal.
Thanks, Kevin.
I'll second this.
So I have a motion to approve from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any further discussion before I call for a vote?
Glad we can get it done.
Excellent. All those in favor, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate your time.
All right. On to agenda item 4, Grand County / Utah Department of Transportation Memorandum of Understanding for 128 Corridor Vision Study. And this is Quinn Haller, Commission Associate Administrator.
So I will note beforehand that this was a draft from UDOT. It's not the final version, but it is a draft, and the final version should be materially similar, if not the same. The intent here is for UDOT to complete a visioning process study on the 128 corridor. Some partner agencies would like to give some money to UDOT in order to fund that study. The CNHA is going to give $15,000 to the BLM. The BLM will give us the $15,000, and then UDOT will get the $15,000 from us because UDOT can't accept money from a federal partner. Right. So we're acting as a pass-through on this. And so I would, if I'm not violating decorum, also appreciate a straw poll on the second part of this. That will be a forthcoming MOU between CNHA, the BLM, and Grand County for the $15,000, but we have not seen those materials yet. So at some point, I will be asking for that to likely be ratified because the money has to be allocated by the subcommittee. So
Great.
Okay, but both of those parts have to do just with the pass through.
yes,
Right.
yes.
Right. Mike?
I move to approve the draft MOU between Grant County and UDOT for the Highway 128 corridor vision study.
Thank you.
I'll second that. I needed to get at least
Just
one,
throw
get
it.
one in tonight.
I have a
Like, it's
motion.
a total deadbeat.
I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McCurdy and a second from Commissioner Hedin. Motion to approve. And before I call for a vote, Quinn asked for a straw poll enabling me to ratify to basically just, it'd be the second part of this to get the money to where it needs to go. Is anyone not in favor of it, or everyone's in favor of that? Okay, I'm also in favor of that. I think it's great. So I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. On to agenda item number 5. Purchase of metal kiosks for county maintained trail networks. Maddie Logowitz, Grand County Active Transportation and Trails. And is Maddie?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Maddie.
Hi. So a little background on this request. This is a line item in our 2023 budget. Was not on the capital procurement list at the beginning of the year because I missed the boat on that when I was on vacation. But we've been working to inventory all of the trailhead kiosks out on the trail networks that we manage. So primarily the mountain bike trail networks. And our kiosks have kind of been added over the last 2 decades. A lot of them were constructed by volunteers, or when the BLM had extra available, they were put in. And so we've been phasing them out because they're mostly wood, and so they require routine maintenance to be repainted. And they're also more susceptible to vandalism. We've had some sawzalled down over the years and had to go kind of brace them up. And then because they were all kind of, added as available or by different people, they're all different sizes. And so it's an extra challenge for ordering signs because not one size doesn't fit all. So there's a little bit of staff time that goes into resizing things to make sure they fit all these different kiosks. And so we'd like to do a bulk purchase this year while we have it in budget. And then the plan would be to install these in the spring because we have a grant currently that covers labor for maintenance, and this would be eligible for that. And the based on the quotes we got, the very highest end would be $14,400 for all the kiosks that we need. And I expect this will actually be quite a bit lower because we don't have a schematic for the smaller kiosks we want to make. We need to finalize those dimensions. And so the smaller ones will be using less material and hopefully be a bit cheaper. So the request is for funding that would essentially upgrade all of the aging kiosks that we've identified, which comes out to 17 full-size kiosks, 1 double kiosk, like double panel, and 11 smaller kiosks at the trailheads.
I move to approve the purchase of metal kiosks for Grand County maintained trail networks up to the amount of $14,400.
Thanks, Kevin. And motion from Commissioner Walker to approve, second from Commissioner McGinn. Evan.
I assume you've been in contact with the BLM about these plans?
Yes.
Okay, I know sometimes they have ins with other vendors for toilets and picnic tables and stuff that might be beneficial, so.
Yeah, for their kiosks, they have a welder in-house, but he's in high demand. So there's been times when he's available, he can weld us something, but it's we can't plan on it.
Yeah. Great. Okay. I spend a lot of time at these trailheads, and I can attest to the need for some continuity among the different trailheads, and also a lot of the kiosks out there are aging and unintelligible, and I firmly in favor of this. Anyone else? Comments?
Be great to get some Iron Rangers for donations too.
Yeah, or some signs with a QR code that point people to a donation site. Okay.
Noted.
all in favor of Kevin's motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously, 6-0 with Commissioner Hedin absent. Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you.
We're on to agenda item number 6, resolution amending Grand County Handbook Section X, travel. And this is Renee Baker, Personnel Services.
Sure. Good evening. This has been a hot topic this year, but we would like to propose that we return the travel reimbursement mileage, the mileage reimbursement to its original glory and offer the one-way reimbursement to our employees. After adding in the full reimbursement and then passing a policy to take that away, we got quite a bit of feedback that the original policy was the best. So
great. So Renee, the section, is it Roman numeral 10 or is it X? Like, is the next one Y or is it XI?
I'm sorry.
It is a Roman numeral. It's a 10.
Okay, great. I read that
With
wrong.
that in mind, I move to approve the resolution entitled Updating Section 10 Work Policies All Employees.
Thanks, Kevin. Motion from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner McCurdy to approve. And I'll just say that I voted for each of the previous iterations, and I am very convinced that this is the best possible outcome. I think it gives people some flexibility. I think it's relatively fair, and I'm in favor of it. Mike,
only question to add this is a cross-county policy, right?
Yes, it is, Mike.
Yes. There's no caveats within that.
The only I guess change from the original policy is that there would be written approval from my office or from me agreeing or approving the one-way reimbursement from the request.
Okay.
We'll update the travel form and get that out.
And is my understanding that doesn't include electeds? Is that right?
It does say approval by the elected official and personal services. So I guess if the elected official is the one requesting it, then the approval would come from my office.
Okay. So just to clarify, just someone say in a random department would need permission from either yourself or an elected official or both?
From their department head, their elected official, and then myself. If it's an elected official themselves making the request, then it would just be for me.
Okay.
So I need to understand, an elected official needs to come to you for permission to get mileage reimbursement. Is that what you're saying here?
Yeah, just a signature on the updated travel reimbursement form.
I think we need to change this language just a little bit. I'm not in favor of an elected official having to ask permission to get mileage reimbursement.
Sure. If you want to make an updated motion for what that language could read in the policy.
I would tend to agree with Bill on that. I think my feeling is that you'd probably end up rubber stamping all of it, and it would just be one more hoop to jump through. Any other thoughts, Trish?
I think we should be accountable to somebody. Yeah, I don't think we should just have carte blanche.
Commissioner Hadler.
Yes, Stephen.
Just for documentation, when we're making these mileage reimbursements, my department, for example, Terry Hines always makes me give her something to show where I'm going and what I'm doing on behalf of the county's business. So from a bookkeeping standpoint, it either will put the task on the commission admin to make sure that they get documentation to show that, you know, Jacques goes to UAC or I go to wherever. So just kind of keeping that in mind, and it might not maybe structuring it, not necessarily approval, but maybe some sort of documentation or evidence that you're working on behalf of the county to be able to get reimbursement. I don't know, just a thought.
So it's just kind of creating a paper trail.
Yeah, that's the goal. So that somebody says, why did, you know, whoever get money to go to Salt Lake or Vegas, for example.
Okay. Yeah, when you put it that way, okay, got it. Mike.
It was just a step question. Like, if I look for or file a mileage reimbursement to Gabe or to the clerk auditor's office, it'll still go to Renee also, or does Gabe sign off on that?
Does each one of these come through you, Renee, no matter who?
I mean, I'm okay
asks
with
for
her
the
number, but there's a lot of steps here.
Yeah.
Sure, we could just update the
I'll tell you
language
where I'm
to.
going, but
Sure. The mileage reimbursement in the supporting documentation does need to go to the clerk auditor's office for payment. So if we updated that language to read maybe approval by the department head or elected official or written by personal services. I don't see it being a big ask. I don't know that we get a ton of these, but we can also just remove the requirement for me to sign off on it if the elected official approves it.
I make a motion, we postpone this decision until we have the language in a state that we're comfortable with, rather than workshopping it right now.
I'll second that.
It's been brought to our attention that there is a timely issue coming up, and that is that there are many elected officials as well as department heads that will be attending the UAC conference in St. George before the next.
I'll amend my motion. I move that we approve that the mileage is paid one way, and that we approve the language that as to how we apply for that reimbursement to be ratified later, or to.
Mary, if I can just add in one quick thing, we can make this an online form and it would be a very quick approval. I don't think it would be an ask for anybody to sign off on that.
So, okay, I guess, I don't know.
Pull my motion.
Okay, for the record, Mary pulls her motion.
Okay, yeah, sorry to. I mean, I'm generally supportive of having it. I think, we should be encouraging people to use county vehicles if they're cheaper, but it shouldn't be like an absolute requirement that you just fall off the cliff and get nothing at all if you don't do that. So I support something like this, and we might be able to improve it, but I'm looking at the section right now, and if we amended it to say, if a Grand County vehicle is available, but the employee has requested department head, elected official, or personal services director, blah. So any three, just one of those three has to approve. And so, elected officials like us could just approve themselves. I don't know if that's ideal, but it's something in place, and I'm open to amending it later to.
Certainly amenable.
Yeah. But I don't have a strong, I'm not planning on driving somewhere next week, so I'm okay with whatever.
That's what I was like.
Whatever the rest of you want to do, I'm good with.
Yeah.
So just changing and personal service director to or personal service director.
Yeah, maybe some
Yeah.
a bit of punctuation.
Yeah.
I think that's in line with the original policy as well. So I think that would be the easiest way forward.
Okay, that checks the box for me, I think. Mike?
I'd like to make a motion as stated.
What is it?
Yeah.
I thought I just made a motion.
Okay,
Yeah, right.
I will second that motion.
Yeah.
Did I?
You made the original. You made the original motion.
Number two.
Oh, I did the very.
Yes, you made the original motion.
I apologize for botching the part of the procedure.
Okay.
I just couldn't remember whether I was hypothetically saying that or actually made a new motion. So.
Don't feel bad. I lost you too.
All right, so now I'm a little confused. Where do we land?
We got a second on the motion.
Okay, where we at?
Can we just include, I can just note in that original motion with that minor language revision.
Okay, that works.
Okay. Okay. Two. So yeah, and you seconded the original. Okay. Motion on the table, Commissioner Walker, second, Commissioner McCurdy. Anyone else want to weigh in before we vote?
Just once again, what did we change verbiage wise in it? So we're going to the words or elected official.
Yes.
Or the elected official or personal services director. So this needs one of those two, not both of them.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. All opposed. The motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Hedin in opposition. All right. Thanks, Renee. We are on to agenda item number 7, Rural Communities Opportunity Grant Application Fiscal Year 24. Welcome Ben Frederigill, our Economic Development Director, as well as Forrest Rogers, Economic Development Advisory Board Chair. Hi, Forrest.
Hi, Jock. Hi, Ben. Hi, Commissioners.
You've been waiting a long time for this agenda item, I think.
Yeah, so pretty straightforward. The Economic Development Department and the Economic Development Advisory Board are requesting the Commission's support for the 2024 Rural Communities Opportunity Grant Application for Moab Area Community Land Trust, Arroyo Crossing Project Phase 2.
So my copy of the agenda is kind of broken and I can't open the agenda summary. To make it. So we're approving.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Look at this, old school, paper to the rescue.
Paper, oh my goodness.
Ben, you're prepared. That's very impressive.
That's gonna cut me.
I needed all that to say all those acronyms in their actual words.
This is the right one. I would make a motion to approve the fiscal year 24 Rural Communities Opportunity Grant application for $300,000 in gap financing to support Moab Area Community Land Trust Arroyo Crossings Phase 2 pre-development and construction project to develop infrastructure to serve 116 units of affordable housing. Affordable workforce housing.
Great. All right. Thank you, Evan. I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Clapper. Okay, and a second from Commissioner Walker. Any discussion or questions for Forrest or Ben?
I've got a question. Is this on top of the money that we already gave in a grant that went to the Housing Authority for the Moab Area Land Trust infrastructure? And I think that was for 225,000 plus or minus.
Isn't this for the grant for next year?
Another grant,
Is it for next year's grants? Isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, and Caitlin's on.
I guess the point that I want to make is that we've got Thompson and Castle Valley and all kinds of our own communities within the county that could certainly use almost $500,000 for infrastructure that we're putting into a project that I believe was supposed to be self-sustainable out there almost. So I'm a little bit concerned that we keep funneling money to that project out there when I guarantee you that either of those other communities mentioned would love $500,000.
Can I address that?
Yes, Mary.
This was discussed extensively in the Economic Development Advisory Board. And we had the person who is the guru from the state. What was her name, Forrest? That was
Colette Cox is the Governor Office of Economic Opportunity representative for Southern Utah.
And it's really important when you apply for these grants that there's a real correlation between how this is going to improve economic development in the community by providing housing for people who live and work here. And she was very supportive of the process. It was also work because of so many changes in just leadership and such that this was in a somewhat of a time crunch that we had to get these things decided on and turned in and pushed forward so that we have a plan to begin on January, first meeting in January, even starting this meeting in December, to start more strategically looking like we'd really like to work closer with the city to come up with, to spend more time coming up with the projects, a more variety of projects than that were presented to the Economic Development Board in a timely fashion, that we were able to do it so that we could apply for the grant and not lose some money.
If I may, Commissioner Bill, I appreciate your calling attention to the other communities in the county, because yes, certainly there are needs throughout the county, but the Economic Development Advisory Board has been looking at workforce housing through throughout the last 3 or 4 years and these grant cycles. And I believe that the board was unanimous in its support for this particular grant proposal at this particular time. The reality is that the Moab Area Community Land Trust, an acronym which I cannot pronounce, is doing great work on that one particular site. And I think it's important as we look at the relatively limited state dollars that we can secure for this very essential workforce housing, to continue investing in it until it gets to a point, it reaches a point where it could become self-sustaining. Now, I say that as somebody who is not in real estate development, but I know that Caitlin and her team at the Community Land Trust has the great credibility with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. And to Commissioner Mary's point, the strategic planning process will clearly be able to identify the kinds of investments that the county wants and needs to make, and identify where the sources of those funds come from, including the state. So I really appreciate the fact that you're concerned about those other communities. And to Commissioner Mary's point, we've been in a spending frenzy over the last 18 months because of the timing of rural county grants and the TRT diversification fund spend down. So we believe that as a board, unanimously believe that this was the right investment for this particular cycle for the Rural Counties Opportunity Grant.
And I'm not denying that they're not doing good work out there. I'm just saying that I think rather than another nonprofit in the future, I think we need to start taking care of some of our own communities that have a huge need, and Thompson probably even more than Castle Valley. So I'm not denying that they're doing something good out there and they're producing housing, but there are other areas that have a much greater need.
Exactly. And I was trying to give you a compliment for acknowledging that and speaking to that. And as I said, I believe that this planning process will engage people from those communities and help surface opportunities for submitting grants. The other thing that I think is really important, and perhaps you'll allow Caitlin to speak to this, and that is that the target market, in a sense, for these particular units is what they call what has been called the missing middle. So these are professionals who work throughout the county, teachers, our public service officers, the sheriff's department, the hospital, places where there are professionals working who will have an opportunity to acquire a place from which they can continue to work in Moab and in the county, and it eventually, with all the forces aligning, be able to purchase homes and live here and raise families.
Thanks. Yeah, Mike.
I was just checking source of the funding. Is this from state and it's the grants that come from, yeah, it's not directly out of our general fund or
Correct.
Yeah, this is
it's it's not from our county, it's from
Kevin,
thank you.
I just wanted, I mean, in a sense, I agree with Bill that I think all too often when we get these grant opportunities, just it's a grant that could be applied to a number of different things. And then, we just the first idea is a good idea and we go rah with that without thinking whether there might be other things that might have been even more appropriate. So I think it's good to ask that kind of question. I hope we do more of that in the future. I guess I do think affordable housing is a pretty big need here. And this is a project that already exists. Throwing more grant money at it brings costs down. So I'm comfortable with this particular decision, but I think it's a really good idea to ask what else could we be spending grant money on, and I think we need to be doing more of that in the future. So, great.
Chair Hadler.
Yes, Stephen.
Just pointing this out for the commission on page 226 of our packet. It states the reporting requirements that are explained in further detail in Appendix C. I just want to make sure that the county is aware that reporting obligation will be on the September 1st of each year. And so we just need to be aware that we will have that reporting requirement that will follow up. And so that'll be onerous upon us to make sure we comply with those reporting deadlines. And it's on page 232 of the packet.
Okay, thanks for pointing that out, Stephen.
Yep.
And do we have a motion on the table? I didn't.
Yeah, I haven't read it.
Okay, right. Sorry, it's getting late.
From paper. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, of course.
I'm not sure, but I think I second.
I think they've got it from.
Yeah, we get a second.
I think I seconded it.
Okay, what we do?
I had Walker.
Great. Okay. I'm generally very good at writing that down, and it's getting late. Anyway, I do have a motion on the table from Commissioner Clapper and a second Commissioner Walker. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, guys. Our next one is similar. Agenda item number 8. Letter of support to the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity Review Committee for the Rural Communities Opportunity Grant fiscal year 24. And back to you, Ben.
So, Kelly Pass, we're asking for a letter of support the application. Can you open the I've got a copy right here. No, we got this one. This line is good.
I can function on this one.
All right, and that makes sense. Anyone care to make a motion?
I would move to approve the letter of support to the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity Review Committee for the Rural Communities Opportunity Grant.
Yeah, all right. I have a motion from Commissioner Clapper and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any discussion on this? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands, and that also passes unanimously. Okay, thanks, Ben. Thanks for sticking with us for this long meeting. On to agenda item number 9, Community Renewable Energy Program. Elisa Martin, Planning and Zoning, as well as Stephen Stocks, our Grand County Attorney. Elisa, did you want to start out on this one?
Sure. So as you all know, Grand County is one of 18 member communities participating in the Utah Renewable Energies Program, which aims to achieve net 100% renewable electricity for program participants by driving forward large-scale renewable energy development over the next several years. At this stage in the process, the URC board is requesting to have all member communities sign on to the utility agreement, which is an agreement between the URC agency and Rocky Mountain Power, and addresses 4 elements required by Utah State Code. The agreement does not finalize a commit a community's participation in the program. It does not project rates for participating customers, and it does not require any additional monetary commitment by any community. And I'll just share my screen. They had some slides ready for us to share with you all. So that first slide just kind of talks about what the utility agreement is in general and what it does not do. The next slide provides a bit of background on what the URC has been working on since launching in the summer of 2021. Basically, there's been a lot of coordination on the program design between the various stakeholders, state agencies, and Rocky Mountain Power. And there's also been progress made on portions of the program application itself, which has many different components. The next slide here provides an overview of the steps to design and launch the URC program. And as you can see, we are currently on step 4, executing the utility agreement. In terms of what the utility agreement actually contains, the 4 required elements include an agreement that member communities pay for consultants used by the Division of Public Utilities and Office of Consumer Services. This has actually already been funded. We already paid our share. It's already been done. An agreement to reimburse Rocky Mountain Power for the cost of providing 2 required opt-out notices to customers before program launch, to be funded by communities only if they also and later adopt the participation ordinance, which would be a future step. That's up here. No, that's actually the final step. And a description of how unpaid termination fees will be addressed, and identification of any existing thermal power plants that the URC proposes will no longer serve customers participating in the program. This is the estimated cost for the opt-out notices, which I did include in my budget for fiscal year 2024. So we have that under our public noticing budget. The county attorney has reviewed the utility agreement and has approved the signing of this by the commission chair. That's kind of all I have for this. If you have any questions, I can attempt to answer them, but I'm not yet a total expert on all of this. It is a big kind of complex program that's been going on way before I became, I took over for Sarah Stocks on this board. So I do feel confident, though, that signing on to the utility agreement would be a positive thing, and continuing to be a participant in the program would be good for the county. So if Stephen, if you have anything to add, that's all I've got.
I don't have anything to add.
I move to approve the agreement between Community Renewable Energy Program Agreement between this is written weirdly. I move to approve the Community Renewable Energy Program Agreement between Rocky Mountain Power and Grant County.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. And a second from Commissioner Clapper. So I have a motion on the table, Commissioner Walker to approve, second from Commissioner Clapper. Mike.
In short, what is this doing? Just to sum it up, I just read through the slides there.
Yeah.
So one thing, this is like this very long process that probably started 3 years ago, and it hasn't completed yet. And there's still, it's not a done deal until we vote on it like 5 more times or something like that.
That's what I was reading. I was like,
but I think it's various communities around the state. I think there's a list of them in the packet have agreed to buy renewable energy, and we don't know exactly what it'll, the hope is it'll be at a competitive rate, but you don't know until they actually get it. There are opt-out options. I think she was talking about, Elisa was just talking about noticing, so that residents of Grant County who don't want to be part of this will have the chance to say no thanks.
Yeah.
So it is, it's sort of putting our community along with various others in Utah in favor of getting cleaner energy.
And it originated as a state bill, and so there's funding from the state that it's kind of done some of this back work and the leg work to kind of get it up and going and off the ground. So it's
State driven.
It's
State driven.
well, I like the outlook. I just worry about a $10,000 power bill someday, but I like where we're going.
Yeah, I think none of us like significantly higher power bills in the homes. This won't do it, and we still have a chance to back out of it.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. There is a lot more information for anybody that wants to read up a little more on it. UtahRenewableCommunities.org is their website.
Great. Thanks, Elisa.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner Clapper to approve. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Elisa. Our next agenda item is number 10, resolution approving noticing property tax increase for the Grant County Library for 2024. That is Clerk Wojtek and Attorney Stocks.
I put Gabe's name on there just because I don't want to talk about it, but
okay.
We're required to pass a resolution saying that we are going to notice the potential of increasing
the
tax rate. It does not obligate us to increase the tax rate. It just says we're going to notify everyone that it's on the table.
Yeah.
And both those for both the library and mosquito abatement are the same thing.
So I noticed that mosquito abatement didn't list an amount, and this one does. I mean, is
the mosquito abatement, I could tell you what it is.
Did we get
It's a $60,000 tax increase, and the rate was, I think it was 16. Sorry, I'm moving quickly trying to find it.
okay? Well, I'm just wondering, is this
$60,000 for 2024, 16.85%, $432,000 residents would increase from $33 to $39.
okay? And these amounts, are these like maximum amounts just to cover all the bases, or this is expected amounts that are going to be?
My understanding is this is the expected amount.
But it couldn't go up. It could go down.
Could go down, could not go
Yeah,
up.
we advertise an intent, and then there's a public hearing, and the pitchforks come out.
And then based on previous conversations with the librarian, it looks like they wait a number of years, they do a pretty significant tax increase. They run budget surpluses for a while, then they start running budget deficits, and then when they start running out of money, then they do another large tax increase. Is that the pattern with the library?
That's my understanding as well.
And I just wonder, maybe you should just do truth and taxation every year, or just do a, inflation, sort of because the taxes aren't indexed to inflation. So if you never raise taxes, eventually property taxes will be worth approximately zero because inflation would eat them away. And so it's a gap in the state.
I think that's how they used to do it, very much so, but then I believe it was in 2014 or 15, the state required it, because it used to be the mosquito abatement could do a truth and taxation. The library could do a truth and taxation, the cemetery district, but then they made it so that now they have to come through us, which adds a whole other element. So they would have to come to us every single year in order to do a truth and taxation. It's not like prior to 2013 or 2014, when they could easily just keep it up so that it never had to be much. No, I think that's part of the reason we see it like that.
Okay, yeah, I think I was addressing a different, not the issue that it has to come through us, but it seems like both, I think also just Grand County and the library are on this path of, flat tax rate for a number of years and then a big increase and then flat for a number of years and a big increase. I just wonder whether, people like predictability in taxes, and we've seen that with assessments. It really is, is not at all a good thing if your assessment jumps once every 5 years, and it doesn't really help that it goes down slightly in between. And I just wonder. It seems like, I think Chris Baird used to hate the idea of having to go through, you put off the tax increases as long as you possibly can. But that means when you eventually do it, it's large. The county did a large tax increase, I think, just before I was elected. And so it's just a general policy, maybe we should be ourselves, and also municipality library, maybe they should just do small inflation sized tax increases every year. And that would lead to less jumping around in the tax bills.
That's a good point.
And one thing I noticed is the library didn't include their budget summary. I don't see it. I mean, is it? The budget summary is there for mosquito abatement, but not the library. I just think it would be important, for the average citizen to be able to
see what the library is spending the money on.
Their budget.
Correct. I will note that we will dive deeply into everything budget over the next.
I know you will. So yeah, I was just noting that. So.
Quite frankly, if we're being brutally honest, we did not know that we had to pass a resolution allowing this to be noticed until about Friday at noon.
I know.
So we really scrambled to get this on.
Yeah,
For some reason, the state requires us to say, hey, we're going to notify everyone that we might take this action. So understood. Okay.
We get a
I
motion?
move to approve noticing an intent to increase property taxes for Grand County Library operations for 2024, and Grand County operations increase to the overall library budget would be $443,203. I'll second that.
All right, motion from Commissioner McGinn and a second from Commissioner Hedin. Any other discussion? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. On to agenda item number 11. We've discussed this a bit. Similar agenda item, resolution approving noticing a property tax increase for the Moab Mosquito Abatement District for 2024. Trish.
I move to approve the resolution noticing the intent for the Moab Mosquito Abatement District property tax increase for 2024.
Thanks.
Second.
All right, motion is by Trish this time, and the second is by Mary. Any discussion on the mosquito abatement? Much smaller tax, similar. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Is that a yes, Trish?
Excuse me?
Oh.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No worries. All right, and the motion passes unanimously. Thanks.
Sorry about that.
All right, we're on to our last of our regular action items. Agenda item number 12, adoption of the Grand County 2024 tentative budget.
So what I'm asking you all to adopt just as a tentative budget, certainly this is a very much a work in progress, but this would be the version that was forwarded to you by the Budget Advisory Board. I don't know if there's a desire to discuss revisions that might have been made up to this time or discussed at the workshop previous to the meeting. But this is just part of the process that you might consider as officially kicking off the budget season as it relates to the commission's consideration. Any questions?
So from this tentative budget, we can obviously go down, but if we adopt this tonight, would we be able to go up?
I believe so. Okay. I don't think that this ties anything. Yeah.
Right. I move to adopt the Grand County 2024 tentative budget.
Thanks. All right, a motion from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner Winfield. We've been through this a few times.
So this is really just a formality. We're gonna, doesn't influence what the final budget's gonna be like at all. Right?
I honestly, I noticed that it had been done, it was done last year. And so I threw it on the agenda just to make sure we're covering our bases.
Great. All right, Evan.
I mean, I know that we're not going to get into the details today, but you had mentioned earlier that this budget does not include a COLA, and I think for me personally, I would like to see a COLA of some included at some point. So as long as we're sure that we can, I think that we'll be able to make that up with some other cuts. But I just want to be on record saying that if we're painting ourselves in a corner here, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I don't think we're putting any paint anywhere at all right now.
Excellent. And since you mentioned it, since I referenced the recommendation of the by the Budget Advisory Board, it should also be mentioned that the recommendation from that board is to be able to, for the commission to adopt a budget with a draw from the fund balance of no greater than $800,000.
Thanks. All right, the motion was by Kevin and the second was by Bill. All those in favor of the motion to approve the tentative 2024 budget, raise your hands. And all opposed. Obviously, no one passed unanimously. Thanks. We are on to our consent agenda, and tonight the consent agenda consists of item A, ratification of payment of bills. Total bills in the amount of $1,177,177.64. Total payroll in the amount of $376,815.25. Total bills and payroll in the amount of $1,553,992.89. Consent agenda item B, ratification of State Homeland Security Program, SHSP, grant award acceptance. Item C, local consent single event alcohol permit for the Utah Avalanche Center. Item D, consent to purchase a dunk tank for the Old Spanish Trail Arena for use at the Grand County Fair. Item E, wildland fire program support budget between Grand County and Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands for calendar year 2024. Item F, interlocal agreement between Grand County and the Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments. Area Agency on Aging. Item G, amendment to the Children's Justice Center contract with the state of Utah. Item H, acceptance of grant funding approved on September 19th, 2023 for the Rural County Grant from the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, fiscal year 24. Item I, grant agreement between U.S. Department of Transportation and Grand County, Utah in association with the community of Moab, Utah under the Alternate Essential Air Service Program. And that is the consent agenda as presented. Yes, Mike.
approve as read. I'd like to make a motion to approve as read.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the consent agenda from Commissioner McCurdy.
I'll second.
Second from Commissioner Walker. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously 6-0 with Commissioner Clapper absent. All right, we are on to our discussion item, and this is a discussion item brought forward by Ben Frederigill from our Economic Development Department about the Better Destinations. I believe that's the strategic plan, correct, Ben?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So just wanted to make you aware that when we started the project, getting it out of the gate, it was held over until my position started. And one of the first things we were asked was, did we want to do the visitor studies as part of the plan? And what I believe happened is that apparently having visitor studies was discussed during the RFP and such, but it was not in the contract. So what's happening now is they're asking if we want to add that piece to the strategic plan. And since we're starting out, I wanted to put that in front of you for discussion. It's 2 studies. The first is the visitor perception study, which is $25,000 cost on that. And then the second would be a visitor model, visitation model at $20,000. I believe the discussion prior, and this is prior to me arriving, was that the first part was held in the budget to be executed and either added to the contract or done. But since this is an RFP that was answered, the contract was signed, this is not in it. So I want to be clean about how we go about this. A couple things about the work that would be done as we're understanding it and putting the rigor on the Better Destinations is, in addition to, we have a lot of data and we've got dashboards and we're working with that. But this starts sizing it to a why Moab, why not? This puts us in a stack ranking. It compares us to other destinations. So that would be the scope on that piece. On the visitation modeling, it would be sizing the flow, the stresses, things we've asked for. For instance, what's the number that stresses the solid waste district, the water, the hospital. So just wanted to make you aware of that so that it can be discussed, and if we need to add it, we can add it and get direction on whether this gets added to the existing contract or that it needs to be done as a different contract. So that's why we put that up as the discussion.
Great, thank you, Ben. So if we did add both these, that would add $45,000 to the project.
And one thing that we wanted to have this be discussed is we could absorb that in this year's budget, but we wouldn't be asking for this next year. So it's
Within budget.
Yeah, so it's within budget.
Okay.
It's within budget, but not previously budgeted for. We can move some money around within the funds.
Economic plan.
Yes.
Okay. So the visitor perception survey would basically we'd be surveying people who come to get their idea of how their experience was in Moab or what they think of Moab before they get here.
The way it's presented, and you all have the proposal bullets, is potential and past visitors. And I would give a status update. And, a couple of the commissioners are on the board, our steering committee that we just formed. So we're getting this thing rolling as fast out of the gate, doing as properly as we can. So we now have a steering committee as of Friday. And so I think that the first thing is just make everyone here aware of it. So it's for discussion. And then we also put it in front of the steering committee. But yes, the study would be, the perception study is the one that we talked about the most, and that would be getting a stack ranked. Why or why not? Why would you not go to Moab? Where would you go? Which I think may be very useful as we do the strategic plan, because it may be some tactics that we come out with, whether it's presenting to the commission decisions that are good in the tactics, or if our department can just work with other agencies or other organizations to achieve some of these tactics. But again, just wanted to put it in front for discussion so that you know about it and to everyone's aware of it.
Thanks. Any questions for Ben? Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, I like the idea of more surveys. I think we often in policy debates, we talk about what we think the typical, visitor might want. We also talk about what we think residents do. And I think those discussions go better if it's not just, our anecdotal impressions, but we can also look at some survey data. Surveys aren't perfect. And so I think having a variety of different surveys, gives us better information. So,
yeah. Mike?
Love the more surveys, love the aspect of both sides. I mean, Kevin's the best devil's advocate here. And I like that they're willing to see all sides of it. So, thank you.
I'm in favor of it as well. I think the more information we can get on this, the better. So yeah, I'd be especially if it is, we can move money around and spend it this year instead of putting it on the budget for next year. It's like a.
So then I would ask, would you instruct staff to seek a proposal or a second amendment to the Better Destinations contract that includes both studies, or a single study, or both? Okay,
yeah, perfect. I think both. Anyone opposed to that line of thinking?
I think it will help.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get a contract amendment out and then we'll have that on.
Chair Hudler,
Yeah, yes, Stephen.
does this trigger an RFP request or no, based on this amount of funds?
Under 50,000, no.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Ben. I think that gives you clear direction. All right, we will move on to, we have one public hearing today. General rezone at 2560 Spanish Valley Drive, large lot residential to small lot residential. Is that right? Parcel number 02-0021-0001. Jenna Gorney from Planning and Zoning.
A long evening, so I'm just going to breeze through the staff report since this is all included there for you. The property is located at the northwest corner of Mesa Drive and Spanish Valley Drive. Subject parcel is 2.88 acres and currently zoned large lot residential. The applicant is requesting a rezone to small lot residential for the purpose of future subdivision and creation of single family dwelling lots. The existing LLR zoning allows for a maximum of 5 half-acre lots. The minimum lot size for parcels in the SLR zoning district is 0.20. At 2.88 acres, the maximum gross number of lots that could be created from the subject parcel is 14. However, that high number is unlikely considering the need to meet minimum lot frontage requirements, setbacks, and all lot design standards. The applicant has described the goal of developing 9 lots if the SLR zoning district were approved. Future availability for water connection has been confirmed with WISA for up to 9 dwelling lots. At this time, no site improvements would be required as a result of the rezone approval. It is worth noting that the subject parcel is located close to the corner of Spanish Trail Road and Spanish Valley Drive, which already does exist in the 2012 general plan as a rural node. While this application doesn't include a proposal for open space or affordable housing, it is located along the planned Spanish Valley Trail shared use path, and as such, the subdivision would require construction of that portion of the shared use path at the frontage of the development. As mentioned in the applicant's statement, a request for rezone of the property immediately north of the subject lot was approved by County Council September of 2019, and that rezone from LLR to SLR was allowed for the addition of 1 more lot in that location. The property to the south was approved as the Manderfield HDHO zoning district. And additionally, nearby developments that have been approved for increased density include that of the Desert Soul HDHO of 42 lots to the south, and as well a 7-unit ADO near the intersection of Spanish Valley and Spanish Trail Road. Let's see, it's also important. You'll see in the staff report, we also did evaluation of conformance with the land use code and those issues for consideration in land use code section 9.2.5. And then as well, regarding the planning commission, there was the planning commission public hearing on the 25th of September. There was a motion to send a favorable recommendation to commission for the parcel, received 3 votes in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention. Because of the lengthy discussion, the planning commission asked me to include a good brief of those discussion topics. So I did include those in the staff report, and just briefly, they were related to the proposed density and the understanding that while particular density is being presented, a general rezone allows the property to be subdivided and to create as many lots as Article 5 lot design standards would allow. And as described, the SLR would allow a total of up to 14 if they could design it as such. Additionally, discussion was had with the lack of mechanism to require or request any deed restricted lots for actively employed housing in a general rezone application. A review of, previously requested and subsequently denied upzones in the area was also highlighted. Commissioners discussed the possibility of this location being identified as an upcoming emerging commercial node, as well as potentially the property being evaluated and considered underutilized for housing needs in the area. It was also highlighted that due to the proximity of the property to the north also being SLR, the request would likely not be seen as a spot zoning, and that the overarching need for additional housing in the area was really an overarching theme for the public hearing. So with that, we do have our applicant here as well, who's waited quite long, but for the application, I can answer any clarifying questions for you.
Yeah, I have a question about, so this is right in the area where we're planning on, and it's on the right side of the road where we're planning on eventually putting in the Spanish Valley pathway. Is that easement baked into into this? It is. Okay.
It does exist. Let me show you the boundary survey.
Great. Yeah, I was trying to, I couldn't tell from the
And they gotta build it. It's not just an easement.
All right.
Sorry.
Never.
Thank you, sorry.
Yeah. Great, that's great. I very much appreciate that.
So can I just make a couple more comments from, again, I think you guys did a great job kind of summarize the planning commission, but just a couple, comments that came out of just looking at my notes. There was quite a bit of reticence in the fact that the future land use, map is coming up. And so the reality is it may be rezoned anyway. So just waiting for that process to finish. There was some opposition from some neighbors. And yes, that was kind of the main thing. It's fairly high density for that area. And I will note that the small lot residential to the north is basically, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, and you could consider it spot zoning, but it was family. I believe it was the Hineses or maybe the Walkers. I can't remember the Hineses. And so when they split it, it just was for family. So.
Thanks, Trish.
Mike had his finger up first.
Okay, Mike. I saw it coming next.
So go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, I guess I was also curious about the relationship of this rezone to our more comprehensive, future land use plan. And I think one important difference is the way I understand it, in the future, when we increase density in an area, we're probably going to require a certain percentage of, workforce housing or affordable housing or some combination. And this, if I'm understanding correctly, is just a rezone with no restrictions at all.
That's perfect.
And so
they weren't interested in providing. I mean,
the planning commission wasn't, or
no, the owners of the property weren't interested in deed restricting any of it.
Okay.
So just voluntarily,
okay.
I'll just throw that out.
And I'm assuming we won't discuss the merits of this until next meeting. So.
Right. Okay. So I guess it would be appropriate for me to open the public hearing at this time. Then I will open, let me pull up my calendar. I'll open this public hearing concerning a general rezone at 2560 Spanish Valley Drive from large lot residential to small lot residential. Parcel number 02-0021-0001. We will start to take public comment tonight, and I will keep the public hearing open until 5 o'clock on Wednesday, November 15th. And at this time, I will say that we did have a gentleman who spoke to this particular parcel earlier at our general public comment session that sounded like he would like to have his comment included in the in the public comment. So is there anyone here today who would like to like to make public comment at the public hearing regarding this rezone? Yes, yeah, you guys can come forward.
I'm Sarah Kimberly. I'm the applicant. This is my daughter Mia. She's a sophomore. She wanted to come and see what a meeting was like. I guess I wanted to address Commissioner Hadeen's concern that there were neighbors who were opposed. I didn't know if you'd received comments because a neighbor spoke tonight. A neighbor spoke at the planning commission meeting, all in favor. So my question was, what neighbors are opposed to the development?
Maybe I had that written wrong, but I remembered it was the Manderfields that spoke.
And she was in favor, and she just did an HDHO on her property.
I understand that. I know that. It would take me a minute so you guys can keep going.
Yeah. So my impression from the neighbors we've talked to several are, we're so glad you're not applying to put apartments here. We don't want apartments in our neighborhood. They're fine with, 0.2 acre lots. So.
Can I say personal relationships?
Disclosure.
Disclosure, my mother-in-law lives across the road, or just to the northwest or northeast of that, and is in favor of this.
And I don't know her, I haven't talked to her.
Chapman's.
But okay.
Yeah.
So it felt like the neighborhood was in support of it. The fact that there's already been an SLR zoned right to the north of it. And I guess my contention with that comment would be, I have 5 children. Will they be able to afford to come back to Grand County? What if I wanted to buy my property among my family? So it seems like, we're to give a rezone should be kind of fair across the board. And I'm not asking for apartment buildings. I'm not asking for anything outrageous. And I don't know if you had a chance to watch or listen to the planning commission meeting. There was a lot of discussion at that meeting. And the reason I'm not asking why I don't want to apply for an HDHO is, first of all, I understood that all those lots were used up already, but there were no more available. But the other thing is, in the neighborhood where I live, there's a property that has the zoned HDHO, and it's been sitting there for sale for 3 years. It's empty. No Grand County employees are living in that property. So you see a broader picture, I'm sure. Maybe you've seen more success, but from my perspective, I just see 2 empty properties growing weeds that could be housing someone.
All right, thank you. Did you want to add anything? You don't have to. And I'm sure it's been a very interesting experience. This is a doozy of a meeting to catch if you're going to catch one. All right, thanks for your comment. Is there anybody on Zoom who would like to make a public comment concerning this public hearing tonight? Okay. All right, then I will keep this public hearing open until 5 o'clock on Wednesday, November 15th. And thanks everyone on that. I would entertain we've come to the end of our regular agenda. I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session. Yes, Mary?
I make a motion to go into closed session to talk about pending or reasonable litigation.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner McGann to go into closed session. Second from Commissioner McCurdy. All those in favor of going into closed session? And that passes unanimously, so we will do that. I'm going to excuse myself.
I'm not just letting.